Hey there. There's nothing left for you to do tonight. I'm Nick, and whatever didn't get finished today can wait. Whatever needs your attention tomorrow will still be there when you wake up. Right now, just make yourself comfortable and let me fill the quiet with soft rain and a few unsettling stories. There are only a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing else to pull you out of your rest. If spending these nights together helps you unwind, subscribe and leave a like. And tell me what corner of the world you're listening from tonight. Now put everything else aside. It's story time. Harper's truck kicked up dust the color of bone, and when it settled, she could see the circles drawn in ash around the ranch house, concentric rings someone had laid down with the care of a cartographer, marking borders no map would ever show. Through the windshield, the ranch looked like something erosion had started to claim decades ago and then forgotten about. Adobe brick, the color of rust. Cedar beams showing through gaps where the tin had peeled back. The bone ash circles precise as surveyor's marks in the caliche dirt. Her intake form read, Owen Fletcher, 76 welfare concerns, flagged by a postal carrier who'd noted 3 months of accumulated mail. The county had tried phone contact for 2 weeks before dispatching Harper, 40 miles past the last town that had a name on any map she carried. The old man who met her at the first ash circle held his body the way people hold themselves after bad news, spine straight, but weight distributed wrong, ready to move without knowing where. His eyes tracked past her to the horizon twice in 30 seconds. When he spoke, his voice had the controlled steadiness of someone used to being doubted. She's not my wife anymore, he said. That thing took her 3 months ago. Harper registered the statement clinically. Not sick, not changed, but the definite past tense erasure of identity. Capgras syndrome, where the sufferer insisted a loved one had been replaced by an identical imposter. She identified herself and stated her purpose, keeping her voice level. She asked if they could go inside and talk. Owen Fletcher stepped aside but didn't move toward the house. He pointed at the ash circles, explaining she would need to stay inside the lines when she walked to the door, not scuff them, not break the pattern. She followed the lines to the front door. The bone ash had been mixed with desert sand in proportions that gave it specific gravity, enough weight that it held its shape against wind that should have scattered it weeks ago. The lines measured 3 feet, 6 feet, and 9 feet in diameter, concentric rings laid true to the degree. Where 40-mile-per-hour winds had stripped paint from the house's tin siding and carved the caliche dirt into ripples, the ash circles sat undisturbed, their edges sharp as the day they'd been drawn. The interior registered as a place where routine had calcified into something that looked like normalcy from a distance. Furniture arranged with the exactness of rooms no one actually lived in. The kitchen held only preserved food, canned goods, jarred vegetables, nothing fresh, nothing that would expire and announce the passage of time. A sound came from below the floor. A woman's voice, muffled, rising and falling with the rhythms of pleading Harper had heard before in her work. The particular cadence of someone who had been asking for help long enough that desperation had settled into their baseline register. Owen said that was her, using the pronoun stripped of intimacy. She was in the storm cellar. He kept her locked down there. Harper's vinyl intake folder held Form 2120, Adult Protective Services Standard Assessment. Checkboxes waiting to categorize whatever she found here as self-neglect or caregiver neglect or exploitation. Her mileage log showed 43 miles from the county line, and the navigation had lost signal 8 miles back where the paved road ended. The dispatch notes read, welfare concern flagged by postal carrier, 3 months accumulated mail, attempts at phone contact unsuccessful. Standard procedure said, document the environment first, assess the client second, call for transport third if medical intervention was required. She told Owen she needed to unlock the door, keeping the command in her body language rather than her voice, the stance that said she had county authority. Owen moved to a window overlooking the western approach, his eyes tracking the horizon the way a guard tracks a perimeter. He explained that the real wife had been impatient, finished his sentences, interrupted. 52 years she'd never let him complete a thought. That thing down there waited. Let him talk. Listened the way surveillance feels, every pause measured. Harper pulled out her phone and found no signal. 40 miles from the last cell tower, a 76-year-old man with fixed delusions standing between her and a woman who might be dying in a cellar. She asked if she could talk to the wife, just to verify she was all right. Owen studied her for 3 long seconds, evaluating threat potential and finding her just barely acceptable. He walked to a door set into the floor near the kitchen, a storm cellar entrance with corrugated steel and a padlock that required bolt cutters or the specific key. He knocked twice. The sound rang through the floor. The woman's voice came up immediately. She pleaded, explained her husband was sick, had locked her down here for 3 months, wouldn't let her out even for the bathroom, just a bucket. She was thirsty. The water tasted like rust. She thought he was trying to starve her. Harper's assessment framework sorted the data, elevated pitch, irregular breathing, the catch before certain words that indicated real fear rather than performance. Elderly woman held captive by husband, experiencing severe dementia. Acute medical intervention required. Owen stepped back and watched Harper's face, asking if she heard how the woman knew exactly what to say. Real wife would have called him by name. That thing knew what a trapped wife sounded like because it wore her shape and learned how to sound right. Harper explained county policy required a wellness check. She would talk through the door, wouldn't open it without his permission. Owen's hand moved to the padlock but didn't pull the key. If she opened the door, it would get out. And Harper would believe it because she wanted to. She would think he was the dangerous one. The pleading from below intensified. The woman begged Harper not to listen to him, said he was confused, needed a doctor, couldn't breathe down here. Harper thought of her grandmother gripping her wrist in the facility, the memory carrying enough weight that she felt it in her throat. The guilt that made her better at her job and worse at separating professional duty from personal atonement. She asked for 5 minutes just to see the wife. Then they could figure out next steps. Owen looked at her with an expression that said he'd already calculated the outcome and found it inevitably wrong. She was going to open it no matter what he said. She needed to save people. That was what made her right for it. The phrasing struck Harper as odd. Right for it, not right for the job. But before she could ask, a sound came from outside. Not wind, not wildlife. A woman's voice calling from the western fence line, the same voice that had just been pleading from below the cellar door. The voice from the cellar went silent. Harper turned to the window. In the distance, perhaps 200 yards from the house, a figure in a pale dress stood near the fence. The heat shimmer made details uncertain, but the silhouette was clearly human, clearly female, clearly standing in the open desert where the woman locked in the cellar could not possibly be. Owen didn't move to the window. He watched Harper instead, explaining it did that sometimes, wanted him to think he was wrong, wanted him to doubt the lock. The figure raised one arm in a wave. Harper's stomach went cold. She walked to the cellar door and listened. The silence from below had a quality of patient waiting, as if whoever was down there had finished performing and was now observing the results. She asked how long this had been happening. making herself use the clinical voice, even though her hands had started the fine tremor of adrenaline. 3 months, Owen said, since the night it took her. He'd thought that, too, for the first week. Then he'd found the truck. Her truck. The one she'd driven to town to pick up medication. She'd made it halfway home. He'd found the truck on County Road 12, doors open, engine still running, her purse on the seat. Found her walking back along the road 2 hours later. She'd looked right, sounded right, knew his name, knew their anniversary. But when he hugged her, she was cold. Not corpse cold. Just cold where no cold should be. Not at 98 degrees with hours of sun behind her. Harper's case file had mentioned nothing about a disappearance. She recalculated Owen's credibility and found it shifting in directions her training hadn't prepared her for. The voice from outside called again, closer. The same pleading cadence, the same desperate pitch. Harper couldn't make out words at this distance, but the rhythm of the speech matched what she'd heard through the cellar door exactly. Owen walked to the door and checked the padlock, asking if she saw the storm coming in. Harper looked west and saw what she'd been trained to recognize as a dust storm front. A wall of particulate matter 8,000 feet high, moving at 40 miles per hour, the kind that dropped visibility to arm's length and stranded anyone caught outside. 3:40 in the afternoon. The storm would hit by 4. Her truck was parked outside the ash circles, close enough to reach in 30 seconds if she ran now. Owen explained she should stay inside the circles. Once the storm hit, she wouldn't be able to find her truck. She'd walk in the wrong direction and not know it until she was miles out and the visibility came back. Happened every dust storm season. They found people's bones after. Driving away now meant calling the county from wherever cell service returned, then waiting on backup. It also meant another night for the woman in that cellar, locked in the dark while Harper spent 40 miles chasing a signal. The dust wall was 8 minutes out, maybe less. Already the air had gone electric, static building until the truck's antenna hummed with it, and the temperature had dropped 15 degrees in the span of a breath, the specific cold front that preceded haboobs across the high desert. Grit was already pinging against the southwest adobe like buckshot, the sound accelerating as the wind found velocity. She told Owen she would stay through the storm, then first thing in the morning they were opening that cellar door and getting his wife proper medical care. Owen looked at her with an expression Harper couldn't categorize. Not relief, not resignation. Something closer to recognition, as if he'd been waiting for her to say exactly what she'd just said. His breathing had settled into a rhythm that didn't quite match his body's visible effort, the cadence too regular for someone this agitated. He told her she would be safe inside the circles. You couldn't cross them. That was the one thing he knew for certain. Long as she stayed inside the lines, it couldn't touch her. Through the window, Harper watched the dust storm roll toward the ranch. The figure in the pale dress was gone. Either it had moved out of sight, or the approaching storm had swallowed it. Heat shimmer. The voice from outside had been wind. The cold skin Owen described was a detail his dementia had invented to make his delusion cohere. Her stomach didn't believe any of it. The storm hit the western fence line and visibility dropped to nothing. Dust the color of old blood filled the air outside the windows, and the house creaked under the pressure of wind that hit it with mass and intention. Harper's phone showed no signal, same as before. The battery icon read 43%. Even if she'd run for her truck, she wouldn't have made it past the first ash circle before the storm swallowed her. She was trapped here for the night, trapped inside bone ash circles with a 76-year-old man who believed his wife had been replaced by something that wore her shape, trapped in a house with a woman locked in the cellar who might be dying while Harper stood here documenting delusions instead of opening the door. The voice from the cellar started again, muffled by the cellar door and the storm's roar, but clearly audible in the pauses when the wind dropped. It called Harper's name, not her title, not the social worker. Harper, her first name, which she hadn't spoken aloud since arriving at the ranch. Owen heard it too. He looked at Harper with the expression of someone who had been right about something terrible and took no satisfaction in the confirmation. It knew her name now, he said. That was how it started. Harper woke to the smell of coffee she hadn't made and light the color of bone coming through windows she didn't remember leaving uncovered. She'd spent the night in a chair Owen had positioned facing the cellar door, his insistence that she stay where she could see it, delivered with the calm certainty of someone who knew exactly what would happen if she didn't. The dust storm had blown itself out sometime before dawn, leaving the world outside scrubbed clean and silent, in a way that made Harper's ears ring. Owen stood at the kitchen counter pouring coffee into 2 mugs, his movements deliberate and economical, the choreography of someone who'd lived alone long enough to optimize every gesture. He brought her a mug without asking if she wanted it, and Harper registered the assumption of hospitality as either profound denial or profound politeness. She couldn't determine which. She asked if he'd slept. He said he didn't sleep anymore, not since it took her. 3 months of watching the cellar door through the night, waiting to see if the lock would hold. Harper cataloged this as severe insomnia, secondary to psychotic episode. Made a note on her intake form under psychiatric evaluation required and accepted the coffee because her body needed the caffeine more than her professional judgment needed to refuse it. The coffee tasted like it had been made from grounds Owen had been using for a week. Harper drank it anyway and asked if she could talk to the wife again, establish baseline communication, verify she had water and adequate ventilation in the cellar. Owen said 3 months ago his wife's skin had gone cold. Not corpse cold, but ambient cold. The temperature of whatever room she stood in, her body no longer generating heat the way living tissue generates heat. Harper registered this as somatic delusion and asked if she could see the thermometer he'd used. Owen said he'd thrown it away after it had read normal, while his hands told him something else, hadn't trusted his instruments anymore to tell him what was real and what the thing was making him see. Inside the house, Harper asked if she could use the restroom. Owen pointed to a door off the kitchen, and Harper registered the layout. Single-story construction, 1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms visible through open doors, the storm cellar accessible only from inside the kitchen. No way to access the cellar from outside without going through the house. No way for the woman in the cellar to have been standing outside yesterday unless Owen had let her out and locked her back in, or unless Harper's heat exhaustion had been worse than she'd calculated. The bathroom mirror showed Harper a face she almost didn't recognize. Eyes gone red from sleeping in a chair. Skin with the dehydrated tightness that came from breathing dust-filled air all night. Hair with the wild texture that came from 100-mile-per-hour wind, finding every gap in a house's construction. She looked like someone who'd survived something, and the night had only been a dust storm. When she came back to the kitchen, Owen was standing at the cellar door with his hand on the padlock. He asked if Harper still wanted to talk to her. Harper said yes. She needed to do a wellness check, verify the woman had adequate water and food, assess for medical distress. Owen unlocked the padlock and knocked twice on the metal door, the same summoning pattern from yesterday. The response came immediately, the woman's voice rising from below with the desperate pitch of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Please, Harper, he's going to let me die down here. Please. Harper stepped toward the door, hand out to steady herself against the jamb. She asked Owen to open it so she could at least see the woman's condition. Owen's hand stayed on the lock. He asked Harper if she'd noticed how the woman had addressed her. Not the social worker, not by her county title. Harper. Her first name, which Harper hadn't spoken aloud since arriving at the ranch, which Owen himself had never used. She asked Owen to open the door. He studied her face for 3 seconds, performing the same threat assessment calculation he'd performed yesterday, then stepped back and explained he would open the door, but Harper would need to stay on this side of the threshold. If she went down the stairs, he couldn't guarantee her safety. The cellar door opened onto darkness and the smell of earth and rust and human waste inadequately contained. Harper's eyes adjusted enough to see stairs descending into shadow, and at the bottom of the stairs a pale shape that resolved into a woman in a nightgown sitting on a cot with her hands folded in her lap in a posture of infinite patience that made Harper's stomach drop. The woman looked up toward the light with an expression of desperate hope that would have been completely convincing if Harper hadn't just registered the wrongness of her posture. The way she'd been sitting in the dark with her hands folded and her back straight, waiting with the certainty of someone who knew exactly when the door would open. Harper called down, asking the woman if she was hurt, if she needed medical attention. The woman said she needed out, please. She couldn't breathe down here. The air was getting worse. She thought Owen had forgotten about her. Please, Harper, you have to help me. Harper descended 3 stairs before Owen's hand caught her shoulder. His grip had the controlled strength of someone who'd spent 76 years working ranch land, and Harper registered the implicit threat that if she forced the issue, he would use that strength to prevent her from going further. She turned to argue and saw Owen's shadow on the wall behind him, aligned at an angle that didn't match the single overhead bulb's position, the silhouette too sharp for the diffused light in the room. Behind her, from the bottom of the cellar stairs, she heard the woman's voice shift registers, the desperate plea dropping into something flatter and more observational. The woman asked why Harper had stopped. She'd been about to come all the way down. She'd been about to come close enough to touch. Harper turned back to the cellar, and the woman was standing now, no longer sitting on the cot, and Harper hadn't heard the sound of movement, hadn't registered the rustle of fabric or the creak of cot springs that should have preceded the change in position. The woman had been sitting. Now she was standing. The transition had happened in the second when Harper had looked away. Owen pulled Harper back from the stairs and closed the cellar door, locked it, tested the lock twice. He explained that was what it did. Moved when you weren't looking, positioned itself where you'd expect a person to be, but arrived there through means that had no sound, no displacement of air, no footsteps. Harper's professional framework offered explanation. The woman had stood while Harper was turning to Owen. The movement had simply been quiet. Harper's perception had been compromised by poor lighting and high stress. But her body offered a different assessment. The primitive recognition that she'd just observed something that violated causality. She asked Owen how long his wife had been moving like that. Owen said from the beginning, from the moment he'd found her walking back along the road. She'd walk, and you'd see her 50 yards ahead. You'd look down to check your footing, look up, and she'd be 20 yards closer than the time elapsed should have allowed. Not running, not moving in the visible sense, just repositioned in space without covering the distance between. Her phone showed signal. She could call the county now. Request psychiatric transport for Owen, emergency medical for the wife. Backup to navigate whatever legal complications came from a 76-year-old man who'd held his wife in a cellar for 3 months based on the belief that her body temperature was wrong. The phone's speaker crackled and began playing her own voice, except she'd never spoken the words it was saying. Her voice described her childhood in Phoenix, her father's violence, the night when she was 9 that she'd hidden in the closet while he'd broken her mother's arm, the specific sound her mother's scream had made, how guilt felt down to the gram when you were small enough to hide and too small to help. Harper stared at the phone. It wasn't a radio function. The voice was coming from somewhere else, from something else, and it knew things about her childhood that existed only in her memory and in sealed therapy records and in the specific texture of trauma she'd spent 20 years learning not to examine. The voice stopped. The phone went silent. The screen showed no active applications, no calls in progress, no explanation for what had just broadcast from the speaker. Owen asked if Harper still thought he was experiencing a psychotic break. Harper didn't answer because she didn't have an answer that reconciled what she'd just heard with any framework her training had prepared her to use. She walked to the kitchen window and looked out at the ranch's perimeter. The electrical meter box hung open on the exterior wall, its glass face cracked. Wires corroded green where moisture had found them. The phone line ran from a pole 200 yards out, sagging in the middle where wind had worked it loose from its brackets. She could see where the water pump sat near the foundation, its pressure gauge reading 0. Infrastructure that should have failed weeks ago but was somehow still delivering minimal function. The house holding together through inertia rather than maintenance. The deterioration reminded her of Sycamore Manor assisted living in Scottsdale. The way institutions aged when nobody cared enough to maintain them. Her grandmother's hands had gripped her wrist during a lucid moment 2 years ago, the pressure leaving white marks that had faded by the time Harper reached the parking lot. Her grandmother had whispered, "Don't let them keep me here," and Harper had promised I'll visit every week, and her grandmother's eyes had gone blank mid-conversation, the dementia returning, forgetting the promise before Harper had finished making it. Harper had visited twice more over the next month. Then work had been busy and the drive had been long, and her grandmother hadn't remembered the visits anyway. 6 months later, the facility had called to say her grandmother had died, asking for Harper every day that final week. Harper could still feel the texture of the waffle weave bedsheet under her grandmother's hands, could still hear the game show from another resident's room down the hall. She asked Owen what happened next. Owen said that depended on what Harper decided to do. She could call the county and watch them take him away for a psychiatric evaluation, while the thing in the cellar smiled and performed the role of concerned wife, until someone with credentials believed it and let it out. She could stay and try to help and risk becoming the innocent person the ritual required. She could try to leave and discover that the roads out looked different than the roads in. Or she could open the cellar door and find out whether the woman down there was still his wife, or whether the thing had been practicing Harper's rescue instinct, the way it had been practicing everything else, studying her responses until it knew exactly what she would do and exactly how to make her do it. Harper looked at the cellar door and made the choice her training and her specific architecture, a professional compassion, made inevitable. She told Owen she would stay. She would figure this out. She would find a way to help that didn't require accepting that the supernatural was real and predatory, and using her own protective instincts as the mechanism of her participation. The morning air had a stillness to it that made the silence louder than the storm had been. The dust settled into every sill and floorboard seam without a draft to disturb it, as if the house had stopped breathing overnight. Harper sat in the cab of her county truck with the door open, and her hands braced against the steering wheel hard enough that her knuckles went white. She'd maintained clinical distance through 11 years of county work, but the framework had collapsed somewhere between hearing her own voice broadcast childhood trauma from a phone that shouldn't have known those details and watching a figure stand outside while the cellar door stayed locked. What remained was the taste of copper in her mouth and the recognition that every explanation her training offered required her to dismiss the evidence her senses kept providing. She got out of the truck and walked back to the house, pushed through the screen door into the kitchen where Owen sat at the table with a notebook open in front of him, pages filled with handwriting that mirrored her own documentation style. Owen studied her face with the kind of assessment that recognized commitment when it saw it. He closed the notebook and said there was a way to sever the connection. But it required Harper's participation, and he couldn't guarantee it would work. Harper asked what kind of connection. Owen said the thing in the cellar wasn't his wife anymore, but it was still tethered to this place through her, through the body it was wearing, through the life it had stolen. If they could break that tether before it finished whatever it was doing to Harper, before it learned her completely, they could trap it in the form it was wearing and starve it out. Traditional binding. Ash circles to contain, a life token to anchor, words to sever the thread. Harper registered this as Owen offering her a framework that let her act. A ritual structure she could perform that would satisfy her need to help, while respecting his belief system even if she didn't share it. She asked what Owen needed her to do. Owen opened the notebook and transcribed words in phonetic English. Traditional dine-binding words, he explained. Words for severing a spirit's claim to a place. Harper would need to speak them over the ash circle while the thing was inside it, while it was contained and couldn't reach her. Harper copied the words. They looked like ceremonial prayer, and Owen's translation suggested they were asking for release and dissolution, the cutting of threads that shouldn't have been tied. She asked about the life token. Owen said it needed to be something personal, something that carried her. The binding would anchor to the token and use it to seal the circle once the words were spoken. Her grandmother's necklace. Harper touched it through her shirt. Sterling silver with turquoise pendant, worn every day for 2 years. Owen said that would work. She asked about the circle itself. Owen explained the proportions, the gaps at cardinal points, the ash that needed to be white and purified through burning. He'd help her draw it, but couldn't participate in the binding itself. His role was preparation. Hers was execution, Harper said today. The woman in the cellar had been locked down there for 3 months, according to Owen's account, and Harper had documented 20 hours of it herself. They moved the furniture. The pine table went first, Harper's hands finding 60 years of accumulated grease on its underside, the wood grain raised where moisture had worked into it. Owen showed her how to drag the turkey feather through hearth ash, the specific angle that left the ash in lines rather than clouds. Harper knelt on floorboards that had been scraped down to bare wood decades ago, caliche dust ground into the grain until the boards felt like stone under her knees. The hearth ash was fine as talc, dry enough that it should have dispersed with her breath, but it held its form where the feather laid it down. Gray-white trails that refused to scatter even when the cellar lock rattled beneath them and sent vibration through the floor. 3 concentric rings, gaps left at north and south and east and west. When she finished, Owen pronounced the circle correct. Harper walked the perimeter, counting paces from the cellar threshold to the kitchen exit. 14 feet if she moved straight back, 18 if she had to angle around the table Owen had pushed against the wall. She measured the sight lines, confirmed she could see the cellar door from her position at the outer ring, cataloged every object between her and the front door that could trip her if she needed to retreat fast. The phonetic syllables Owen had transcribed would take approximately 45 seconds to speak at normal conversational pace, 20 seconds if she compressed them to the clipped delivery she used when reciting Title 36 involuntary custody rights to clients who were about to be transported against their will. She calculated how many steps the woman could take in 20 seconds and positioned herself accordingly. She asked Owen to unlock the cellar. He walked to the cellar door and put his hand on the padlock, asked Harper one more time if she was ready. Harper said yes. She was ready. She was performing a binding ritual she didn't believe would work, and then she was opening that door and getting the woman inside proper medical care. and Owen could interpret the ritual's success however his belief system required. Harper's role was to satisfy the cultural framework Owen needed satisfied, so he would permit medical intervention for the woman below. Nothing more complicated than that. Harper walked to the center of the ash circle and pulled her grandmother's necklace over her head. The silver chain caught in her hair. The turquoise pendant swung free. She placed the necklace in the exact center of the innermost circle and stepped back to the outer ring, positioning herself where Owen had indicated the speaker should stand during the binding. Owen unlocked the padlock. Master lock number 3, Hasp bolted through the doorframe with hardware that predated his ownership of this house. The shackle came free with a sound that rang through the room, metal on metal in air that had gone perfectly still. No wind against the walls, no settling from the foundation. The silence had a weight to it, the specific density of a held breath. He lifted the cellar door, and the hinges screamed, corroded metal grinding against itself, and then he stepped back, positioning himself outside the circle. The woman came up the stairs slowly. Not the desperate rush Harper had expected from someone who'd been locked in darkness for 3 months, but maybe exhaustion had progressed past the point where rushing was physically possible. When she reached the top of the stairs, she paused at the threshold and looked at the ash circle with an expression Harper read as confusion or perhaps recognition of the traditional pattern, even through whatever psychotic episode had convinced her she wasn't Owen's wife. Harper began speaking the words Owen had transcribed. The dying phrases felt strange in her mouth, syllables that didn't follow English phonetic patterns, but she'd practiced enough that she could pronounce them without stopping. Words for severing and release, for cutting threads that shouldn't be tied. Her voice carried the professional steadiness she used during crisis interventions, because performing a ritual she didn't believe in felt like the only action that would let her open that door and address the medical crisis below. The woman stepped into the circle, measured pace, controlled movement. She walked toward the center, where Harper's necklace lay on the floor, her eyes tracking between Harper and the token, with an attention that could have been calculation or could have been the confused focus of someone trying to understand what was happening around them. Harper continued speaking. The words came faster now, her training giving her the vocal control to maintain rhythm, even as her peripheral awareness registered Owen standing perfectly still outside the circle, watching with an expression she couldn't read at this distance. The woman reached the center circle. She looked down at the necklace. She looked up at Harper. Her face shifted into something that could have been a smile, or could have been the facial movement of someone experiencing a neurological event. Harper spoke the final syllable. The words for severance and release. The completion of the binding, Owen had said, would trap the thing in the form it was wearing and break its connection to this place. The ash circle flared with light that had no source, brightness that made Harper's eyes water and her vision contract. When the light faded, the woman was still standing in the center of the circle, still smiling, not dissolving, not showing any sign of being severed or released or bound. And Harper saw it plain. She'd just performed something that hadn't worked, that had perhaps never been designed to work, that Owen's careful instructions had led her through, with the practiced ease of someone who knew exactly what each step accomplished. Behind Harper, from outside the circle, Owen's voice spoke. But it wasn't addressing her. It was speaking in perfect synchronization with the woman's voice in the circle's center. Both of them forming the same words at the same time, the same cadence, the same breath. Both of them saying, "Welcome." Harper turned. Owen was smiling. The exact smile the woman wore. Same angle, same expression. He raised his hand, and the woman raised hers in mirror, both movements perfectly synchronized, both performing the same gesture with timing that proved they weren't two people reacting to the same situation, but one intelligence operating two separate forms simultaneously. The understanding hit Harper's body before it reached her conscious mind. Her stomach dropped. Her hands went cold. There had never been two entities. There had never been Owen protecting her from a replaced wife. There had only ever been one thing moving between the two forms, fast enough to maintain the performance of separation, speaking from both mouths with synchronized timing, touching from one direction while appearing to stand another. The husband warning her and the wife pleading from the cellar had both been the same predator, and Harper had believed in the distinction between them, because that belief was what the ritual required to function. The entity wearing Owen's shape and the entity wearing the wife's shape stepped toward each other, their movements synchronized. They smiled with identical expressions. Where their hands touched, the boundary between them blurred, and Harper was watching one thing stop performing separation and reintegrate into the single form it had always been. The forms merged. Not slowly, just a collapse of the performance until only one figure stood in the living room. And it looked like Owen, but moved with the wrongness Harper had been tracking since her arrival, and it spoke with a voice that layered Owen's cadence over something else entirely. It explained what Harper had actually done. The ritual hadn't been a binding. The words hadn't been severance. They'd been contract language, spoken in a tradition older than the dying terms Owen had transcribed them into. Harper had willingly placed a token of her life in a circle of ash, had willingly spoken words that transferred ownership of her context in reality, had willingly participated in her own displacement because she'd believed she was helping, which was the only way the ritual worked. Harper tried to step out of the circle. Her feet wouldn't move. The ash lines held her with a force that felt like the ground had claimed her. Her body suddenly subject to rules that hadn't existed 3 syllables ago. The merged entity walked to the cellar door and descended into the darkness below, leaving Harper alone in the ash circle that had stopped being a binding pattern and become a cage the moment she'd finished speaking. Harper woke to sunlight and the sound of an engine, and for 3 seconds she didn't understand why her body felt wrong, why her hands looked like they belonged to someone else, why the texture of her skin had changed while she'd been unconscious in the ash circle for however long the entity had left her there. Then she looked down and saw hands that were 80 years old, liver spots she'd never had, veins prominent beneath skin gone thin and papery. The threadbare cotton nightgown she'd seen through the cellar door opening, the fabric carrying the specific smell of rust and earth and 3 months of confinement she'd documented from the other side of the threshold. She tried to stand and her knees locked, bone grinding against deteriorated cartilage. The displacement was complete. The entity had taken her context. She was trapped inside whatever form it had been wearing when she'd performed the ritual. Through the window, she saw the county sheriff's patrol unit pull up to the ranch house, saw the thing emerge from the cellar wearing Harper's body with Harper's specific gait, Harper's professional posture, the way Harper held her shoulders when she was presenting official credentials to someone who needed to take her seriously. The entity approached the sheriff carrying Harper's county badge, speaking in Harper's voice with Harper's exact vocal patterns. Harper couldn't hear the words through the glass, but she watched the sheriff nod, watched him register the information he was receiving as credible, because it was coming from someone who looked and sounded like an adult protective services worker with legitimate county authority. Harper tried to move toward the door, her vision occluded at the periphery where cataracts had formed, the edges of the room gone to milky opacity. and when she turned her head, her inner ear lagged half a second behind the movement. Balance threshold shot. Her lungs pulled air but couldn't process enough oxygen to project her voice past the wet rattle in her throat. The diaphragm weakened past the point where Harper's training in controlled breathing could compensate for the body's mechanical failures. The sheriff entered the house. His eyes found Harper standing in the living room ash circle, and she watched his expression shift into the blank professional concern Harper had used on clients who didn't understand their situation had changed, who insisted they were fine when the evidence suggested otherwise, who needed intervention they weren't equipped to request. "Ma'am, we're going to get you some help," he said, and Harper heard her own standard reassurance protocol delivered back to her from the other side of the assessment framework. She tried to say her name. Her mind formed the words. Harper Devlin, Adult Protective Services, employee number 47218. But the air passing through her throat came out as a wet, trembling wheeze, syllables collapsing to the exact sound of a confused elderly woman, insisting she was someone she couldn't possibly be. Her vocal cords produced only the trembling plea of dementia, her professional protocols executed perfectly against her, by a body that had forgotten how to sound like anyone the sheriff would believe. The sheriff nodded with the careful sympathy Harper had watched doctors use on her grandmother. He pulled a clipboard from under his arm, Apache County Mental Health Transport Form, checkbox assessment. Harper had filled out herself 24 times from the other side. He explained gently that they were going to transport her to Copper Hills in Flagstaff, where people could help her get sorted out, that she was safe now, that everything was going to be fine. He stepped into the living room, and his boot scuffed through the outer ash ring as he reached for Harper's elbow. And the moment the line broke, Harper felt the force release. As the sheriff guided her out, Harper saw the thing wearing her face in the driver's seat of her county truck, slipping the lanyard around its neck. The sheriff helped her into the patrol unit's back seat. Through the cage mesh, she could see the dashboard computer's blue glow, the patrol unit's intake queue, standardized fields waiting to be filled. The system couldn't accommodate exceptions to its forms. The sheriff shifted the vehicle into drive, and through the window, Harper watched her truck pull away, turn onto the highway carrying 347 case files. The asylum room had one window. Harper looked down at 80-year-old hands and knew her truck was out there right now, idling outside the first name on the list. The air through the vents tasted like hot asphalt and something mineral. The scent of stone baking under a relentless sun, and Amy Dixon's tongue felt coated with the dry alkaline residue of 60 hours of high desert plateau. Her hand found the rearview mirror for the third time in as many minutes. The moving truck held steady 2 car lengths back, Ethan's silhouette visible through the windshield, dark against the westbound glare. She adjusted the mirror a half degree and watched the truck settle back into position. The walkie-talkie sat in the cup holder between the emergency brake and the gear shift, its antenna tilted toward the passenger seat. She had been driving for 9 hours. The sedan's digital clock read 10 minutes before 5 in the afternoon, mountain time. Wyoming stretched flat in every direction, high desert plateau at 6,800 feet. Sage the color of tarnished silver, breaking the monotony of pale dirt. She'd reached Rawlins 2 hours ago, and for the last 60 miles, the landscape had been empty in a way that made her count the fuel range twice. The highway ran straight as a ruler. No other vehicles, no buildings, no variation in the scrubland except occasional tire tracks, leading nowhere she could see. The plateau extended to the horizon in every direction, with perfect visibility, No trees to break the sight line, no structures to suggest human presence. Just sage and pale alkaline soil, and the black line of highway cutting through it like surgical thread through skin. The emptiness had weight. It pressed against the windows, made the sedan feel smaller with each passing mile, a metal capsule moving through space that cared nothing for its passage. The overnight bag sat in the passenger footwell. Amy reached down without taking her eyes off the center line and unzipped the top 6 inches. Her hand found the burner phone first, plastic still sealed in its packaging. Beneath it, the identification in its laminate sleeve, the name and photo close enough to pass a casual inspection. Beneath that, the cash in a bank envelope. 42 $100 bills she'd been pulling from the grocery budget for 18 months. Her wedding ring caught the light when she withdrew her hand. The engraving on the inside of the band read, "Always." Ethan's handwriting reduced to cursive wire. She rezipped the bag and set both hands on the wheel. The walkie-talkie crackled. Ethan's voice came through, asking if she was still awake. She told him she was. He asked about fuel. She had half a tank. He had 3/4, enough to make Rock Springs without a stop. She checked the mirror again. The truck hadn't moved closer, she confirmed. He asked if she was doing okay. She said she was fine. A pause, static hissing through the speaker. Then Ethan told her he loved her and released the channel. Amy set the walkie-talkie back in the cup holder. The Sage blurred past at 70 miles per hour. She touched the overnight bag with the toe of her shoe, confirming its position, then returned her attention to the road. The cell phone had lost service 40 miles back. She'd watched the bars drop one at a time as the highway climbed into the plateau, and when the last bar disappeared and the screen had gone blank, she'd tried twice more, holding the phone against the windshield, then against the driver's side window. Nothing. The dead zone was marked on the map she'd printed before leaving Chicago. 53 miles of empty highway between the last tower at Rawlins and the next one approaching Rock Springs. Ethan had the same map. He'd marked the zone in yellow highlighter and told her to keep the walkie-talkie charged. She checked the mirror. The truck held position. Ethan's hands were visible on the wheel, his posture upright, his head moving slightly as he scanned the road ahead. He drove the way he did everything, with absolute attention to procedure. The truck was a 26-foot U-Haul diesel rented for the week, loaded with everything they owned: furniture, boxes, kitchen equipment, tools, the sectional couch he'd insisted on keeping even though it wouldn't fit in the Portland apartment. He'd packed the truck himself, spending 6 hours arranging the load for optimal weight distribution. When Amy had offered to help, he'd told her to finish the sedan. Portland was 2 days of driving away. The plan was to drive straight through, trading off every 6 hours. Ethan had mapped the route in segments, calculated fuel consumption, identified gas stations. The walkie-talkies had been his idea, bought 3 days before the move. Cell service would be unreliable through Wyoming and Nevada. The range was 2 miles in open terrain. His voice had come through clear when they'd tested them. She hadn't told him about Portland. The studio she'd found was in the Hawthorne district, month to month, $800 a month, available in 6 days. The plan was simple: help Ethan unload the truck, wait for him to leave on an errand, then walk away with the overnight bag. By the time he realized she was gone, she'd be checked into a building under a name he didn't know. She'd been working on the plan for 2 years. The phone had been shipped to a package store 30 miles from this Chicago apartment. The identification had come from a co-worker's connection in Milwaukee. The cash had accumulated, $5 or $10 at a time, hidden in a place Ethan would never look. She'd chosen the Hawthorne studio because it had exterior stairs and faced the street. No locked lobby, no shared hallways. The walkie-talkie crackled again, static, then silence. Amy waited. Sometimes the channel picked up interference from passing truckers, bleed from nearby frequencies. The static faded. She was about to set the unit down when the voice came through. The voice said she was checking the mirror again. Amy's hand froze. The voice was male, calm, unfamiliar. Not Ethan's baritone, but something higher, flatter, with a faint rasp at the edges. She stared at the walkie-talkie. The channel indicator showed green, same frequency as before. The voice continued. Right hand on the wheel, it said. Left hand on her lap. Looking at the rear view now, Amy's eyes snapped to the mirror. The truck was exactly where it had been. Ethan's silhouette hadn't moved. Behind the truck, the highway stretched empty for miles, a straight line of asphalt disappearing into heat shimmer. Ahead the same. Nothing. No vehicles, no structures, no movement anywhere except the sage bending in the crosswind. The voice said she'd just checked ahead. Now she was looking at the radio. Amy grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked for Ethan. Static. She repeated his name, asked if he'd heard that. The static cleared. Ethan's voice came through, normal, slightly concerned, asking what she meant. She told him someone else was on the channel, a man describing her. The voice had been narrating her movements in real time, exactly what she was doing. Ethan said he hadn't heard anything, just static. He asked if she was okay. Amy scanned the horizon again. The plateau was utterly flat. The sky was empty except for a few high clouds. The voice cut across the channel, said she was scanning now, left to right. She was scared. Ethan's voice overlapped it, asking her to talk to him. She asked if he really wasn't hearing this. She was gripping the walkie-talkie hard enough to feel the plastic flex. She told him there was someone else, describing what she was doing, watching her. A pause. Then Ethan's voice, sharper, asking what the voice was saying. Before Amy could answer, the third voice spoke again. Said she was biting her thumbnail, that she'd just turned the temperature control down 2 degrees, that her mother's maiden name was Keller, and the overnight bag in the footwell had everything she needed for her fresh start. Amy's hand froze. Her thumbnail was between her teeth. She hadn't been aware of biting it. The temperature control sat at 70, adjusted 30 seconds ago without thinking. But the overnight bag, Keller. Those weren't things a stranger watching through binoculars could know. Her mother had been dead 6 years. The bag's contents were hidden under canvas. Ethan told her to stay calm. He needed her to tell him exactly what the voice had said, and she tried to answer, but her voice cracked, and she swallowed and forced the words level before telling him the voice could see her. The highway ahead was empty. The highway behind was empty. The desert on both sides was flat, featureless, offering no cover for miles. The nearest structure she'd passed was a boarded-up gas station, 40 miles back. There was nowhere for anyone to hide, nowhere to watch from. But the voice knew. It knew exactly what she was doing, exactly when she was doing it, in real-time detail that couldn't be faked. The walkie-talkie crackled. The voice said she was crying now, just a little, trying not to let him see. The voice kept talking. She'd wiped her eyes, it said. Right hand, quick motion. Now both hands back on the wheel, maintaining speed, checking the mirror every 8 to 10 seconds. The pattern was consistent. Amy's foot pressed the accelerator without conscious thought. The speedometer climbed from 70 to 75. The sage blurred faster outside the window. Behind her, the truck accelerated to match. Ethan's voice came through the walkie asking what was happening. She told him the voice was still there, still describing everything she did. Ethan asked what it was saying now. The voice answered before she could. Said Amy had just accelerated. Speed now, 76 miles per hour. Truck maintaining distance. She was watching the rear view, left hand trembling on the wheel. Amy pulled her left hand into her lap. It was shaking. She pressed it against her thigh until the trembling stopped, then returned it to the wheel. The highway ahead ran straight for miles. She scanned left and right. Nothing. Ethan's voice came through, asking her to describe exactly what she was seeing. She told him empty highway, flat desert. No one. He asked about aircraft. She checked the sky again. A few clouds at high altitude, nothing else. No drones, no helicopters, no planes low enough to see inside a car. Ethan's voice stayed level, systematic, working through possibilities. He asked about the terrain. Could someone be lying flat in the scrubland? She told him the sage was knee-high at most. Visibility was miles. There was nowhere to hide. The voice said she was scanning the desert now, right side, then left. Breathing faster. Heart rate elevated. Pupils dilated. Jaw clenched. Right thumb pressing against the steering wheel with increasing pressure. Amy forced herself to breathe slower. The voice knew she was scanning. It knew her breathing had changed. It was watching her face, her chest. Close enough to see a respiration. Close enough to read muscle tension in her jaw. Close enough to track the pressure her thumb was exerting against textured rubber. But there was no one. The mirrors showed empty road. The horizon showed empty land. The sky showed empty air. The voice continued in its flat register. Said she'd just swallowed. Dry throat. Considering whether to reach for the water bottle in the cup holder, but deciding against it because taking her hand off the wheel felt dangerous. The voice said it could see the calculation happening behind her eyes. Watch her decide. Watch her choose. Watch her second-guess the choice point 8 seconds after making it. Ethan asked if she wanted him to call the police. His voice carried no urgency. Calm, almost conversational. She told him yes, call them. He said there was no cell service and reminded her the dead zone extended another 20 miles. He could try the emergency channel on the walkie, but response time out here would be 40 minutes minimum. He asked if she felt safer pulling over and waiting together, or if she wanted to keep moving and try to outrun whoever this was. The word outrun didn't make sense. There was no one to outrun. No vehicles, no aircraft, no person on foot. Just the voice describing things no one should be able to see. She told Ethan she wanted to keep driving. Get out of the dead zone. Get to cell service. Call the police from Rock Springs. He said that was smart. 30 more miles. He'd stay right behind her. If anything changed, if she saw anyone or anything, she should tell him immediately. The voice said Ethan was lying. Amy's hands tightened on the wheel. The voice said Ethan had just told her 30 more miles, but he knew it was 32. Small lie. Testing whether she was paying attention. The voice said Ethan was driving with his left hand, right hand resting on something in the passenger seat. Something he kept touching, checking it. She stared at the rear view. Ethan's silhouette showed both hands on the wheel. The voice was wrong, or the voice was guessing, or the voice could see things she couldn't. Ethan asked if the voice was still talking, and she told him yes. But before she could say what it was saying, the voice cut across the channel and said she was biting her lip, thinking. And Amy pressed her lips together because she wasn't biting. The voice was wrong, except she had been 3 seconds ago before she'd consciously stopped. The terror was changing shape. At first, it had been stranger danger, the primitive fear of being watched by unknown eyes. Now it was something else. The voice wasn't just watching. It was inside the car with her, reading her thoughts, predicting her movements, narrating her internal state in real time. No one could do that. No surveillance could do that. But the voice kept doing it. The plateau outside had taken on a hostile quality. The emptiness that had felt neutral 90 minutes ago now felt curated. Like the landscape itself had been designed to isolate her. 60 miles of visibility in every direction meant 60 miles where she could see no help coming. The sage stood motionless. Not even the crosswind that had been bending it earlier. Just stillness. The kind of stillness that felt like held breath, like something waiting. She told Ethan the voice knew things it couldn't know. He asked for examples. She said it had described her biting her lip before she was aware of doing it. It had said she was about to speak before she spoke. Ethan's voice came back, asking if she'd taken anything. Medicine, caffeine pills, anything that might cause paranoia. She said no. He asked when she'd last eaten. She couldn't remember. He said low blood sugar could cause perceptual distortions. She needed to stay rational. Rational. The word felt wrong. Ethan's voice was too level. She was describing impossible surveillance, and he was asking about her last meal. She scanned the mirrors again. The truck held steady, 2 car lengths back. Ethan's posture was upright, relaxed. His head moved in small tracking motions, scanning the road. Normal driving. Completely normal. Too normal. She'd never seen Ethan rattled. Not when his father died. Not when the apartment flooded. Not when she'd told him about the miscarriage. It was one of the things that had attracted her at first. Later, it had become something else. A wall she couldn't penetrate. An absence where reaction should be. But this wasn't a minor crisis. This was a stranger on their private channel describing her in real time from an invisible position. Ethan should be afraid, or angry, or something, not asking about blood sugar. The voice said Ethan was smiling. Amy's eyes snapped to the mirror. Ethan's face was shadowed, backlit by the afternoon sun. She couldn't see his expression clearly. But the set of his shoulders, the angle of his head, something about his posture suggested ease, comfort. Like a man driving alone on a pleasant afternoon. She asked Ethan what he was thinking. He said he was thinking they needed to get her out of the car. Whoever was watching had equipment inside the sedan. The voice was too exact. It knew her movements before she made them. That meant cameras, probably multiple angles, hidden somewhere in the interior. The only way to stop it was to remove her from the vehicle. He wanted her to pull over. He'd search the car, find the equipment, and disable it. The voice said Ethan was escalating the scenario, creating urgency, pushing her toward a decision she would make out of fear. The voice said to watch Ethan's next move. Amy's breathing was shallow, rapid. The edges of her vision had gone bright. She recognized the signs. Panic attack. She'd had them before in the first year of marriage, when the walls had started feeling too close. She tried to slow her breathing. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. The air didn't seem to be reaching her lungs. Ethan's voice came through saying her name. Calm, steady. He said she needed to pull over, right now. She was hyperventilating and she couldn't drive safely. He was going to pull up alongside her and signal where to stop. The truck's engine note changed. Amy checked the mirror. The truck was accelerating, moving into the left lane. It pulled even with the sedan, then moved ahead. Ethan's arm appeared through the driver's window, pointing toward the shoulder 50 yards ahead. The truck began to slow. She could keep driving. Foot on the accelerator, hands on the wheel, straight through whatever signal Ethan was giving. 30 miles to Rock Springs. 30 to cell service and police, and help that made sense. But her hands were shaking too hard to hold the wheel steady. Her vision was narrowing to a tunnel. The air wasn't reaching her lungs, no matter how fast she breathed. The truck's brake lights were solid red ahead of her. Ethan was telling her to slow down. She was going to overshoot the spot. He needed her to brake. Now. Amy's foot found the brake pedal. The sedan rolled to a stop on the shoulder. Amy's hands stayed locked on the wheel. The engine idled. Through the windshield, the highway stretched empty in both directions, heat shimmer rising off asphalt in the distance. The truck sat 50 yards ahead, hazard lights flashing. Her breathing hadn't slowed. The tunnel vision was worse. She could see the steering wheel, the hood of the sedan, the stretch of road directly ahead. Everything peripheral had gone gray. She tried to count her breaths, but lost track after 3. The air still wasn't reaching deep enough. The plateau pressed in from all sides. 60 miles of emptiness in every direction. No witnesses, no structures, no cell service. Just her and Ethan, and whatever surveillance equipment the voice had been using. The sage outside the window stood motionless. No wind. The air through the vents had gone still. Even the heat shimmer on the road ahead seemed frozen, mid-waver, like a photograph of distortion rather than distortion itself. The wrongness that had been building since the voice first spoke had calcified into something physical, something she could feel pressing against the windows from outside. Ethan's door opened. She watched in the rear view as he climbed down from the truck cab, his movements measured and unhurried. He walked back toward the sedan carrying something, a tire iron. The metal caught the sun as he approached her window. He tapped the glass twice with his knuckle. Amy unlocked the door. Ethan pulled it open and crouched beside her, one hand on the door frame, the other holding the tire iron loosely. His face was calm, concerned but not alarmed. He asked if she could breathe. She shook her head. He told her to look at him. Not the road, not the mirrors, just him. She looked. His eyes were steady. He told her to breathe with him. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. He demonstrated chest rising and falling in an even rhythm. Amy tried to match it. Her lungs fought the pattern, but gradually synchronized. After 10 cycles, the tunnel vision began to recede. After 20, she could see his whole face clearly. Ethan said she was doing better. He needed to search the car now. Whoever was watching had equipment somewhere in the interior. Probably multiple cameras, maybe audio. He wanted her to step out and stand by the truck while he looked. She shouldn't watch. It would be invasive, everything torn apart, and she didn't need to see that right now. Amy unbuckled her seatbelt. Her legs were unsteady when she stood. Ethan steadied her with one hand on her elbow, then guided her toward the truck. The walkie-talkie in the sedan crackled. The voice said she was walking away, leaving the vehicle. Ethan was with her. They were at the truck now. Ethan told her to get in the cab and lock the doors. She did. From the truck's passenger seat, she had a clear view of the sedan 30 yards back. Ethan approached it with the tire iron, circled once, then opened the driver's door and leaned inside. The voice stopped. The walkie-talkie in the truck's cup holder sat silent. No static, no voice, nothing, just dead air. Amy watched Ethan work. He pulled the floor mats, opened the glove compartment, reached under the dashboard. His movements were practice, surgical. Every action efficient and economical. He knew where to look. 10 minutes passed. Ethan emerged from the sedan's rear door holding something. He walked toward the truck with his arm extended, displaying the object, a small black rectangle, maybe 4 inches across. Amy recognized it from the packaging photos she'd seen online when researching baby monitors before the miscarriage. Magnetic mount designed to clip to a vent or metal surface. Camera and microphone integrated. Ethan held it up to the truck window so she could see it clearly. Then he set it on the asphalt and brought the tire iron down hard. The casing shattered. He hit it 3 more times, grinding the components into fragments. When he finished, nothing remained but plastic shards and a few glinting pieces of circuit board. He tossed the tire iron through the open driver's window into the truck cab. He came to the truck window, told her it was over. The device had been hidden in the air vent under the dashboard. Someone must have slipped it through her window at the gas station back in Rollins. She'd left the window cracked for ventilation while she was inside paying. Classic opportunistic predator. Follow a woman traveling alone, plant surveillance, trail from a distance using the video feed. The range on those monitors was usually a mile or two. Whoever it was could have been anywhere behind them on the highway. Amy asked why the voice had stopped the moment Ethan started searching. Ethan said that made sense. The predator saw Ethan approaching with a tire iron, knew the equipment was about to be discovered, cut the channel and disappeared, probably turned off the highway at the first available exit, putting distance between himself and them. By now, he was miles away. She wanted to believe it. The explanation was logical. The monitor was real, physical, destroyed on the ground outside. The voice had stopped. Those were facts. But something felt wrong. The timing was too clean. The discovery too easy. Ethan had gone straight to the right spot. No fumbling, no trial and error. Just reached under the dashboard and pulled out the monitor like he'd known exactly where it would be. She asked Ethan how he'd known where to look. He said air vents were standard placement for magnetic mounts. First spot anyone would check. She asked if he'd seen the person plant it. He said no, but it had to have happened at Rawlins. That was the only stop where her car was unattended. The overnight bag was still in the sedan's footwell. She could see it through the rear window. Ethan asked what she wanted to do. They could call the police from Rock Springs, file a report. But the predator was gone and the equipment was destroyed. There wasn't much the police could do except take a statement. Or they could keep driving. Get out of Wyoming, get to Portland, put this behind them. Amy said she wanted to keep driving. Ethan nodded, said that made sense. But he didn't want her driving alone anymore. Not after a panic attack. Not in her current state. He wanted her to ride in the truck with him. The sedan could stay on the shoulder. They'd call a tow service from Rock Springs, have it delivered to Portland in a few days. It wasn't worth the risk of her driving while shaken. She looked at the sedan, 20 feet away. Her car, her space, the overnight bag with the phone and the cash and the identification. Everything she needed in Portland. If she left the sedan here, all of that stayed with it. But Ethan was right. She was shaken. Her hands were still trembling. The panic attack had left her exhausted, wrung out. The idea of climbing back into the sedan alone, driving another 30 miles in the same space where the voice had been watching her, felt impossible. Ethan said the truck was safer anyway. Higher cab, better visibility, diesel engine with more power. If anything happened, if someone tried to follow them, the truck could handle it better than the sedan. He just needed her to grab her purse and anything else she needed for the next few hours. Everything else could wait for the tow truck. Amy walked back to the sedan. She opened the passenger door and reached for the overnight bag. Her hand touched the canvas. She could feel the phone through the fabric. The cash. The identification. 6 days until Portland. 6 days until the moment she'd been planning for 2 years. She pulled her hand back, left the bag in the footwell, took only her purse from the front seat. Ethan was standing by the truck waiting. She walked toward him. He opened the passenger door for her, helped her climb up into the cab. The seat was vinyl, warm from the sun. The truck smelled like diesel and cardboard. Ethan closed her door, circled around to the driver's side, climbed in. He put the truck in gear. The engine roared. They pulled back onto the highway, the sedan shrinking in the passenger mirror, until it disappeared. Amy's hand found the door handle, rested on the chrome curve without pulling, the metal cool and solid against her palm, and the lock button clicked when she pressed it. Clicked again when she pressed it back, everything appearing normal. The walkie-talkie sat in the cup holder between them, silent. The truck's engine settled into a steady diesel growl. Ethan merged back onto the highway, accelerating to 70, his hands positioned at 10 and 2 on the wheel. The afternoon sun angled through the windshield, warming the vinyl bench seat. Amy sat with her purse in her lap, watching the center line tick past. The sedan was somewhere behind them, abandoned on the shoulder with the overnight bag still inside. She felt safer. The admission surprised her, but it was true. The truck cab was enclosed, elevated, solid. Ethan was here, visible, his presence filling the space in a way that made surveillance impossible. No one could watch her without him seeing them. The voice was gone. The monitor was destroyed. The highway stretched empty ahead. Ethan asked if she was feeling better. She said yes. He asked if she needed water. There was a bottle in the door pocket. She took it, drank, the cold helping clear the last fog from the panic attack. The landscape hadn't changed. High desert plateau, sage and pale dirt, the horizon line sharp against empty sky. But it felt different from inside the truck. Distance created safety. Ethan said she should try to rest, close her eyes for a few minutes. The adrenaline crash would hit soon, and she'd need sleep. She said she wasn't tired. He said she would be. The body processed fear in stages. Right now, she was still running on cortisol. In 20 minutes, she'd barely be able to keep her eyes open. Amy leaned down to tuck her purse into the footwell. She felt the exhaustion Ethan had predicted, settling into her shoulder, her neck, the adrenaline draining. The passenger side mirror needed adjustment. She reached for the door handle to lean out slightly, get the angle right. She pulled the handle. The mechanism moved through its full range with a smooth click. The door stayed closed. Amy pulled again. Same result. The handle worked. The latch didn't. She looked at the handle, then at Ethan. His eyes stayed on the road. His hands stayed at 10 and 2. He said the handle had been modified before they'd left Chicago. He'd rented the truck, brought it home to load, spent an hour with the passenger door while she was packing the kitchen. Removed the interior release mechanism, left the handle intact so it would look functional, feel functional. But the connection between handle and latch was gone. She could pull it all she wanted. The door wouldn't open unless he opened it from outside. He said the windows were centralized to the driver's controls. Standard rental feature he hadn't needed to modify. Everything routed through him. Every exit, every control, every system that might give her agency over her own movement. The sage blurred past. The highway stretched straight. Amy's hands stayed folded in her lap. Ethan's voice when he spoke was different. Not different in timbre or pitch, but in cadence. The same flat spacing between words she'd heard on the walkie-talkie. The same careful pronunciation. He said the voice on the walkie-talkie hadn't been a stranger. The monitor hadn't been planted by an opportunistic predator at the gas station. He'd bought the equipment himself 2 days before they'd left Chicago. Magnetic baby monitor, vocal distortion, microphone, battery pack. He'd installed the monitor in her sedan the night before the move, positioned it in the air vent while she was sleeping. The microphone had been in the truck with him the whole time. He said he'd narrated her movements from the truck, watched the camera feed on his phone, described what he saw through the voice changer, made it sound like someone was watching from miles away. The panic had been the point, the terror, getting her frightened enough to pull over, desperate enough to accept his help, grateful enough to climb into the truck and leave the sedan behind. He said he'd needed her to abandon the vehicle voluntarily. Forcing her would have left evidence, questions. This way she'd chosen it herself, climbed into the truck because she'd wanted to, because he'd made her want to. The highway descended into a shallow basin. Low hills appeared on the horizon. Ethan's voice maintained its procedural calm. He said he'd tested the voice distortion software for 3 weeks before the trip, practiced the narration, timed his descriptions to arrive half a second after her action so it would feel predictive instead of reactive. The monitor's camera had been positioned to capture her hands or face. The dashboard controls, wide-angle lens, high resolution. Good enough to see her thumbnail between her teeth. Good enough to count her blinks. Amy asked why. Her voice came out steady, clinical. Ethan glanced at her, then back to the road. He said he'd known about Portland for 2 months. He'd followed her to the package store in April, found the cash hidden in the tampon box, checked the router logs. You were planning to disappear in Portland. New name, burner phone, cash. His voice stayed level. No anger, just inventory. She'd been planning to leave him the moment they reached Oregon. Disappear into a city where he couldn't follow. Confronting her would have failed. She'd have lied, gotten better at hiding. The only solution was to remove the means, the cash, the phone, the identification. Everything she'd spent 2 years collecting. All of it sitting in the overnight bag in the sedan miles behind them now. He said he understood she was upset, that she needed time to process. But she should understand the logic. She'd been about to make a catastrophic mistake. Portland alone, no money, no connections, no support. She'd have failed within weeks, ended up broke, stranded, or worse. He'd protected her from that. From her own poor planning. This was the better outcome. For both of them. The truck crested a rise. Rock Springs appeared in the distance, a small grid of lights against the darkening plateau. 18 miles. Amy asked what happened when they reached Oregon. Ethan's voice stayed calm. He said they'd find a rental house together, something with space. He'd start his new job. She'd find local work, something he could verify. Shared accounts, shared phone plan, joint lease. Everything visible, everything tracked. Not punishment, partnership. The way marriage was supposed to work. He said she'd been confused in Chicago. Portland would be better. She'd see. The highway stretched ahead through the falling light. The truck's headlights came on automatically. Ethan's hands never left the wheel. His breathing never changed. He'd just described elaborate psychological torture, systematic entrapment, and premeditated control in the same tone he might use to read a maintenance manual. Amy looked at the door handle. Chrome-plated metal, visually intact, internally severed. A perfect symbol of everything Ethan had just outlined. The appearance of choice. The reality of none. Amy forced herself to think past the nausea. Ethan had revealed everything because he believed she had no options. The door was modified. The windows were disabled. The escape materials were miles back. He'd laid out the trap's mechanics with the confidence of someone who'd stress-tested every component. But his confidence created an opening. He thought she'd accept this, process it, adapt to the new reality the way she'd been adapting for years. He was waiting for her to resign herself to Portland, to the rental house, to the shared accounts. He'd designed a system that required her compliance and assumed he'd eventually receive it. He was wrong. The highway descended into deeper twilight. Ethan said Green River was the next town. Half an hour. They'd stop for fuel. She could use the restroom there. After that, it was straight through to Portland, another 12 hours of highway through the night. Green River was the last place with witnesses before the empty high desert. The last gas station. The last phone that wasn't controlled by Ethan. If she was going to act, it had to be there. She looked around the cab while Ethan's attention stayed fixed on the road. The glove compartment held maps and rental paperwork. The center console held nothing useful. Under the seat, her hand found cold steel. A tire iron. 2 feet of L-shaped metal, heavy enough to break tempered glass in 2 strikes. She'd never broken a car window, but the physics were simple. The passenger window was 18 inches from her right shoulder. She pulled it out slowly, set it on the seat beside her purse. Ethan glanced over, asked what she was doing. She said her purse had fallen partway under the seat. She was just retrieving it. He nodded and returned his attention to the center line. The milepost counted down through the dark. 30 miles to Green River. 20, 15. Amy kept her right hand on the tire iron under her purse. The steel was cold through the canvas. She'd thought through the sequence 24 times already. The variables, the timing, the window of action between glass breaking and Ethan reaching her. Every scenario ended the same way. She'd get one chance, one swing at the window, one pull through the frame, one sprint to safety. If any variable failed, the truck would keep driving west, and the next town was 86 miles away. She needed him away from the truck. Not for minutes. For 30 seconds. Long enough to break the window, clear the frame, and drop to asphalt. Once she was outside the vehicle, once she was moving toward the building entrance, the advantage shifted. Ethan was controlled. She was faster. Always had been. She'd run the 1,500 meters in high school. 4 minutes, 48 seconds her senior year. Fast enough. Green River appeared as a thin line of orange lights against the black plateau. 20 miles. 10. 5. Amy's hand stayed folded in her lap still. The nausea from earlier was gone. What remained was colder, sharper. She told Ethan she needed to stop. Her voice was quiet, strained. He glanced at her, asked if she was okay. She said she felt sick. Motion sickness from the panic attack earlier. She needed a bathroom. Ethan said they were 20 minutes from Green River. Could she wait? She said she didn't think so. She felt like she was going to vomit. He couldn't have that in the rental truck. Her hand stayed on the tire iron under the purse. The metal was warming from body heat, but still cold through the canvas. She'd spent 2 years thinking about exits. Every door, every window, every way out of every room she entered. He took the next exit into Green River. The town was smaller than Rock Springs. One main street. A gas station on the east end. A truck stop on the west. Ethan chose the truck stop. Bigger lot. Farther from the highway. More isolated. He pulled into a parking space away from the building, away from the overhead lights. Shut off the engine. Amy's hand tightened on the tire iron. Ethan said he'd walk her inside. Make sure she was okay. No, she needed him to stay away from her. She told him she'd be fine. She just needed a few minutes alone. The restroom was right there. She could see the entrance from here. Ethan said he'd wait by the door, make sure she didn't need help. Amy forced her voice to crack. Told him she was embarrassed. She was going to be sick, and she didn't want him listening outside the door. Please just wait in the truck. Ethan studied her face. 5 seconds. 10. Then he nodded. Said he'd give her 10 minutes. If she wasn't back by then, he'd come check on her. He climbed out, walked around to her door, opened it from the outside, offered his hand to help her down. Amy left the tire iron on the seat, took his hand, let him help her to the ground. Her legs were unsteady, genuinely shaky from adrenaline. Ethan steadied her, asked again if she needed help getting inside. She said no. Walked toward the building on legs that wanted to run but held to a sick person's careful pace. The glass doors, the fluorescent interior. She didn't look back. Inside the truck stop was bright, harsh. Aisles of snacks and drinks. A counter with a clerk reading something on his phone. Restroom signs pointing to a hallway and back. Amy walked past the clerk without stopping. Down the hallway. The women's restroom door. She pushed through. 3 stalls, sink with a mirror. Small window set high in the wall, too small to climb through. She locked herself in the furthest stall and counted. 10 minutes. Ethan had given her 10 minutes. It wasn't enough to run. The truck stop sat in the middle of an empty lot. The nearest structure was a motel half a mile east, and she'd never cover that distance before Ethan saw her, caught her, pulled her back. But 10 minutes was enough to call the police. Amy left the stall, walked back to the hallway. The clerk was still at the counter, still looking at his phone. She could see the payphone on the wall near the coffee machines, older model, coin-operated. She approached it, lifted the receiver. The line was dead. No dial tone. She pressed the coin return. Nothing. The phone was out of service. She turned toward the clerk, started to ask if she could use the phone behind the counter. Stopped. Through the glass doors, she could see the truck in the parking lot. Ethan was standing outside it, leaning against the driver's door, watching the entrance, waiting. He'd said 10 minutes. It had been 5. He'd lied about that, too. Amy walked back to the restroom, locked herself in the furthest stall again, sat on the closed toilet lid with her hands pressed against her thighs to keep them from shaking. The phone was dead, the police were 30 miles away, and no help was coming. Just the tire iron hidden under her purse in the truck, and 30 seconds between breaking the window and Ethan reaching her. 8 minutes. 9. The restroom door opened. Ethan's voice, asking if she was okay, if she needed help. Amy flushed the toilet, ran water in the sink, told him through the door she'd be right out. Her voice sounded steady. She emerged. Ethan was standing in the hallway outside the women's restroom. His expression was calm, concerned. He asked if she felt better. She said yes. The sick feeling had passed. They walked back through the truck stop together. Ethan's hand rested on her lower back, guiding, possessive. The clerk watched them leave without expression. Outside, the parking lot was empty except for 3 semis at the far end. No police cruiser in sight, no flashing lights approaching. Ethan walked her back to the truck, opened the passenger door, helped her climb in, closed the door behind her with a solid click. He walked around to the driver's side, climbed in, started the engine. The diesel caught and settled into its growl. Amy's hand found the tire iron still on the seat where she'd left it, hidden under her purse. Ethan shifted into reverse, began backing out of the parking space. 10 minutes through town to the far side, then 86 miles of nothing before the next town. She had one chance. Now. Amy's fingers closed around the tire iron. Ethan was still reversing, his attention on the mirrors. She had maybe 3 seconds while he was focused on not hitting the semis. She brought the tire iron up and swung it at the passenger window. The glass exploded outward in a spray of small cubes. The safety glass shattered exactly as designed, fragmenting into pieces the size of rock salt. The sound was enormous in the enclosed cab. Ethan's foot slammed the brake. The truck jerked to a stop. Amy swung again at the remaining glass in the frame. The tire iron connected with the bottom edge. More glass exploded outward. She kept swinging, hit the top edge, hit the sides, cleared the rubber seal one section at a time. The window frame's metal was bent now from the impacts, sharp edges where the safety glass had torn away from its mounting. She kept swinging until she'd made a hole she could fit through. Glass cubes covered the seat, covered her lap. She could feel them crunching under her shoes. She dropped the tire iron on the passenger seat, grabbed the door frame with both hands. The metal edge was sharp where the glass had broken. It cut into her palms immediately. Blood made her grip slippery, but she held on, pulled herself up, got her right knee onto the door panel, used it for leverage, pushed higher. Ethan's hand closed around her left ankle. She kicked backward with her right leg, aimed for his head, his hands, anything, connected with something hard. His grip loosened for a second. She used it, pulled herself higher, got her shoulders through the window frame. Glass fragments embedded in her palms where she was gripping the frame, in her forearms where they scraped against residual glass in the seal. She could feel them grinding deeper as she pulled. The 5-foot drop to asphalt waited below. She needed to get her center of gravity past the window edge. Once she was past the tipping point, momentum would carry her through. Ethan's hands caught both ankles now, both hands, full grip, pulling her back into the cab with steady force. Not panicked, not rushed, just steady pressure applied to reverse her progress. Amy twisted, grabbed the external door handle with her right hand. The chrome was slick with blood, but she locked her fingers around it, used it for leverage, pulled. Her left leg came free from Ethan's grip. The angle was wrong. She couldn't get full extension. But she drove her heel straight back into where his face should be anyway. Felt the impact. Felt the specific resistance of heel meeting nose cartilage. Heard him grunt. Heard his breathing change. Heard blood hit the vinyl seat in a pattern like rain on pavement. His grip on her right ankle released, but not voluntarily. She'd broken something in his face. The grip slackened because he'd moved his hands to his nose. 1 second. Maybe 2. She used it. Amy pulled herself through the window in one continuous motion. No stopping, no hesitation. Just forward momentum converting panic into physics. The window frame scraped her ribs. Glass fragments embedded in the rubber seal caught her jacket, her jeans, the skin underneath, tearing shallow channels across her hip, her thigh. Pain sharp and immediate, but distant. Processed somewhere her conscious mind wasn't currently operating. Her center of gravity crossed the threshold, the tipping point, and gravity took over. She tumbled headfirst toward the asphalt and got her hands up just in time. Landed hard on her cut palms. The impact drove the embedded glass deeper. She felt it grind against bone, rolled. Came up running before the pain could register fully. The truck stop entrance was 40 yards away. She covered the distance in seconds. Her hands left blood on the glass doors as she shoved through them. The clerk looked up from his phone. Saw her. Saw the blood running down both arms, dripping from her fingertips onto the tile floor. Amy said the truck in the parking lot. The man in it. Don't let him in. Call the police. Tell them he's here. The clerk came around the counter. Asked if she was okay. She said no. She wasn't okay. But she was inside, and Ethan was outside, and that was all that mattered right now. The driver's door of the truck opened. Ethan climbed out. He walked toward the building without rushing. No visible anger. Just a man walking into a truck stop. The clerk moved toward the door, positioned himself between it and Amy. He was young and maybe 25, wearing a company polo shirt. Not large, not threatening, but standing there anyway. Ethan reached the glass doors, made eye contact with Amy through the glass. His face was calm. Blood ran from his nose where her heel had connected, but his expression showed nothing. He pulled the door handle, found it locked. The clerk said the store was closed. Ethan's eyes never left Amy's. He said her full name, her birth date, her mother's maiden name, and then he kept going, reciting details that proved he'd been inside every part of her escape plan for months, every email and package store pickup and shelter intake form she'd started and deleted, every search she'd run, thinking the router logs were private, every person she might run to and every place she might hide, and his voice through the glass never wavered, never rose, just kept cataloging the surveillance until the list itself became a weapon, designed to show her she had nothing left that he didn't already own. He said she could stay inside tonight, talk to the police, tell them whatever story she wanted. But eventually she'd walk out of wherever they took her, and when she did, he'd be waiting. Not today, not this week, but soon. Because she had nowhere to go that he couldn't follow, and nothing to start over with that he couldn't track. The clerk told him to leave. Ethan looked at the clerk for the first time, assessed him in 2 seconds, looked back at Amy, smiled. Not a warm smile, a recognition. An acknowledgement that she'd cost him tonight, but the equation was long, and tonight was one variable in a much larger system. Then the distant sound of sirens reached the parking lot. Ethan's smile didn't change. He simply turned and walked back to the truck, climbed in. The engine started. The headlights came on. The truck pulled forward out of the parking space, across the lot back toward the access road. Amy watched it go, the red taillights receding, the turn onto the access road, the merge onto the westbound highway, the truck disappearing into the dark toward Oregon. She stood in the fluorescent aisle of the Green River truck stop with blood running down her arms and sirens approaching from the east. Her purse was still in the truck. Her identification, her credit cards, everything except what she was wearing. The clerk asked if she wanted to sit down. She said no. If she sat down, she might not get back up. He asked what happened. My husband modified the truck, trapped me inside. I broke the window. Her voice was flat, factual. The clerk stared at her bleeding hands. His face had gone pale. His own hands were shaking when he reached for the paper towels from the dispenser behind the counter. He guided her to a stool, wrapped her bleeding hands in layers of brown paper towel. The white paper turned red immediately. He kept wrapping. His breathing was shallow. He asked if she was okay. Realized the stupidity of the question before she could answer. Said the police were coming. Said the ambulance was coming. Said he'd called them the moment he'd seen her crash through the glass. The sirens got louder. 2 patrol cars pulled into the lot, 4 officers. One of them was a woman. She approached Amy and asked her name. Amy gave it. Her real name. Amy Dixon. Not the name on the identification, the overnight bag, and not the name on the burner phone. Just the name she'd been born with. The officer asked what happened, and Amy told her everything from the moment she'd left Chicago with the hidden cash to the moment she'd broken through the truck's passenger window with a tire iron and run bleeding across the parking lot. The officer took notes, asked for Ethan's full name, physical description, the truck's details. Amy gave what she remembered. The officer radioed the description to patrol units on the highway. The ambulance arrived, 2 paramedics. They saw the blood. Asked where she was injured. Amy held up her hands, showed them her arms, lifted her jacket to show them her side where the glass had torn through the fabric and skin. The paramedics set up on the hood of one of the patrol cars under the parking lot lights, cleaned the wounds with saline and gauze. The female paramedic counted the lacerations aloud as she worked. Both palms, both forearms, left side, right hip. 10 lacerations total. Multiple glass fragments still embedded. Some pieces small enough they'd work themselves out over weeks. Others large enough they required extraction now. The male paramedic used forceps, pulled glass from Amy's left palm piece by piece. Each extraction sharp and specific. She watched him work. Watched the pile of bloody glass fragments grow on the gauze beside his kit. Tiny cubes of safety glass reflecting the parking lot lights. Some pieces no bigger than grains of sand. Others the size of rock salt. One piece from her right palm came out, nearly a 1/4 inch long. The paramedic held it up to the light. Said she was lucky it hadn't severed anything important. Said it with the others. They wrapped her hands in gauze, pressure bandages on her side. Asked if she wanted to go to the hospital. Amy said yes. She wanted everything documented, every cut photographed, every piece of glass cataloged, every word Ethan had said recorded in a statement she'd sign and date. The officer said they'd meet her at the hospital. Take a full statement, photograph the injuries, start the domestic violence protocol. The officer asked if Amy wanted a protection order. Amy said yes, immediate and permanent. The officer said she'd start the paperwork tonight. Amy climbed into the ambulance. The female paramedic helped her onto the stretcher, buckled the straps across her chest and hips, not restraints, safety equipment. The distinction mattered. She could unbuckle them whenever she wanted. The doors closed. The vehicle pulled onto the highway heading east, back toward Rock Springs where the hospital was. Away from Oregon, away from Ethan, away from the rental house and the shared accounts and the life he'd designed for her. The male paramedic took her blood pressure, checked her pulse, asked her pain level on a scale of 1 to 10. Amy said 4. The cuts hurt, but the pain was clean, specific, treatable. Not the diffuse ache of 2 years spent planning an escape that had nearly failed. Not the exhaustion of the hour trapped in a truck with a man explaining how he'd engineered her captivity. Just physical damage that would heal on a documented timeline. The highway rolled past. The ambulance wasn't running lights or sirens, and this wasn't life-threatening. Just documentation requiring. The female paramedic adjusted the pressure bandage on Amy's side. Asked if she had family she wanted to call. Amy said no. Not yet. Not until she knew what she was calling them with. She had nothing. 10 lacerations that would scar. Glass fragments working themselves out over weeks. Ethan's voice in her head reciting her social security number and her mother's death date. His promise that he'd be waiting. But she was moving east on her own terms in a vehicle she could leave whenever she wanted. The straps across her chest unbuckled with one hand. The ambulance doors opened from inside. The paramedics would let her go the moment they reached the hospital, and she'd sign the forms. No modifications, no centralized controls, no systems designed to route her agency through someone else's decision tree. And Ethan was driving west without her, without knowing where the ambulance was taking her, without access to the police report being written, without seeing which hospital or which county or which shelter the victim services coordinator would offer. For 2 years, he'd known her next move before she made it. For 2 years, his surveillance had been total and his information complete. For the first time since she'd hidden the first $10 in the tampon box, she was operating in a space he couldn't see into. And that asymmetry, that single variable he couldn't control, was the crack in the system. The ambulance passed a westbound semi. Through the small window near the ceiling, she could see the highway stretching in both directions. Empty darkness, distant lights, the long geometry of road built to cross empty space as efficiently as possible. Somewhere on that westbound lane, maybe 10 miles, maybe 50, Ethan was driving toward Oregon alone, checking the rearview mirror for patrol lights, revising his logistics, calculating his next move, running scenarios, assessing whether the modified door handle was still in the truck or already wiped down and disposed of, whether the voice distortion equipment had left any recoverable data, whether the broken nose would photograph as evidence or heal clean. But he was calculating without her, without knowing where she was or what she'd told the police or what evidence she'd prioritized. For the first time in 2 years, his planning was running on incomplete information. And that was the only variable that mattered. The ambulance took the Rock Springs exit, merged onto the access road, heading north into town. The hospital appeared ahead, lit up against the dark plateau. The vehicle slowed, stopped. The rear doors opened from outside, letting in the cold air, the glare of the emergency bay, and the rest of her life. The boot pivot told Clara everything. 4 hours old, maybe 5, and the wearer had spun a complete circle here for no reason she could track. In 18 years following fugitives through canyon country, she had never seen panic look quite like this. Late afternoon sun had turned the canyon the color of rust and old blood. She crouched at the base of the sandstone wall where it curved inward like the hollow of a breaking wave, fingers tracing where the heel had crushed into wind-blown sand. 10 feet beyond, another pivot, then another. The tracks moved in contradictory directions, doubling back in loops that suggested something worse than ordinary fear. She straightened, one hand on the holstered radio at her hip. The state police had hired her 2 days ago to find Cody Collier, prime suspect in a home invasion that had left 2 people dead in Escalante. The murders had been brutal enough to make the Salt Lake papers. Victims found in their kitchen with catastrophic head trauma, blood on every surface, and bare footprints tracked through the scene. Cody had run. The state police had grid-searched 300 square miles of high desert with helicopters and search dogs and found nothing. Then someone remembered Clara Bishop, who had found lost hikers and fugitives in canyon country that defeated everyone else. She had picked up Cody's trail at a tributary wash east of the main canyon system. Following boot prints and the faint disturbance of displaced pebbles that told her how many hours ago he had passed. For 2 days she had tracked him deeper into the slot canyons, where the walls pressed close enough that her shoulders brushed sandstone and the sky narrowed to a ribbon of blue overhead. She knew this country the way other people knew the rooms of their houses, every seep spring, every hidden alcove, every narrow chimney where you could climb 30 feet up if you didn't mind the exposure. Cody had chosen his route poorly. He was city-soft, leaving sign that a child could follow, and he had gone to ground less than 8 miles from where he had entered the canyon. The cave was a shallow scoop in the north-facing wall, barely deep enough to call a shelter, the kind of place where ancestral Puebloans had built granaries 1,000 years ago. Clara could see the smoke-blackened stone above the entrance where fires had been built. She approached from an angle, keeping to the shadows, one hand on the pistol at her belt. 20 feet from the cave mouth, she stopped. Cody Collier sat with his back against the rear wall, knees drawn to his chest. He was younger than the photograph the state police had shown her, maybe 24, 25. His face was sunburned to the point of blistering, lips cracked and bleeding. Dehydration had carved hollows under his cheekbones. His hands shook where they gripped his knees. When he saw her, he didn't move, didn't speak. His eyes were wide and unblinking in the gloom. Clara kept the pistol holstered but visible. She had been in situations like this before. Cornered fugitives who decided dying was preferable to prison. She stayed outside the cave entrance, weight on the balls of her feet, in case she needed to move fast. She identified herself, told him the state police had sent her. His eyes moved past her to the canyon opening behind her, then back to her face. She watched him swallow, throat clicking with dryness. She told him what she could see. He was unarmed, dehydrated, maybe 6 hours from kidney failure. They could do this the easy way. She had water. They would rest until morning, then hike out together. Cody's mouth moved. The sound that came out was a rasp, barely intelligible. Clara waited. He tried again. "Turn off your light." She had a mag light clipped to her belt, but it wasn't switched on. The daylight flooding the canyon was more than sufficient. She understood what he meant anyway. He was looking at the radio on her hip, the small LED indicator that showed it was powered. She told him that wasn't going to happen. She needed to stay in contact with dispatch. "Please." His voice cracked on the word. "Just turn it off. Don't make any noise. It's listening." Clara studied him. She had dealt with plenty of desperate fugitives over the years, and she knew the full range of stalling tactics. Feigned injury, false cooperation, claiming to have weapons they didn't possess. This was different. Cody wasn't trying to buy time or negotiate. He was terrified. She asked what was listening. Cody's hands tightened on his knees. He was shaking so hard his teeth rattled. He whispered something about the thing that had killed them. Clara had read the police file. 2 victims, a married couple in their 60s who ran a small ranch east of Escalante. They had been found by a neighbor who had come to borrow a tool and found the front door standing open. The crime scene photographs showed carnage, blood spatter across the kitchen walls, defensive wounds on both victims' hands, and bare footprints tracking through the pooled blood. The footprints had been photographed, measured, and run through the state forensics lab. They were a match to Cody Collier, who had been working as a ranch hand on a neighboring property and had disappeared the same night. She told him she understood he was claiming innocence. Cody shook his head violently. His eyes moved past her again to the canyon opening, lingering on the shadows beginning to gather along the far wall as the sun dropped. He said he had been there. He had been returning a borrowed socket set. He saw the door standing open and looked in through the window. Clara waited. The sun was dropping fast now, the light in the canyon shifting from rust to amber. Shadows pooled in the alcoves along the walls. She asked what he had seen. Cody's voice dropped to something barely audible. He said it had looked like a person from behind, naked, but it was moving wrong. It went into the kitchen on all fours, quiet, like it was hunting. Then Mrs. Ketchum screamed. He ran, got in his truck and drove until he reached the trailhead, then ran into the canyons because he thought maybe it couldn't follow him there. Clara kept her face neutral. She had heard plenty of fabricated stories over the years. Aliens, demons, government conspiracies, all of them delivered with the same wide-eyed conviction. Cody was either genuinely delusional or he was a good actor. She summarized his claim. He thought this thing had been following him. I know it has. Cody's voice rose slightly, then dropped again to a whisper. I can hear it at night. It sounds like me. It sounds exactly like my voice calling from up on the rim. Please, just turn off your light and don't make any sound. Maybe it'll go away. Clara looked at the sky. The sun was touching the western rim of the canyon now, shadows flooding the narrow corridor. In another 20 minutes, it would be full dark. She had a decision to make. She could force Cody out of the cave now, cuff him, and attempt a night hike back to where she had left her truck at the trailhead. A dangerous proposition in Slot Canyon country, where a wrong turn could dead-end you against a dry fall. Or she could wait until dawn, rest, and make the hike out in daylight with a hydrated and compliant suspect. She made her choice. She unclipped her pack and set it down outside the cave entrance. She told him they were staying here until first light. He would drink water, eat something, then they would hike out, and he could tell his story to the state police investigator. Cody didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the rim of the canyon far above, where the last of the sunlight touched the stone. Clara pulled a water bottle from her pack and tossed it to him. He caught it reflexively, unscrewed the cap, and drank. She could see his hands shaking so hard the water sloshed. When he lowered the bottle, his eyes were still on the rim. He said she didn't believe him. She told him it didn't matter what she believed. What mattered was getting him out alive and letting the legal system do its job. Cody said nothing. The light was dying fast now, the rust-colored stone fading to gray. Clara checked her watch. 1600 hours. Sunset would be complete in 15 minutes. She clicked the radio on her belt and keyed the transmit button. She reported the suspect located and secured. Sheltering in place for the night, extraction would commence at 0600. Her position was approximately 8 miles east-northeast of Trailhead Alpha, Slot Canyon System, north-facing alcove. The dispatcher acknowledged and signed off. Clara clipped the radio back to her belt. The sun dropped below the rim. Darkness poured into the canyon like water filling a cup. And from directly above them, from the rim where no human could stand without climbing gear, Clara heard her own voice. Bishop to base, over. It was perfect. The exact cadence, the slight flat vowel on base that marked her as someone who had learned English in New Mexico. Even the pause before over matched exactly. Clara's hand went to the radio on her belt. The plastic casing was warm under her palm. She looked up at the rim. 400 feet of sheer sandstone, impossible to scale without technical equipment. Base to Bishop, go ahead. The dispatcher's voice came from above them now, reedy and distorted by distance, but unmistakable. Then her own voice again, crisp and clear. Suspect located and secured. Cody was pressed flat against the back wall of the cave, both hands over his mouth as if to keep from making sound. His eyes caught the last of the light. Clara didn't move. She listened. The voices stopped. For 30 seconds, there was only the wind moving through the canyon, a sound like breath through a straw. Then she heard something else. The soft scrape of weight shifting on stone directly overhead. Not the sound of boots or shoes. The sound of bare skin on sandstone. Something was pacing on the rim. Clara stayed motionless. She had spent enough time in the backcountry to know which sounds belonged and which didn't. The scrape of skin on stone continued, a rhythm like footsteps, but softer, as if whatever was up there distributed its weight differently than a human would. It moved along the rim from west to east, then stopped. Silence. Clara counted her breaths. Beside her, Cody had gone rigid, hands still clamped over his mouth. She could see the whites of his eyes in the darkness. The radio on her belt crackled. Her own voice came through the speaker, perfectly clear. Sheltering in place for the night. Then static. Then nothing. Clara's hand went to the mag light, clipped to her belt. She didn't turn it on. Whatever was up there had heard her radio transmission and was playing it back. That meant intelligence. That meant something capable of complex mimicry. Her mind went through the short list of animals capable of vocal imitation. Ravens, mockingbirds, parrots in captivity. Nothing native to Utah Canyon country. Nothing that would pace the rim of a slot canyon at night. She thought about Cody's story. A naked figure moving on all fours. The way he had run, not to the police, but into the deepest backcountry he could find, as if he believed distance and isolation were his only defense. The scraping sound resumed. It moved east along the rim, paused, then moved back west. Pacing. Clara had seen predators pace before, cougars in particular, when they had located prey and were waiting for the right moment to strike. But cougars didn't mimic human speech. Minutes passed. The darkness thickened until Clara could no longer see the far wall of the canyon. She could hear Cody's breathing, rapid and shallow, and the faint whisper of wind moving through the slot. The pacing sound had stopped. She didn't know if that meant the thing had left or simply gone still. She waited another 10 minutes, then reached slowly for her pack and pulled out the LED headlamp she carried for night navigation. She switched it to red mode, enough light to see by without destroying her night vision, and swept it across the cave entrance. Cody flinched from the light. Clara lowered the beam. She whispered that they needed to stay quiet. No lights, no radio. Cody nodded. Clara switched off the headlamp and let the darkness settle again. She pulled a ground pad from her pack and spread it across the cave floor, then positioned herself with her back to the stone wall where she could see the entrance. The pistol on her belt was a .357 revolver. She had carried it for 18 years and it had never misfired. She loosened the retention strap but kept the weapon holstered. Hours passed. Clara didn't sleep. She could hear Cody shifting position occasionally, the rasp of his breathing, the small sounds of discomfort that came from someone who had been dehydrating for days. At some point past midnight, she heard the scraping sound again, brief, distant, gone before she could determine direction. She tensed, waiting for the mimicry to begin again, but there was only silence. She thought about what Cody had said, the thing that killed them. If he was telling the truth, and she didn't believe he was, but she was willing to entertain the possibility. Then the creature he claimed to have seen had committed a double homicide, brutal enough to saturate a kitchen with blood and leave defensive wounds on both victims. It had moved silently enough to enter the house undetected, and it had done all of this while somehow leaving footprints that forensic analysis had matched to Cody Collier. Clara had read about false matches in forensic evidence. Contamination, procedural errors, lab mistakes, but the odds of a random match were astronomical. Footprints were as individual as fingerprints. Arch height, toe spacing, wear patterns, weight distribution. The state crime lab had run the comparison twice. The prints at the scene belonged to Cody Collier, unless something had been wearing his feet. She pushed the thought away. She had been hired to find a fugitive, not to speculate about impossible scenarios. The mimicry she had heard could be explained. Sound bouncing strangely off canyon walls, auditory pareidolia, stress-induced hallucination. She had been tracking for 48 hours on minimal sleep. The mind played tricks, but she couldn't explain the pacing sound. She couldn't explain how her radio transmission had been played back from a rim 400 feet overhead. The darkness began to thin. Clara could see the cave entrance as a slightly lighter rectangle against the black. Dawn was still an hour away, but the sky was beginning to show the first gray edge of pre-light. She checked her watch. 05:15. Another 45 minutes, and there would be enough light to begin the hike out. Cody stirred. She heard him sit up, heard the rustle of fabric as he shifted position. His breathing had steadied during the night, still frightened but no longer on the edge of hyperventilation. He whispered, asking if it was gone. Clara said she didn't know. They were leaving at first light either way. She heard him move closer to the cave entrance, saw his silhouette against the growing dawn. He was looking up at the rim. He said it wouldn't let them leave. Clara didn't answer. She was watching the rim herself now, scanning for movement. The stone was beginning to show color, rust and amber and pale cream where the sandstone banded. Nothing moved, no sound but the wind. Then she heard something hit the ground outside the cave entrance. A soft thump, like a rock dropped from height. She clicked on the mag light and swept the beam across the cave mouth. A wristwatch lay on the sand 3 feet from where she sat. The crystal was cracked, but the metal band caught the light. Clara recognized the style. Men's analog. The kind with a leather strap replaced by an expansion band. The kind her father had worn. She didn't move. She kept the light on the watch, waiting. Nothing else moved in the beam. 30 seconds later, another object fell. This one landed with a metallic clink. A necklace. Gold chain with a small pendant. Clara could see dark staining on the links. Cody made a sound in his throat, something between a gasp and a sob. Clara swept the maglite beam upward, trying to illuminate the rim. The light couldn't reach that far. It dissolved into darkness 200 feet up. Whatever was dropping these objects was doing it from directly overhead, from a position impossible to reach without technical climbing. A third object fell, a wallet, leather-worn, soft with age. It landed open, and Clara could see the corner of a driver's license visible in the clear pocket. Cody was hyperventilating now. His breathing came in short, hitching gasps, jaw working as if he couldn't get enough air. Clara kept the light on the wallet. She didn't want to look at it closely. She didn't want to confirm what she already suspected. "Those are theirs," Cody whispered. "Those belong to the Ketchums." Clara switched off the maglite. She sat in the returning darkness and thought about what she was seeing. 3 objects that had belonged to murder victims dropped from a height that should be inaccessible, while something up there paced and mimicked human voices. She thought about Cody's claim, a thing that moved on all fours, that had killed 2 people, and left footprints matching Cody's own feet. She thought about the way animals sometimes cached food, dragging kills into trees or onto rock ledges where scavengers couldn't reach them. But animals didn't collect trophies. Animals didn't drop belongings of the dead onto their prey to induce terror. She had spent 18 years in the backcountry, and she knew the difference between natural predation and something else. Whatever was up there wasn't hunting for food. It was hunting for the pleasure of the hunt itself, and it wanted them to know it. The sky was lighter now, the pre-dawn gray shifting toward the pale blue of early morning. Clara could see the objects on the sand more clearly. The watch with its cracked crystal, the necklace with its dark staining, the wallet lying open. She thought about reaching for them, examining them, confirming what she already knew. She didn't move. Cody had stopped hyperventilating. His breathing had gone quiet and shallow. Clara glanced at him and saw he was staring at the wallet, face blank, with something beyond fear. She thought about the folklore she had grown up with, stories told by her grandmother, who had been born on the Navajo reservation and who had taught Clara which places in the canyon country you didn't go, which sounds you didn't answer, which tracks you didn't follow. Stories about the Yana-Lushi, the ones who walked on four legs wearing stolen skins, shapeshifters, witches, things that used to be human and had given up their humanity for power. Clara had never believed the stories. She believed in what she could track, what left sign, what could be understood through observation and experience. But she was running out of rational explanations for what she had seen and heard over the past 12 hours. The sun touched the eastern rim. Golden light spilled down the canyon wall, driving back the shadows. Clara stood up slowly, joints stiff from the long night. She scanned the rim with her naked eyes, looking for movement, for any sign of what had been up there. She saw nothing but empty stone. She picked up the wallet. The leather was supple, warm from lying in the sand. She opened it fully and looked at the driver's license. Frank Ketchum, 63 years old, address in Escalante. The photograph showed a man with sun-weathered skin and gray hair. Clara had seen the crime scene photos. She knew what Frank Ketchum had looked like after the attack. She examined the necklace next. The dark staining on the links was blood, dried to the color of rust. The pendant was a simple gold cross, the kind of jewelry worn every day until it became invisible. She thought about the crime scene description. Helen Ketchum found in the kitchen, defensive wounds on both hands, blood pooled beneath her body. This necklace had probably been around her neck when she died. The watch had belonged to Frank. Clara could see where the expansion band had been sized to fit a wrist thicker than hers. The crystal was cracked in a starburst pattern as if it had struck something hard. She thought about defensive wounds, about a man raising his hands to protect his face while something came at him from the darkness. She set the objects down carefully, arranging them in a line on the ground. Evidence. She would bag them when they got back to her truck, document the chain of custody, turn them over to the state police forensics team. But she already knew what they would find: blood matching the victims, fingerprints that would probably match nothing in any database, and a story so impossible that no prosecutor would present it to a jury. Cody was watching her. His face had lost the blank shock and settled into something harder. Not quite resignation, but a kind of grim certainty, as if something he had known all along was finally being confirmed. Clara looked up at the rim again. The sun was full overhead now, flooding the canyon with light. Whatever had been up there during the night was gone. She thought about the pacing sound, the scrape of bare skin on stone. She thought about the voice mimicry, perfect down to the smallest inflection. She thought about the way the objects had been dropped, not thrown, not scattered, but placed with precision at the cave entrance. She had spent her adult life reading sign and interpreting behavior. What she was reading now told her that Cody might be telling the truth. Something had killed the Ketchums. Something that could mimic human voices and climb sheer sandstone walls and carry away the belongings of its victims like trophies. Something that understood terror and how to inflict it. And something that had left footprints matching Cody Collier at the crime scene. Clara thought about that. She thought about what it would mean if something could not only imitate voices, but somehow duplicate physical evidence. Footprints as individual as fingerprints. She thought about shapeshifters, about things that wore stolen skins. She thought about her grandmother's stories, the warnings passed down through generations, the names you didn't speak after dark. She had two choices. She could dismiss everything she had seen and heard as hallucination, stress, coincidence. She could march Cody out of the canyons and turn him over to the state police and let the forensic evidence speak for itself. He would be tried, convicted, and spend the rest of his life in prison for murders she was now half convinced he didn't commit. Or she could accept that something impossible had happened. That something ancient and patient and cruel was hunting Cody Collier not for food, but for the same reason a cat toys with a mouse, because it enjoyed the fear, and that it had waited until she arrived to escalate the game. Clara picked up her pack and secured the objects in a side pocket. She checked her pistol, confirmed the cylinder was loaded, and holstered it. She looked at Cody, who was still sitting against the back wall of the cave, and told him they were leaving. She would get him out of the canyons. After that, he could tell his story to whoever would listen. But they needed to move now, while there was full daylight. Cody stood up. He was steadier than he had been the night before. The water and rest had helped. But Clara could see the way his eyes kept moving to the rim, the way his hands trembled when he shouldered the small pack she gave him. He believed the thing would follow. Clara was starting to believe it too. They left the cave and began hiking west through the Slot Canyon. Clara led, setting a pace that was aggressive but sustainable. She kept her eyes on the ground, following the same route she had taken inbound, reading the signs she had left herself. Boot prints in the sand, disturbed rocks, broken spiderweb strands across narrow passages. Behind her, she could hear Cody's breathing, labored but steady. The canyon walls pressed close on either side, sometimes near enough that Clara had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Overhead, the strip of visible sky was narrow and intensely blue. She thought about the rim, about how easy it would be for something to pace them from above, moving faster than they could through the twisting slot below. She thought about what would happen when they reached the wider canyons where helicopter extraction was possible. She thought about trying to explain to the state police why she hadn't brought Cody in the previous night, why she had sheltered with him instead of forcing the issue, why she was returning with evidence that supported his impossible story. She thought about her reputation, built over 18 years of successful tracking and extraction. She thought about how quickly that reputation would dissolve once she started talking about shapeshifters and voice mimicry and objects dropped from inaccessible cliffs. She decided she wouldn't mention any of it. She would turn over the evidence and let the forensics team draw their own conclusions. She would report that the suspect had been dehydrated and unfit to travel until morning. Everything else, the voices, the pacing, the dropped objects, she would leave out of her official statement. Let the physical evidence speak for itself. They hiked for 3 hours without stopping. The sun climbed higher, turning the canyon into an oven. Clara could feel sweat soaking through her shirt, evaporating almost immediately into the dry air. Cody was flagging. She could hear it in his breathing, see it in the way he stumbled on loose rocks. But he kept moving. Whatever was behind them was more frightening than exhaustion. They reached the junction where the Slot Canyon opened into a wider drainage. Clara stopped, unslung her pack, and pulled out the topographic map she had marked during the inbound track. They were 4 miles from the trailhead. Another 2 hours at their current pace. Less if Cody could manage faster. She was refolding the map when she heard it. Her own voice, distant but clear, echoing from somewhere back in the slot canyon they had just exited. Bishop to base. Over. Cody's face went white. Clara's hand closed around Vance's wrist, pulling him faster. She could feel his pulse jumping under her fingers. The thing had followed them. It was back there in the narrow passage where they had just been, close enough that its voice carried forward on the still air. She grabbed Cody's arm and pulled him into a faster pace. She didn't run. Running in canyon country was how you broke an ankle or took a bad fall. But she pushed them both to the edge of sustainable speed. Behind them, the voice echoed again, closer now, playing back fragments of her radio transmission from the previous evening. Suspect located and secured. Then another voice, Cody's voice, high and panicked. Please, just turn off your light. Clara's skin went cold. The thing wasn't just mimicking her radio calls. It had heard Cody in the cave, recorded his terror, and was playing it back. She thought about what that meant. Intelligence, memory. The capacity for psychological torture refined over time and practice. They burst out of the drainage into the wider canyon system where Clara had left her truck. She could see it in the distance, a blue Ford Bronco parked at the trailhead where sagebrush gave way to slick rock. 300 yards. Clara broke into a jog, pulling Cody with her. Behind them, the voices continued. Her own voice calling coordinates. The dispatcher's voice acknowledging. Cody begging. A woman's scream, brief and terrible. That could only have come from Helen Ketchum in the moments before she died. Clara reached the truck and yanked open the driver's side door. She pushed Cody toward the passenger side, her hands shaking as she pulled the keys from her pocket. She got the engine started and threw the transmission into reverse, backing up fast enough that the tires spun on the loose gravel. She didn't look in the rearview mirror. She didn't want to see what might be standing at the trailhead, watching them leave. She got the truck turned around and accelerated down the access road, pushing the Bronco hard enough that it fishtailed on the washboard surface. Cody was gripping the door handle with both hands, face pressed against the window, looking back. Clara kept her eyes forward. She didn't slow down until they hit the paved road, and even then she kept the accelerator pinned. 10 miles from the trailhead, Cody spoke for the first time. He said Clara had saved his life. Clara didn't answer. She was thinking about the voices echoing through the canyon, about the objects dropped from impossible heights, about the way something ancient and patient had turned a double homicide into an elaborate game of pursuit. She was thinking about forensic evidence that would match Cody to a crime he didn't commit. She was thinking about what would happen when they reached Escalante, and she turned him over to the state police. She was thinking that maybe Cody's life wasn't saved at all. Maybe it had just been postponed. Clara drove in silence. The paved highway stretched north through a high desert country. Juniper and sagebrush and red rock formations rising against the pale sky. In the passenger seat, Cody had stopped, looking behind them. He sat with his hands in his lap, head tilted back against the headrest, eyes closed. Clara didn't know if he was sleeping or just too exhausted to keep them open. She thought about stopping in Escalante to turn him over to the state police. That had been the plan. Locate the suspect, secure him, deliver him to custody. Simple, professional. But nothing about the past 18 hours had been simple. And she was starting to understand that delivering Cody to the authorities might be delivering him to a death he didn't deserve. The forensic evidence said he was guilty. The footprints matched. Whatever had killed the Ketchums had done it while wearing Cody's feet, or something close enough that the state crime lab couldn't tell the difference. Clara thought about her grandmother's stories again. Skinwalkers wore the skins of animals or of humans, and when they walked, they left the tracks of whatever form they had stolen. If something had taken Cody's shape, even briefly, even imperfectly, it would have left his footprints behind. She thought about what that meant for the legal system. DNA, fingerprints, footprints, all the forensic tools that were supposed to be objective and infallible. What happened when something could fake those markers? What happened when the physical evidence pointed to an innocent man because something inhuman had deliberately framed him? Clara had no answers. She knew what she had seen and heard, but she also knew how it would sound if she tried to explain it to anyone who hadn't been there. She had a reputation for being practical, level-headed, someone who brought suspects in alive and who didn't fabricate excuses when things went wrong. If she started talking about shapeshifters and voice mimicry and objects dropped from inaccessible cliffs, that reputation would evaporate. She would be the tracker who cracked under pressure, who lost her objectivity, who couldn't be trusted. She kept driving, past Escalante, past the turnoff that would have taken her to the state police substation. Cody opened his eyes when they passed through town, but he didn't say anything. Clara saw him glance at the police station, saw the moment when he realized she wasn't stopping, saw the confusion and then the fragile hope that crossed his face. She drove another 30 miles before she pulled off at a rest stop. Nothing but a gravel lot and a concrete picnic table under a metal ramada. She parked in the shade and killed the engine. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Clara thought about what she was doing. Aiding a fugitive, obstructing justice, destroying her own career. She thought about the watch and necklace and wallet sealed in the evidence bag in her pack, and about how she should have turned those over to the state police immediately instead of driving past them with evidence in her possession. She thought about Cody sitting in the cave with his hands over his mouth, terrified into silence. She thought about how young he looked, how his terror in the darkness had been absolute and genuine. She thought about innocent people who went to prison because the evidence said they were guilty, and about how rarely anyone questioned the evidence once it had been processed and filed and presented in courts. She got out of the truck and walked to the picnic table. Cody followed her. They sat across from each other on the concrete bench, and Clara pulled the evidence bag from her pack. She unsealed it and spread the objects on the table between them. Watch, necklace, wallet. She told Cody what she had been thinking. About skinwalkers, about her grandmother's stories, about things that used to be human and had given up their humanity through acts of profound evil. Murder, incest, desecration of the dead. Things that gained the power to transform, to wear other shapes, to move through the world undetected. Things that understood human weakness and exploited it. Cody listened without interrupting. When she finished, he sat in silence for a while, looking at the objects on the table. Finally, he said the first thing he said when he saw it through the Ketchum's window was how wrong it looked. Like someone wearing a costume of human skin that didn't fit right. The proportions were off. The way it moved was off. It had been naked, but he hadn't thought of it as a naked person. He had thought of it as something pretending to be a person, the way a child might draw a stick figure and call it human. Clara asked if he had told the state police that. Cody said he had tried. They thought he was making excuses, fabricating a story to avoid responsibility. The forensic evidence was clear. His footprints were at the scene in the victim's blood, tracked through every room. They had questioned him about his relationship with the Ketchums, about whether there had been arguments about his finances. They had built a narrative where Cody was a disgruntled employee who had killed his employers in a rage. Nothing he said made any difference against that narrative. Clara understood. She had seen it before. Law enforcement committed to a theory, blind to alternatives, once the physical evidence lined up. It was easier to believe in a human killer than to question whether the evidence itself might be false. Humans killed for reasons that could be understood. Money, rage, revenge. The system was built to process human evil. It wasn't built to process something older and stranger. She asked Cody what he wanted to do. He said he didn't know. He couldn't go back to Escalante. He couldn't prove his innocence. The evidence said he was guilty, and no jury would believe his story. If Clara turned him over to the state police, he would spend the rest of his life in prison for something he didn't do. Clara packed the objects back into the evidence bag. She told Cody she wasn't taking him to the police. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She told him she believed his story, or at least she believed something impossible had happened, and he wasn't responsible for it. She told him she needed time to think about what came next, and that in the meantime, he needed to disappear. Cody asked where he should go. Clara said she didn't know, and she didn't want to know. The less she knew, the less she could tell if anyone asked. She gave him $200 in cash from her emergency stash and told him to get as far from Utah as he could manage. Find work under the table. Stay off the grid. Don't use his real name. She told him the state police would eventually issue a federal warrant, and his face would be on wanted posters in every state. She told him his life as Cody Collier was over. Cody took the money. He asked Clara why she was doing this. She told him she didn't know. Maybe because she had spent the night in a cave listening to something inhuman pace the rim above them. Maybe because she had heard her own voice played back to her from a height no human could reach. Maybe because she was tired of pretending the world made sense when she had just seen evidence that it didn't. She drove him to Grand Junction and dropped him at the Greyhound station. She watched him walk inside, watched him buy a ticket to somewhere she didn't ask about, watched him board a bus heading east. Then she drove back toward Escalante alone in the truck, trying to figure out what she would say when she got there. She would tell them she had tracked Cody into the slot canyons. She would tell them she had located him in a cave, dehydrated and unfit to travel. She would tell them they had sheltered overnight, and that when she woke in the morning, he was gone. Slipped away while she slept, disappeared into the backcountry she couldn't follow alone. She would turn over the evidence bag with the objects that had belonged to the Ketchums and let the forensics team process them. She would file her report and accept whatever consequences came from losing her suspect. She would leave out the voices. She would leave out the pacing sound. She would leave out everything that couldn't be explained without sounding insane. It wasn't a perfect plan. The state police would be angry. Her reputation would take a hit. She might lose future contracts. But Cody would be free, at least for a while, and Clara would know she hadn't sent an innocent man to prison. She thought about the thing in the canyon, about whether it would be satisfied now that Cody had escaped, or whether it would continue hunting. She thought about the way it had played back Helen Ketchum's scream, the way it had dropped the victim's belongings like gifts. She thought about intelligence and patience and cruelty refined over centuries. She thought about what her grandmother had told her when she was young enough to still believe in monsters, that the Yinal Lushi didn't hunt for food. They hunted because transformation had cost them their humanity, and they could only feel alive when they were taking life from others. They hunted because the act of hunting was all they had left. Clara wondered if the thing in the canyon had been hunting Cody, or if it had been hunting her. If everything that had happened, the murders, the framing, the voices in the darkness, had been engineered to bring her to that cave. She was one of the best trackers in the Southwest. Everyone knew that. If you needed someone found, you called Clara Bishop. She pushed the thought away. Paranoia wasn't useful. What mattered now was getting back to Escalante, filing her report, and dealing with the fallout. She would take whatever came next and adapt. She was 20 miles from Escalante when she heard the voice. It came from the CB radio mounted under the dashboard, a piece of equipment she rarely used but kept installed for emergencies. The voice was her own, perfectly modulated, speaking clearly through the static. Bishop to base, over. Clara's hands tightened on the steering wheel. The radio hadn't been on. She had checked it that morning out of habit, confirmed it was powered down. But now the indicator light glowed red, and her own voice was coming through the speaker. Suspect located and secured. Sheltering in place for the night. Clara reached for the radio to turn it off. Before her fingers touched the dial, another voice came through. The dispatcher from the state police, professional and bored. Copy that, Bishop. Advise when you begin extraction. Clara switched off the radio. The red indicator light went dark. She drove in silence, heart hammering, trying to rationalize what she had just heard. Cross signals. A repeater station somewhere picking up old transmissions. Electromagnetic interference. Anything but the obvious explanation. 5 miles from Escalante, she saw something in the rearview mirror. At first, she thought it was another vehicle, far back on the highway. Then she realized it was moving wrong. Not on the road, but alongside it, pacing her through the sagebrush. It was too far away to see clearly, but Clara could make out the basic shape. It moved on 4 legs, but the proportions were wrong. The limbs were too long. The torso was too narrow. It loped through the brush with a fluid motion that looked almost graceful, closing the distance between them faster than anything natural should be able to move. Clara pressed the accelerator. The Bronco surged forward, engine roaring. She watched the speedometer climb. 60, 70, 80. The thing in the rearview mirror kept pace. It wasn't running. It was gliding, as if the distance and the terrain meant nothing. Clara's mind was working through calculations. How far to Escalante? Whether she could reach the town limits before the thing caught her. Whether it would even matter. Whether crossing into civilization would offer any protection against something that had already demonstrated it could move through the world unseen, killing and framing and manipulating with impunity. She thought about Cody on the bus heading east. She thought about how naive she had been to imagine she could save him by letting him go. The thing had framed him perfectly. It had left his footprints at the crime scene, ensured he would be found guilty, set him running so it could hunt him through the backcountry. And when Clara had interfered, when she had chosen not to deliver him to the authorities, she had inserted herself into the game. She wondered if that had been the point all along, if the thing had been waiting for someone like her, someone who would question the evidence, who would make the choice Clara had made. She wondered if she had just guaranteed that the hunting would continue, that the thing would keep killing and framing and pursuing until it grew bored or until Clara gave it what it wanted. She didn't know what it wanted. She suspected finding out would cost her everything. The town limits appeared ahead, a green highway sign marking the boundary of Escalante's jurisdiction. Clara crossed it doing 90, the Bronco's frame rattling on the rough pavement. She glanced in the rearview mirror. The thing was gone. The sagebrush stretched empty in both directions. Clara slowed, breathing hard, hands aching from gripping the wheel. She looked at the CB radio. The indicator light was dark. She reached out and touched the dial, confirming it was in the off position. She drove into Escalante and parked in front of the state police substation. She sat in the truck for 5 minutes, composing herself, building the narrative she would present. Suspect located. Overnight shelter. Escaped at dawn. Evidence recovered. Clean and professional and plausible. She got out of the truck, shouldered her pack with the evidence bag inside, and walked into the station. The desk officer looked up when she entered. Clara recognized him. Sutton, a 15-year veteran who had worked with her on 3 previous extractions. He stood up when he saw her face. "Where's the suspect?" Clara told him the story she had prepared. Cody had been in bad shape, severely dehydrated, unfit for night travel. She had sheltered with him in a cave, planning to extract at first light. When dawn came, he was gone. Must have slipped away while she slept. She had the route marked on her map if they wanted to send a team back in. But the slot canyons were a maze, and Cody had days of head start now. Sutton listened without interrupting. When she finished, he asked about the evidence bag. Clara unsealed it and spread the objects on his desk. Watch, necklace, wallet. She explained where she had found them, when, under what circumstances. She left out the part about them being dropped from the canyon rim. She said they had been cached near the cave, hidden under a rock overhang. Sutton examined each object carefully. He bagged them according to protocol, labeled them, and locked them in the evidence locker. Then he told Clara the captain wanted to see her. Clara followed him down the hallway to the captain's office. Captain Rhodes was a 25-year veteran with a reputation for running a tight operation. He looked up when Clara entered and gestured for her to sit. Sutton stayed in the doorway. Rhodes asked Clara to repeat her report. She did, word for word. When she finished, Rhodes leaned back in his chair and studied her. He said the state forensics team had been processing additional evidence from the Ketchum crime scene. They had found something interesting. Fabric fibers that didn't match anything the victims owned. And a second set of footprints, smaller than Cody's, that had been partially obscured by the blood tracking. Clara's pulse jumped. She kept her face neutral. Rhodes said the forensics team was running additional tests. He said they were now considering the possibility that there might have been a second person at the scene. He said Clara losing Cody in the canyons was unfortunate, but not catastrophic. They would issue a warrant and expand the search. In the meantime, he wanted Clara to take a few days off, rest, and be available if they had follow-up questions. Clara said she understood. She stood up to leave. Rhodes told her one more thing. The fabric fibers they had found, the forensics team had run them through the database. They matched the fibers from Clara's standard-issue tactical pants. Clara felt the floor drop out from under her. Rhodes said it wasn't a big concern. Clara had been to the Ketchum's ranch before, 3 months ago, when she had tracked a lost hiker who had wandered onto their property. She had been inside the house briefly to use their phone. The fibers must be from that visit, cross-contamination. Nothing that would compromise the case. Clara nodded. She left the office, walked through the station, got back in her truck. She sat in the parking lot with the engine off, hands shaking. The thing hadn't just framed Cody. It had framed her too. It had worn her shape when it killed the Ketchums, or it had done something to ensure her forensic evidence ended up at the scene. The footprints Rhodes mentioned, smaller than Cody's, were probably hers. The fibers definitely were. Right now, the physical evidence said both Clara and Cody had been at the crime scene. The only reason Rhodes wasn't arresting her was because she had an alibi for that night, and because cross-contamination provided plausible deniability. But that could change if more evidence surfaced. If someone started asking harder questions about why Clara hadn't brought Cody in immediately. If anyone found out she had driven him to Grand Junction and put him on a bus. Clara started the engine. She drove out of Escalante heading south. With no particular destination in mind, she needed to think. She needed to figure out what the thing in the canyon was trying to accomplish and what it would take to stop it. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about how you killed a skinwalker, if you could. Bullets dipped in white ash, speaking its human name aloud, breaking the power of transformation, exposing it to sunrise while it wore animal form. But all of those required knowing who the skinwalker had been before it transformed, and Clara didn't know. She didn't even know if the thing in the canyon followed the rules from the stories. She thought about running. Taking the money she had saved, getting in the truck, and driving until she was far enough away that the thing couldn't follow. But she didn't believe distance would matter. The thing had demonstrated planning and patience. It had engineered a double murder to frame two innocent people. It had manipulated the legal system, the forensics process, and Clara herself with surgical precision. If it wanted her, it would find her. She thought about Cody on the bus, probably somewhere in Colorado by now, believing he was free. She wondered how long it would take before he realized the thing was still hunting him, before he heard his own voice calling to him from the darkness, or before his footprints showed up at another crime scene he didn't commit. She pulled off the highway at a scenic overlook, nothing but a gravel turnout, and a view of Red Rock Canyon stretching to the horizon. She killed the engine and sat in silence, trying to decide what to do next. The CB radio clicked on. The red indicator light glowed. Clara hadn't touched it. Her own voice came through the speaker perfectly clear. "You should have turned me in." Clara's hand went to her pistol. She scanned the overlook, the highway behind her, the rocks and brush surrounding the turnout. Nothing moved. The voice continued, still using her own intonation and cadence. "Now we're both guilty. You and Cody and me. All three of us covered in the Ketchum's blood." Clara pulled the pistol and aimed it at the CB radio. Her hand was steady, but her pulse hammered in her throat. The voice laughed, a sound that almost matched her own laugh, but not quite. Something slightly wrong in the rhythm. "Bullets won't help. I'm not in the radio, Clara. I'm not in the canyon. I'm wherever you left evidence. I'm in the footprints at the crime scene. I'm in the fibers the forensics team found. I'm in every photograph and every report. I'm in the story Rhodes tells himself about cross-contamination." The voice paused. Clara could hear something like breathing through the speaker, though whether it was her breath or the thing's breath or just static, she couldn't tell. "I wanted to see if you were different. Most people turn in the fugitive. Most people trust the evidence. But you didn't. You let him go. That makes you interesting." Clara's finger tightened on the trigger. She knew shooting the radio would accomplish nothing, but she wanted to destroy the source of that voice. Wanted to make it stop speaking in her own words. "I'm going to keep hunting Cody," the voice said. "And I'm going to keep using your shape to do it. Every crime scene will have your footprints, your fibers, your DNA. Eventually, Rhodes will stop believing in cross-contamination. Eventually, someone will ask why you drove past the station instead of turning Cody in. Eventually, they'll issue a warrant for you, too." Clara lowered the pistol. Her hand was shaking now. She understood what the thing was offering. Not a threat, an explanation. It had chosen her the same way it had chosen Cody. Not randomly, but deliberately, because something about her made the hunt more satisfying. "You can run," the voice said. "But I'll find you, or you can try to clear your name. But every step you take will leave more evidence. There's no good choice, Clara. That's what makes it fun." The radio clicked off. The red indicator light went dark. Clara sat in the truck with the pistol in her lap, staring at the canyon landscape stretching away in all directions. She thought about choices and consequences. She thought about the decision she had made in the rest stop, when she had chosen to let Cody go instead of turning him in. She thought about how that single choice had marked her, had made her interesting to something that measured its life in centuries and its entertainment in human suffering. She thought about calling Rhodes, confessing everything, trying to explain what had happened. But she knew how that conversation would go. She had no proof. No evidence, except her own impossible story. Rhodes would think she had cracked under pressure, or worse, that she was trying to fabricate an insanity defense before anyone officially connected her to the crime scene. She thought about finding Cody, warning him, but she didn't know where he was, and trying to locate him would only create more evidence of their connection. She thought about her grandmother, who had told her stories to keep her safe, and about how those stories hadn't included any way to fight back against something that could turn the systems designed to protect people into weapons. Clara started the engine. She drove back onto the highway, heading south with no destination. She would drive until she figured out a plan, or until the thing decided the game was over. She didn't know which would come first. In the rearview mirror, the canyon country stretched empty behind her. Clara drove through the night. She crossed into Arizona at some point past midnight, the highway empty except for the occasional long-haul truck heading north toward Salt Lake or south toward Phoenix. She didn't stop except for gas. At each station, she paid cash, kept her face angled away from the security cameras, and got back on the road before anyone could remember seeing her. She thought about the CB radio and the voice that had come through it. The thing had been explicit about its intentions. It would keep hunting Cody. It would keep using Clara's shape, leaving her evidence at crime scenes, building a case against her the same way it had built one against Cody. Eventually, the weight of physical evidence would overcome any alibi or explanation she could offer. Clara understood she was watching her own future unfold. Cody's present would become hers. Federal warrant, wanted posters, a life spent running from a crime she didn't commit. The only question was how long until the evidence reached critical mass. She thought about turning herself in, confessing that she had let Cody go, accepting whatever legal consequences came from that decision. But confession wouldn't help if more crime scenes appeared with her footprints, her fibers, her DNA. Confession would just make her look guilty of the original murders. She would trade an obstruction charge for life in prison. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening from black to gray to pale blue. Clara pulled off at a rest stop outside Flagstaff and slept for 2 hours in the truck cab, pistol on the seat beside her. When she woke, the sun was fully up and the rest stop was filling with families and tourists. She used the restroom, splashed water on her face, and studied herself in the mirror. She looked haggard. Dark circles under her eyes, hair tangled. The beginning of a sunburn across her nose and cheeks from the long day in the canyons. She looked like someone who had been running, which was what she was. She bought coffee and a sandwich from a vending machine and ate in the truck. While she ate, she thought about the thing's words. I'm wherever you left evidence. Not wherever the evidence was, but wherever she had left it. As if the evidence itself was a trail she had laid down, breadcrumbs leading back to her. Clara thought about forensic science, about how DNA worked, how footprints were analyzed, how fiber evidence was collected and compared. She thought about the assumptions built into those systems. The DNA comes from the person whose genetic code it matches. That footprints are made by the person whose foot shape they correspond to. That fibers come from clothes worn by the person who shed them. Those assumptions worked for human criminals. But they broke down if something could steal shapes, wear bodies that weren't its own, leave sign that matched people who hadn't been present. She thought about the skinwalker stories again, about transformation and theft and the violation of natural law. In the stories, skinwalkers killed animals to steal their forms. Coyotes, crows, owls, wolves. But Clara's grandmother had also told stories about skinwalkers who wore human shapes, who stole the skins of people they killed and walked around in them like clothing. If that was what the thing in the canyon could do, if it could take human form perfectly enough to leave forensic evidence, then it had effectively weaponized the entire legal system. Every tool designed to catch criminals would instead catch innocent people. And no one would believe the real explanation because the real explanation required accepting that the impossible was real. Clara finished her coffee and pulled back onto the highway. She drove south toward Phoenix. staying just below the speed limit, signaling for every lane change. She couldn't afford to be pulled over. Couldn't afford to have her name run through any database. For now, she was just a tracker who had lost a fugitive. But that status could change at any moment if someone decided to look harder at her connection to the case. She thought about the evidence bag she had turned over to Sutton. The watch, necklace, and wallet that had belonged to the Ketchums. If the forensics team processed them, they would find blood. The victim's blood, which would confirm the objects came from the crime scene. But they would also likely find Clara's fingerprints, because she had handled them without gloves after picking them up outside the cave. More evidence, more threads connecting her to the murders. Clara realized with cold certainty that the thing had been planning this from the beginning. It had dropped those objects knowing she would pick them up, knowing she would compromise them forensically, knowing she would then turn them over to the police. It had been building her case piece by piece, using her own professional instincts against her. She thought about calling the captain to explain, but explain what? That the objects had been dropped from an inaccessible cliff by something that could mimic human voices. That she had handled them without gloves because she had been in shock. The captain would think she was manufacturing excuses, trying to get ahead of evidence that was about to implicate her. The phone in her pocket buzzed. Clara glanced at it. State police dispatcher. She didn't answer. 2 minutes later, it buzzed again. This time, she pulled over to the shoulder and looked at the screen. 3 missed calls. 2 voicemails. A text message from the desk officer. Call ASAP. Need to discuss new evidence. Clara's stomach tightened. She didn't call back. She powered the phone off completely and removed the battery. Cell phones could be tracked. Whatever new evidence had surfaced, whatever questions Rhodes had, Clara couldn't afford to answer them. She got back on the highway and drove until she found a Walmart outside Tucson. She went inside and bought a prepaid phone with cash. She didn't activate it. She wanted the option of making a call if necessary, but she didn't want to be tracked. She bought other supplies. Bottled water, non-perishable food, a first aid kit, a cheap sleeping bag. Everything she would need if she had to abandon the truck and go to ground. She was preparing to run properly now, not just drift aimlessly through the Southwest, hoping for a solution to appear. Outside in the parking lot, she checked the Bronco thoroughly, looking for tracking devices. She found nothing, but she didn't trust her own inspection. She wasn't a specialist. If Rhodes had decided she was a person of interest, if he had authorized surveillance, there could be equipment she couldn't detect. Clara decided to abandon the truck. It was registered in her name, easily trackable. She took her pack and supplies and walked to the Walmart, and then to the Greyhound station 3 blocks away. She bought a ticket to El Paso using cash and a fake name. The clerk barely looked at her ID. She boarded the bus and took a seat in the back. Through the window, she watched Tucson slide past. Strip malls and auto shops and dusty lots, fenced with chain link. She thought about Cody somewhere east of here, probably thinking the same thoughts. About running and evidence and the impossibility of proving innocence against forensic science. The bus rolled through the afternoon and into evening. Clara didn't sleep. She watched the other passengers, an elderly couple, a young mother with 2 children, a college kid with headphones and a laptop. Normal people living normal lives. The bus reached El Paso after midnight. Clara got off and walked to a motel that advertised weekly rates and didn't ask for ID. She paid cash for 3 nights and locked herself in the room. She could keep running, change her name, move to a city where no one knew her. But the thing had said it would keep hunting Cody, keep using her shape. Eventually, there would be another crime scene. Running would just delay the inevitable. She could try to find the thing, track it the way she had tracked fugitives. But she didn't know what she was tracking or how to follow something that could transform and disappear. Clara lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The motel room smelled like cigarettes and industrial cleaner. Outside, she could hear traffic on the interstate. She fell asleep thinking about skinwalkers and woke 3 hours later to her prepaid phone buzzing. She hadn't activated it. She hadn't given anyone the number, but it was buzzing anyway, screen glowing in the dark room. Clara answered without thinking. Her own voice came through the speaker, distorted slightly by static but unmistakable. "Did you know the forensics team found your boot prints at the scene? They're comparing them now to the prints you left in your office. Perfect match. The captain's drafting the warrant." Clara's breathing had gone shallow. She could hear it, too loud in the small room. She had bought the phone with cash. She hadn't activated it. There was no way anyone could know she had it, let alone call it. "Unless—" "I told you," the voice said. "I'm wherever you left evidence. That includes electronic signals, phone purchases, credit card databases. You can't run from me, Clara. I'm already where you're going." The line went dead. Clara dropped the phone and backed away from it, as if it were a snake. She grabbed her pack and left the room, walked out into the parking lot. She didn't know where she was going. She just knew she had to move. She walked until dawn, keeping to side streets. When the sun came up, she found herself in a park with empty playgrounds. She sat on a bench and tried to think. The thing knew where she was. It could call her on a phone that shouldn't be callable. Running was pointless. Clara thought about the captain drafting a warrant, about her boot prints matching the prints at the scene, about how the evidence would stack up until there was no plausible explanation except guilt. She thought about Cody, who was living this same nightmare somewhere else in the country. She realized the thing wanted her to understand this. It wanted her to see the impossibility of stopping it, the certainty of her own destruction. That was part of the hunt, watching your own doom approach and knowing you were powerless to prevent it. Clara stood up from the bench. She had one option left. It was desperate and probably futile, but it was better than waiting for the warrant to be issued. She would go back to the canyon. Clara used the last of her cash to hire a driver heading back to Flagstaff, who dropped her at the trailhead east of Escalante for $200. He didn't ask questions. Going back to the canyon was probably suicide. The thing had hunted Cody there for days, had demonstrated complete mastery of the terrain. But Clara was done running. If the captain issued a warrant, she would spend the rest of her life as a fugitive. That wasn't a life. If she was going to die, she wanted it to be on her terms. She wanted to face the thing that had destroyed her. The driver dropped her at the trailhead 2 hours before sunset. Clara shouldered her pack and hiked into the canyon system, following the route she had taken when tracking Cody. She hiked fast. If the thing was watching, and she suspected it was, stealth wouldn't matter. The canyon walls closed in. Clara squeezed through passages where the sandstone pressed her shoulders, climbed over boulders, navigated around pools of stagnant water. The sun touched the western rim as she reached the cave. She stopped outside the entrance and looked up at the rim 400 feet overhead. Nothing moved against the sky. Clara entered the cave and set down her pack. She pulled out the headlamp and switched it to red mode. The artifacts were gone, bagged as evidence in some police locker. But their absence felt like a presence. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about how to kill a skinwalker. Bullets dipped in white ash. But Clara didn't have any ash and didn't know if it would work anyway, speaking its human name. But Clara didn't know what name the thing had carried before it transformed, exposing it to sunrise in animal form. But she didn't know what forms it could take or how to trap it. The stories might be useless. They were old, and they described creatures that followed rules. The thing Clara had encountered felt older than rules, more fundamental. It wasn't bound by the limitations her grandmother had described. It could mimic human voices perfectly. It could leave forensic evidence that matched people who hadn't been present. It could call phones that shouldn't exist. It was something that had adapted to the modern world, learned to weaponize technology and systems that didn't exist when the stories were first told. Clara sat with her back to the cave wall and waited for darkness. The sun set. Shadows flooded the canyon. Clara could see stars appearing overhead, bright and cold in the narrow ribbon of visible sky. She didn't turn on the headlamp. An hour passed. Nothing happened. Then she heard her own voice, close enough that it sounded like it was coming from inside the cave. "You came back." Clara's hand tightened on the pistol. She scanned the darkness but saw nothing. The voice came again, from a different direction this time, near the cave entrance. "I didn't think you would. Most people keep running, but you came back." "That's interesting." Clara didn't answer. She kept the pistol raised, waiting for movement. "You want to know what I am?" It wasn't a question. Clara stayed silent. "I'm what happens when you let fear teach you everything. When you cross over and discover the crossing doesn't end. I've been walking for longer than your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. I've worn more skins than you have memories." The voice moved again, this time from above, somewhere on the rim. Clara looked up but couldn't see anything against the stars. "I could kill you now. It would be easy. You're alone and you came back to the place where you're already guilty. If they find your body in this cave, the captain will close the case." Clara forced the words out. They came rough-edged, barely audible. "Then why don't you?" Silence. Then the voice again, closer now, almost at the cave entrance. "Because you chose the note of discord. Most would have delivered him, closed the file, walked away clean. But you believed the impossible and destroyed yourself for it. You introduced asymmetry. It makes the composition more beautiful. The pattern needed you to choose wrong, and you did." Clara said nothing. She was trying to track the voice, trying to figure out where the thing actually was. It seemed to be moving constantly, circling the cave. "I want to see what harmony your dissonance creates. You came back here with no plan, no weapon that can hurt me, no hope of survival. You came back anyway. That deserves its resolution." "What?" Clara asked. "A choice. You can die here tonight, clean. I'll make it quick. Your body will be found and the case will close. The captain will sleep better. Cody will keep running, but eventually I'll catch him too, and it'll be over. Everyone goes back to believing the world makes sense. Or you can walk out of this canyon alive. I'll let you go, but I'll keep using your shape. Keep hunting Cody. Keep leaving your evidence at scenes until the captain's warrant becomes federal and your face is on every news station. You'll spend the rest of your life running, knowing every day could be the day they catch you. And when they do, when you're finally standing in a courtroom facing evidence you can't refute, you'll understand what it means to be completely powerless." Clara's hand was shaking on the pistol. She understood what the thing was offering. A quick death now, or a slow one, spread across years. Neither option included survival or justice. She thought about Cody on the bus. She thought about the Ketchums, who had died without understanding what had killed them. She thought about the captain drafting a warrant, believing he was catching a murderer. Clara lowered the pistol. "I choose to walk out," she said. The breathing stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence and wind through the slot canyon. Then Clara heard movement. Not the scrape of skin on stone, but something softer, like fabric dragging across sand. The sound moved away from the cave, receding into darkness. Clara waited 10 minutes to be sure it was gone. Then she shouldered her pack, switched on the headlamp, and began hiking out. She moved quickly, following her own tracks by the red glow, climbing over boulders and squeezing through tight passages until the walls opened up and she could see the desert stretching away under starlight. A semi pulled over 20 minutes after she reached the highway. The driver was heading to Salt Lake. Clara climbed into the cab. She rode in silence, watching the desert slide past in the darkness. The semi dropped her in Salt Lake at dawn. Clara walked through the city as it woke up. She found an internet cafe and checked the news. The warrant had been issued. Federal, her photograph was attached, her official photo from the state tracking certification, showing her younger and more confident. The article said she was wanted for questioning in connection with 2 homicides. It said she was considered armed and dangerous. Clara left the cafe. She walked until she found a thrift store and bought used clothes, jeans, a flannel shirt, a baseball cap. She changed in a gas station restroom. She was standing on a street corner when she saw the news van parked across the street, reporter standing in front of a camera. Clara couldn't hear what the reporter was saying, but she could see the photograph displayed on the monitor behind her, her own face. Younger, smiling, unaware of what was coming. Clara pulled the cap lower and kept walking. She didn't run. She just moved steadily away from the news van, away from the city center where cameras were most dense. She walked until she reached the industrial outskirts where warehouses and rail yards stretched along the highway. She found a truck stop where drivers gathered. She climbed into the cab of an 18-wheeler heading east. The driver asked where she was going. Clara said she didn't know yet. The truck pulled onto the interstate. Clara watched Salt Lake disappear in the rearview mirror. She was reaching into her pack for water when she glanced sideways at the college kid in the sleeper berth behind the driver. He had his laptop open, earbuds in, watching something. Clara's eyes passed over the screen and then snapped back. For 1 second, less than a second, a fragment of time so brief she almost dismissed it. The laptop showed a live feed. The interior of the truck cab. Herself in the passenger seat, a hand frozen halfway to her pack. The angle was from above and behind, as if something was perched on the roof, looking down through the windshield. Then the screen flickered, and it was just a movie again. Some action film with explosions. The kid didn't react, didn't notice anything wrong. His expression never changed. She looked at the windshield, at the ordinary reflection of the cab interior in the glass. Nothing on the roof, nothing perched above them. Just the highway stretching ahead and the morning sun climbing the sky. In her pocket, the prepaid phone buzzed. Clara pulled it out and looked at the screen. Text message from an unknown number. She opened it. "You look good in flannel." Clara dropped the phone on the floor of the cab and crushed it under her heel. The driver glanced over, but didn't comment. Clara looked out the window at the desert rolling past, at the endless miles of sagebrush and red rock, at the sky stretching empty and blue above it all. Behind her, invisible and patient, something watched and followed. The shadows in the corner by the radiator didn't move right. Naomi Lawson sat on the floor of her new apartment, coffee mug gone cold between her palms, half-unpacked boxes forming a cardboard perimeter around her, and stared at the space where darkness pooled like something with weight. The afternoon light came through the windows, gray and thin, the way Seattle light always came in October, but it shouldn't have stopped so completely at that corner. The wall there was the same cream color as every other wall. The floor was the same scuffed hardwood. But when she looked away and looked back, the darkness seemed a fraction of an inch deeper. She set the mug down carefully. Her hands were steady. She'd been proud of how steady they'd stayed through the whole process of packing up the old place, hiring the movers, signing the lease on this converted brick building in Ballard. But now, sitting here in this new space that was supposed to be a fresh start, she couldn't stop staring at that corner. The apartment was a studio, one large room with a galley kitchen tucked into an alcove and a bathroom behind a door that didn't quite hang straight. The building dated back to the 20s, all thick walls and high ceilings and windows that rattled when the wind came off the locks. Her friend Rachel, who worked at the coffee shop on Market Street, had told her about the vacancy. Cheap rent because the landlord couldn't be bothered to renovate, but it had good light, and it was far enough from the old neighborhood that she didn't have to worry about running into people who would ask how she was doing with that specific tone. She stood up and walked to the corner. 3 steps. The shadows didn't move. When she got close enough to touch the wall, she could see it was just a corner. Just 2 walls meeting at an angle. Nothing unusual. But standing there, she felt the hairs on her arms lift, and her breath came shorter, and some animal part of her brain whispered that corners like this were where predators waited. She put her hand flat against the wall. The plaster was cool and slightly gritty under her palm. Solid, real. Nothing wrong with it at all. She went back to unpacking. Books on the particle board shelf, clothes in the shallow closet, television on a milk crate. Normal things, ordinary tasks. The kind of forward motion that was supposed to constitute a life. But every few minutes she found herself looking at the corner again, checking to see if the darkness had grown, if something was forming there in the space where light refused to go. And every time she looked, the corner was exactly as it had been before. Too dark, too still. Wrong in a way she couldn't name but could feel in her bones. By evening, when the gray daylight faded and the streetlights came on outside, she'd finished most of the unpacking. The studio looked almost livable now, almost like a place where a person could exist without feeling like they were camping in someone else's life. She made herself eat something, crackers and cheese standing at the kitchen counter. Food was just texture and temperature now, something she'd put in her mouth because bodies needed fuel. She'd lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. Her clothes hung loose on her frame. Night came fully. The building settled into its evening sounds. Footsteps above, television murmuring through the wall, heating pipes beginning their metallic conversation. Naomi pulled the mattress out and arranged it on the floor near the window. She hadn't bought a bed frame yet. The apartment felt temporary, even though she'd signed a year lease. She lay down with the lamp on, staring at the ceiling where cracks in the plaster formed patterns that looked almost deliberate. Someone walked down the hallway outside, their footsteps heavy and slow. A door opened and closed, then silence. She reached over and turned off the lamp. Darkness filled the studio, broken only by the orange glow of the streetlight outside. Her eyes adjusted slowly. She could make out the shapes of her furniture, the boxes she hadn't unpacked yet, the bathroom door standing slightly ajar, and in the corner by the radiator, the darkness was absolute. No hint of the wall behind it. Just a vertical column of black that seemed to swallow any light that touched it. She closed her eyes. She was always tired now, an exhaustion that lived in her bones. But lying here in the dark, she couldn't stop thinking about the corner, couldn't stop imagining what might be forming there. She opened her eyes. The corner was darker than before. She sat up slowly, her heart beginning to beat faster. She reached for the lamp, found the switch, turned it. Light flooded the studio. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and baseboard heater. Nothing there. She lay back down but kept the lamp on. She stared at the ceiling and tried to convince herself that she was just stressed, just exhausted. The corner was fine. The shadows were normal. There was nothing in her apartment except her own fear. That night, she woke at 3 in the morning with her heart slamming against her ribs and her mouth tasting like rust. The room was dark except for the orange glow from outside. She lay on the mattress and listened to the building settle. The radiator ticked. Someone's television murmured. Outside, a car passed with its bass rattling the windows, and from the corner by the radiator came a sound like someone trying very hard not to sob. She held completely still. The sound was wet and ragged and quiet. The kind of crying that happens when someone has been crying for so long they've lost the ability to make noise properly. It hitched and caught and restarted. It didn't stop. She reached out slowly and found the lamp. Her fingers closed around the switch. She turned it. The light came on, filling the studio with 60 watts of yellow incandescence. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and geometric angles. No one there. But the weeping continued for another 5 seconds, fading by degrees like someone walking away down a long hallway before it stopped entirely. She sat up and pulled her knees to her chest. She didn't turn the lamp off. She didn't sleep. She sat there watching the corner until the gray daylight came back and the building woke up around her. In the morning, when she finally stood up from the mattress, she found the letter on her bed. It sat on the pillow next to where her head had been, a single sheet of lined paper torn from a spiral notebook, folded once. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, letters slanting in different directions like whoever had written it had been doing it in the dark or with hands that didn't work right. The ink was black, slightly smeared. She unfolded it. I watch you sleep. Your mouth opens slightly and your breathing changes just before you dream. You turned over twice last night, and the second time you made a small sound like a question. I was 3 feet away. You didn't know I was there, but you will. Naomi read it 3 times. The words stayed exactly what they were. Specific, intimate, impossible. She looked at the pillow, at the indentation where her head had been, at the space of maybe 6 inches between where she'd been sleeping and where this letter had been placed. Someone had been in her apartment while she slept. She dropped the paper. It fluttered to the hardwood floor. Her hands weren't steady anymore. They shook when she picked it up again, and they kept shaking when she checked the door. Locked, chain engaged, and the windows. Locked. Screens intact. She checked the bathroom even though the door had been closed all night, and there was nowhere to hide. No one could have gotten in. The building had buzzers and locked entry doors, and she was on the 3rd floor. No fire escape outside her window, no balcony, no ledge wide enough to stand on. But someone had gotten in. Someone had stood next to her while she slept, and left this letter and disappeared without making a sound. She sat on the edge of the mattress with the letter in her lap and looked at the corner by the radiator. The morning light came through the window, gray and thin, and the corner looked normal in that light. But she could still hear the weeping in her memory, and she understood that something was in her apartment. Something that could move without being seen and write letters while she slept. She stood up. Her legs felt unsteady but held her weight. She got dressed and left the apartment, walked down the 3 flights of stairs and out into the October morning. Normal people doing normal things, living normal lives that didn't include letters on their pillows or weeping from empty corners. She walked for an hour with no destination in mind. Eventually her feet hurt and her body started shaking from hunger, and she had to go back. She climbed the 3 flights slowly, unlocked her door and stepped inside and engaged the chain lock, even though she knew it hadn't stopped anyone the night before. The studio looked exactly as she'd left it. The letter was still on the floor. The corner was still too dark. She picked up the letter and read it again. The words were the same, just that intimate, specific observation about how she slept, how she moved, how she made small sounds that someone had been close enough to hear. She thought about calling the police, but didn't. Instead, she went to the hardware store and bought additional locks, a deadbolt, a heavier chain, rubber wedges to jam under the door at night. She installed them herself with a screwdriver from the toolbox David had put together years ago. Her hands shook the whole time, but she got the locks installed. Then she went to the windows and checked them again. Old wooden frames with sash weights, simple rotating latches. She tested each one. On the fire escape next door, she could see rust and bird droppings, evidence that no one had used it in years. The apartment was secure. By any reasonable standard, no one should be able to get inside while she slept. And yet the letter proved that someone had. She sat on the mattress and stared at the corner and tried to think of an explanation that made sense. Maybe she'd been sleepwalking and had written the letter herself, though she'd never sleepwalked in her life and the handwriting looked nothing like her own. Or maybe something was in her apartment that didn't need doors or windows, something that lived in the dark corners and could manifest when light failed. She pulled her knees to her chest and watched the corner as afternoon light faded and evening came on and the shadows began to gather again. The second letter appeared after 3 days. Naomi had been existing in a state of hypervigilance that made her feel like her skin was too thin. She left lamps on all the time now, every light burning even during the day. She'd bought more lamps at the thrift store. Cheap ones with weak bulbs, but they pushed back the shadows in every corner, except the one by the radiator. That corner stayed dark no matter how much light she aimed at it. She'd set up a desk lamp on the floor pointed directly at the space, but the darkness there seemed to swallow the light. She hadn't slept more than an hour or two at a stretch. She'd lie on the mattress with her eyes open, watching the corner, waiting. Sometimes she'd see it. Not movement exactly, but a thickening, a suggestion of verticality where the darkness collected itself, tall, impossibly tall. So thin it seemed to be made of lines rather than mass. And always just at the edge of hearing, the wet, ragged sound of weeping. The second letter was on the kitchen counter when she came back from the bathroom one morning. 3 minutes, brushing her teeth, washing her face. When she came out, the letter was there, folded once, sitting next to the coffee mug she'd left. She picked it up. Same jagged handwriting, same black ink, slightly smeared. You stood in front of the refrigerator for 43 seconds this morning before you remembered what you wanted. You do that often. You stand very still, and your eyes go somewhere else. I wonder where you go. I wonder if you're trying to go back to before. You can't. I won't let you. Naomi read it twice. Then she checked every hiding place. Bathroom, empty. Closet, her few clothes, nothing behind them. Under the mattress. Just floor. Behind the furniture. Nothing but dust. Nothing. No one. She was alone, except that she wasn't. Someone had been here while she was in the bathroom. Someone had placed this letter, had observed her standing blank in front of the refrigerator that morning. Someone was watching her all the time, noting the small moments of her dissolution. She put the letter on top of the first one. 2 letters now, 2 pieces of evidence. The third letter appeared that night, tucked under her coffee mug on the floor next to her mattress. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom at 2 a.m, and when she came back, the letter was there, folded once, waiting. The way you hold your left hand when you think no one's watching. The way you rub your ring finger with your thumb. There's a pale band of skin there that hasn't tanned. You took the ring off, but you still reach for it. I see you do it. I'm always seeing you. She couldn't speak. She looked at her left hand, at the pale band on her ring finger, where David's wedding band had sat for 9 years. She'd taken it off 6 months after he died, when wearing it had started to feel like clinging to something that was gone and never coming back. She'd put it in a shoebox under the mattress, along with other things she couldn't quite throw away. She did rub that spot on her finger. She did it without thinking, a gesture so automatic she barely noticed anymore. But someone else had noticed. Someone had been watching her closely enough to see this small, private habit. She set the letter down next to the others. Her hands were shaking so badly, the paper rattled. 3 letters, 3 intrusions, 3 pieces of evidence that whatever was in her apartment knew her, was studying her, was documenting the small, private gestures she made when she thought she was alone. The 4th letter appeared the next morning on the closed toilet lid when she came out of the shower. You smell like soap and fear. The fear is new. Before I came, you smelled like nothing at all, like you were barely here. I'm making you real again. You should thank me. Naomi read it standing there naked and dripping, the bathroom mirror fogged from steam. The letter was slightly damp, as though whoever had placed it there had done so while she was still in the shower, while water was still running, while she'd been inches away behind a translucent curtain. She dropped the letter and pulled the shower curtain fully open. Nothing there but tile wall. She checked behind the door. She checked under the sink. Nothing. No one. But someone had been here. Close enough to place a letter, close enough to smell her. She got dressed quickly, her wet skin making the clothes stick. She gathered all 4 letters and spread them out on the desk in chronological order. A sequence, a progression. Each one more intimate than the last. The watcher in her apartment, whatever it was, whoever it was, knew her. Knew her habits, her gestures, her history. Knew about the ring and the grief and the way that she stood blank in front of the refrigerator. Naomi made a decision. If locks and windows couldn't keep this thing out, maybe older methods would work. She went to a store in the University District that sold crystals and sage bundles and books about protective rituals. The woman behind the counter listened to Naomi's careful explanation about feeling uneasy in her new apartment. The woman sold her white sage, sea salt, and a piece of black tourmaline. She explained how to smudge the apartment, how to create a protective barrier with salt, how to place the stone where negative energy accumulated. That evening, as the light failed, Naomi followed the instructions. She lit the sage bundle and walked through the studio, letting the smoke drift into every corner. The smoke made her eyes water and caught in her throat, but she kept going until the entire apartment was hazy with it. Then she took the sea salt and poured a line across her doorway, a barrier between the hallway and her home. She poured another line across the bathroom threshold. She created a circle of salt around her mattress, a protected space where she could sleep. Finally, she placed the black tourmaline in the corner by the radiator, right in the center of that space where darkness gathered. The stone looked small and insignificant sitting there, but the woman had promised it would absorb negative energy. Naomi stepped back and surveyed her work. The apartment smelled like sage smoke. White lines of salt gleamed on the floor. The black stone sat in the corner like a guardian. She felt better. For the first time in days, she felt like she'd done something that might actually work. Physical locks hadn't stopped the intruder, but maybe these older protections would. She went to bed that night with a small flicker of hope. She lay on her mattress inside the circle of salt and waited for sleep. The weeping started just after midnight, that wet, ragged sound filling the studio, coming from the corner by the radiator where the black stone sat uselessly. Naomi's eyes snapped open, and she looked at the salt circle around her mattress. Unbroken. Perfectly intact. The white line glowing faintly in the orange streetlight from outside. The weeping continued. And then movement in the dark. Naomi sat up slowly. The corner was darker than before, the darkness pooling and gathering, forming itself into a shape, Tall, impossibly tall. 7 feet at least, maybe more. Thin in a way that violated anatomy. All vertical lines and sharp angles. The weeping man stood in his corner, and the black tourmaline sat at his feet like an offering, and the sage smoke had done nothing, and the salt lines were intact and useless because he hadn't needed to cross them. He'd been here all along. He'd never left. He didn't need to enter through doors or windows because he lived in the apartment itself and in the corners, in the shadows. Naomi looked at the salt circle around her mattress, perfectly intact, not a single grain disturbed. She looked at the doorway. The salt line there was also unbroken. And yet a new letter sat on the floor just outside her protective circle, folded once, waiting. She understood then. The protection hadn't failed. It had revealed the truth. Whatever was writing these letters didn't need to break barriers because it was already inside, had always been inside. She reached out slowly and picked up the letter. Her hand passed through the salt circle, breaking it, rendering it meaningless. She unfolded the paper. I don't need doors. I don't need windows. I'm already here. I've always been here. Stop trying to keep me out. Naomi let the letter fall. She looked at the weeping man standing in his corner, at the black stone sitting useless at his feet, at the sage smoke still hanging in the air, all of it meaningless, all of it irrelevant, because the threat wasn't external. The weeping man tilted his head, watching her with the absence where eyes should be, and for the first time, Naomi heard his voice. Not words spoken aloud, but knowledge appearing in her mind fully formed, thoughts that weren't hers being written directly into her consciousness. You're trying so hard to fight me, but you're fighting the wrong battle. I'm not your enemy. Her voice wouldn't come. She couldn't speak, couldn't move, could only sit there inside her broken salt circle while the entity in the corner spoke directly into her brain. But even as the words appeared in her mind, she noticed something. The voice felt familiar. The cadence, the rhythm, the particular way the thoughts were structured. It reminded her of her own internal monologue, of the way she talked to herself in the privacy of her own head. She pushed the observation away, focused on the immediate threat, on the thing standing in her corner, weeping black tears that ran upward toward the ceiling in defiance of gravity. The weeping man stepped forward. 1 step. 2. He moved in a way that didn't match normal locomotion, his body gliding across the floor. He stopped 6 feet from her mattress, just outside where the salt circle had been. Naomi's body wanted to run. Every animal instinct screamed at her to move, to flee, but there was nowhere to go. The apartment was small, the door was across the room, and she understood that running wouldn't help. You couldn't run from something that lived in corners and shadows. The weeping man extended one long shadow hand toward her. The fingers were impossibly long, tapering to points that looked sharp enough to cut. He held his hand there, palm up, as though offering something or asking for something in return. Naomi stared at that hand, at the way it was made of thousands of fine lines of darkness woven together, all of them trembling lightly. She thought about the letters, about the specific observations, about how he knew her habits and gestures. She thought about his voice appearing in her mind, sounding like her own thoughts. She thought about the salt line that hadn't been crossed because he'd never needed to cross it. The weeping man's hand remained extended, waiting, patient as stone. Naomi didn't take it. She pulled her knees to her chest and watched him. And gradually, slowly, he lowered his hand and stepped back into his corner and dissolved into the shadows there. The weeping continued for another hour before it finally faded. Naomi sat on her mattress, surrounded by the remains of her broken protections, and understood that she was dealing with something physical barriers couldn't stop. In the morning, she swept up the salt, threw away the sage bundle, put the black tourmaline in a drawer. None of it had worked because she'd been trying to solve the wrong problem. The question wasn't how to keep the weeping man out. The question was what he was and why he was here. The letters came faster after that. She'd find them everywhere. Between book pages inside the refrigerator, slipped under her pillow, placed on the bathroom counter. The handwriting got worse with each one. More erratic. You stopped eating 3 days ago. Good. You're starting to understand. The body is just weight. When it gets light enough, you'll float away with me. Somewhere without corners, without walls. Just darkness and weeping and us. I counted your heartbeats last night. 7,412. Each one a small defiance. Each one a small betrayal. I'll count them all until they stop. The ring is in the shoebox under your mattress. You haven't opened it since you moved in. But you think about it 60, 70 times a day. You think if you don't look at it, it's not real. I could show you what's real. She stopped reading them after a while. She'd find them and leave them face down, unread. But she knew they were accumulating, documenting in jagged handwriting the way she was coming apart day by day, hour by hour, heartbeat by heartbeat. The weeping got louder. She could hear it all the time now, not just at night, but during the day, a constant background lie. The corner by the radiator had become the center of her apartment, the point around which everything else organized itself. She couldn't turn her back on it, couldn't position herself anywhere where that corner wasn't in her line of sight. And the darkness was gathering. It was getting darker, denser, more substantial. Where before it had been a column of shadow, now it was beginning to have texture, dimension. She could make out vertical lines within it, striations that suggested structure. The shape was tall, 7 feet at least, maybe taller, too tall to be human, too thin. All vertical lines and sharp angles. She tried to leave. 3 times in one afternoon, she walked to the door, unlocked the deadbolt, unhooked the chain, put her hand on the doorknob. And 3 times her vision tunneled, her breath shortened, and her legs stopped working. The thought of opening that door and walking down the hallway made her chest compress with something that felt like terror. It was easier to stay inside, easier to exist in this small space where at least she knew what the threat was. The first time she saw him fully, it was almost a relief. She'd been lying on the mattress in the middle of the night, lamp on, staring at the ceiling. The weeping had been going for hours. She turned her head slowly and looked at the corner by the radiator. The weeping man stood there. He was impossibly tall, his head nearly touching the ceiling. 7 feet, 8 feet. Height that shouldn't fit in a room with 8-foot ceilings, but somehow did, as though the space bent around him. He was thin in a way that violated basic anatomy, all vertical lines and sharp angles, his body the color of shadow made solid. Not black exactly, more like the absence of light given form. His face was barely a suggestion. She could make out where eyes might be, where a mouth should exist, but the features were more implied than present. And from those spaces where eyes might be came 2 streaks of liquid, black and viscous, tracking down the nothing of his face. The tears didn't fall. They ran upward, defying gravity, pulled toward the ceiling. He stood perfectly still except for the trembling that ran through his too thin frame, a vibration that matched the rhythm of the weeping, as though his entire body was an instrument playing this one sustained note of grief. His hands, if they could be called hands, hung at his sides, fingers twice as long as human fingers should be, tapering to points that looked sharp enough to cut. Naomi couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't look away. Some primal part of her brain screamed that if she moved, he would cross the room faster than thought, and those long, terrible fingers would touch her, and she would never be the same. The weeping man tilted his head. The motion was wrong, too precise, too deliberate, like a bird of prey tracking movement. The black tears kept streaming upward, and the sound of his weeping filled the studio until it was the only sound in the world. And then, without moving his mouth, he spoke. The voice didn't come from his body. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside her head and from the walls themselves. But this time, the words that appeared in her mind had a quality she hadn't noticed before. They felt like her own thoughts, but twisted. You're pathetic, you know that? Look at you. Lying here in the dark, too afraid to move, too broken to function. No wonder, David. She flinched. The thought cut off abruptly, but the damage was done. Because that voice, that cadence, those specific words, she'd thought them before. She'd had that exact thought about herself maybe 100 times since David died. That internal voice that told her she was failing, that she was broken. But she'd never thought that voice might be anything other than her own harsh self-assessment. She'd never considered that it might be something else speaking to her using her own vocabulary, her own rhythm, her own cruelty turned back on itself. The weeping man stood motionless in his corner, watching her with the absence where eyes should be. And Naomi understood that his voice appearing in her mind wasn't just supernatural intrusion. It was something worse. It was her own thoughts being mimicked back to her, twisted, just enough to feel wrong, but not enough to be immediately recognizable as foreign. How long had he been doing this? How many of her thoughts had actually been his thoughts placed in her mind? The weeping man tilted his head again. And this time, when his voice came, it was softer, almost gentle, but still wearing the cadence of her own thoughts. I will never leave you. I will take away every single thing you love until there is nothing left in your life but me. And then you'll understand. Then you'll finally understand what you are. The lamp went out. Not the bulb burning out. She could see the filament still glowing faintly. But her vision collapsing inward, tunneling down to nothing. She was blind in the dark with the weeping man, and the weeping got louder and louder until she thought her skull would split from the pressure. She tried to scream. Her mouth open, no sound came out. Air wouldn't move through her chest. Her body had stopped working. She was just consciousness trapped in meat. And the weeping man was leaning closer, and she could smell him now, salt and copper and something underneath that was older, colder, like stones at the bottom of a winter lake. And then she felt it, something impossible. A single fingertip, impossibly cold, traced the curve of her ear, not roughly, not violently, almost tenderly, as though the weeping man was memorizing the shape of her through touch. The cold was absolute. Not the cold of ice, but the cold of deep space. It burned without fire. It ached in her bones. The finger traced down from her ear to her jaw. A touch so light it was barely there, and yet it felt like it was leaving a mark. Like everywhere he touched would be permanently changed. Naomi's body had stopped obeying her entirely. She couldn't pull away, couldn't flinch, couldn't do anything but lie there while the weeping man touched her face with that single, impossibly cold finger. And the worst part was that under the terror, under the revulsion, she felt something else. She felt known, seen, acknowledged in a way she hadn't been since David died. The finger lifted away. Her vision came back gradually, the lamp brightening until the studio was lit again. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and radiator. The weeping man was gone, but Naomi could still feel where he'd touched her. The cold had sunk into her skin, into her bone. She raised her hand to her ear, to her jaw, tracing the path his finger had taken. Her own touch felt warm by comparison. She sat up slowly. Her body ached, as though she'd been holding a single position for hours. She looked at the corner and tried to process what had just happened. He'd touched her. The weeping man had reached out and touched her, had made physical contact. Or had he? The question arrived quietly, insidiously. Because now, sitting here in the lamplight, trying to remember exactly what had happened, she couldn't be entirely sure. The touch had felt real. The cold had been absolute. But memory was unreliable, especially memory formed in moments of extreme fear. What if she'd touched herself? What if, in her terror and exhaustion, she'd reached up and traced her own ear, her own jaw, and the cold she'd felt was just her own fingers, her own circulation compromised by fear and stress? The thought was almost worse than believing the weeping man had touched her. Because if she'd touched herself and couldn't remember doing it, if her body was taking actions without her conscious awareness, then what else might she be doing in these gaps of consciousness? She looked at her hands. They were shaking. They were always shaking now. She studied them as though they belonged to someone else, trying to see them as instruments that might betray her. The corner by the radiator stayed empty for the rest of the night. But Naomi didn't sleep. She sat on her mattress and watched that space, and she touched her ear, her jaw, over and over, trying to remember if the cold was real or manufactured, trying to understand if the threat was outside her or inside her, or somehow both at once. In the morning, when the gray daylight came back, she found a new letter on her pillow. You felt me. You know I'm real now. Stop pretending this is all in your mind. She read it 3 times. The handwriting was the same jagged scrawl, but now, looking at it in the morning light, she thought she could see something familiar in the way certain letters were formed. The way the T crossed just a fraction too high. The way the Y descended with a slight curve to the left. Little details that reminded her of her own handwriting, but distorted, as though written with her non-dominant hand or while her hand was trembling. She folded the letter carefully and added it to the growing pile. 37 letters now. 37 pieces of paper, all with the same jagged handwriting. 37 pieces of evidence that she couldn't trust anymore, because now she'd started to wonder who was really writing them. Rachel came by on a Wednesday afternoon using the spare key Naomi had given her weeks ago. Naomi heard the key in the lock and sat up from where she'd been lying on the mattress. And when the door opened and Rachel stepped into the studio, the expression on her friend's face told Naomi everything about what she must look like. Rachel stood in the doorway for a long moment, taking in the scene. The lights burning everywhere, even though it was afternoon. The letters scattered across the floor, maybe 40 of them now, on the unmade mattress. The boxes still half unpacked. The smell, stale air, an unwashed body, and something else underneath. Something that smelled like salt water and old tears. And Naomi herself, sitting in the center of it all, in clothes she'd been wearing for days, her hair unwashed and tangled, her eyes sunken and red-rimmed, her body so thin now that her collarbone stood out sharp beneath her shirt. Rachel closed the door behind her. She didn't move further into the apartment. She just stood there and looked at Naomi with an expression that was carefully controlled. They looked at each other for a long time. Naomi wanted to explain, but couldn't find words that wouldn't sound insane. Rachel broke the silence first. Her voice was gentle but firm. Naomi, you can't stay here. Naomi gestured toward the corner by the radiator, but couldn't make herself say anything about what lived there. Rachel looked at the corner. Her face stayed carefully neutral. She walked across the studio and stood directly in the space where the weeping man appeared each night. She waved her hand through the air, demonstrating its emptiness. Nothing here, just a corner. It's darker than the rest of the room because the radiator blocks some of the light, but there's nothing wrong with it. Naomi knew what Rachel was seeing. Just a corner, just an ordinary space. The weeping man only appeared for Naomi, only manifested when she was alone, and even then, only when he chose to. Rachel walked back to the mattress and sat down next to Naomi. She didn't touch her, didn't try to put an arm around her shoulders. She just sat close enough that Naomi could feel her warmth. "I think we need to call your doctor, or maybe we should go to the hospital, just to make sure you're okay. This isn't you, Naomi. I don't know what's happening, but you're not okay. And I'm watching you disappear, and I don't know how to help you." Naomi looked at the letters scattered across the floor. Physical evidence, real and tangible. She could pick one up right now and show Rachel the handwriting. But she didn't. Because yesterday morning she'd tried to read one of the letters and had realized, with a sick lurch in her stomach, that she recognized the handwriting. Not as her own, exactly. It was too jagged, too erratic, but as something adjacent to her own, as though someone had taken her hand and forced it to write while she was unconscious. She didn't want to think about what that meant. Rachel stood up. "Come with me, just for today. We'll get you out of here, get you something to eat, and we'll figure out what to do next. You don't have to decide anything right now." Naomi looked at the corner. The weeping man wasn't visible in the afternoon light, but she could sense him there. And in her head, so quiet she almost missed it, she heard his voice, or her voice, or some voice that belonged to both of them and neither of them. "Go ahead. Leave with her. It doesn't matter. I'll be here when you get back. I'll always be here." She stood up. Her legs shook but held her weight. They left together, Rachel's hand on Naomi's elbow, guiding her toward the door. Naomi looked back once before they stepped into the hallway. The corner by the radiator was empty in the daylight. Just wall and floor and radiator, nothing more. But she could still hear the weeping, faint and distant, like someone crying in another apartment. Rachel took her to a diner on Market Street. They sat by the window where gray October light filtered through glass, made wavy with age. Rachel ordered for both of them, eggs and toast and hash browns. Naomi picked at her food while Rachel talked, about work, about the weather, about a movie she'd seen, about anything except the obvious topic of Naomi's deterioration. It was kind in a way. Rachel was giving her space to exist in normalcy for a few hours. But normalcy felt like a costume that didn't fit anymore. Naomi had been wearing it for a year. The costume of a widow who was coping, who was moving forward, who had processed her grief. But sitting here, Naomi realized the costume had never fit properly. She'd just been holding it closed with both hands, refusing to acknowledge how transparent it was. After an hour, Rachel drove her back to the apartment building. She walked Naomi up the 3 flights and all the way to the door, and she didn't leave until Naomi had gone inside and locked the door. Naomi stood in the studio and looked at the corner by the radiator, empty in the late afternoon light. But evening was coming, and when evening came, the weeping man would return. That night, Naomi made a decision. She'd been existing in reactive mode for weeks, just responding without any plan. But if this was going to continue, if the weeping man was real and present and permanent, then she needed to understand him, needed to document him, needed proof. She went to the thrift store the next morning early. The walk there took 20 minutes and felt like crossing a foreign country. She hadn't been outside in days except for yesterday's trip with Rachel. The air felt too big, the sky too open. She kept her head down and walked fast. The thrift store smelled like dust and old fabric and the particular sadness that clings to abandoned objects. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a greenish pall. The electronics section was in the back. Naomi went straight there and found what she was looking for, a camcorder, the kind with the flip-out screen and the tape slot. The man at the register was maybe 60, wearing a flannel shirt with pen stains on the pocket. He pulled the camcorder out of its case and demonstrated that it worked. The tape mechanism made a grinding sound like it was chewing plastic, but the little screen lit up blue and showed Naomi the thrift store in miniature, all compressed and slightly warped. He showed her how to insert the tape with a click that felt cheap but definite, how to press the red button that started recording. $40. She paid in cash and walked back to the apartment with the camcorder in a plastic bag. Back in the studio, she set up the camcorder on the kitchen counter, angled toward the corner by the radiator. She plugged it in so the battery wouldn't die overnight. She adjusted the angle until the frame captured both the corner and the mattress where she slept. She checked the tape, made sure it was rewound, that she had enough recording time. She pressed record. The red light came on. The tape started rolling with that grinding plastic sound. Naomi went to the mattress and lay down. It was early evening, the gray light fading toward dark. She lay there with her eyes closed and her breathing steady, performing sleep, and waited for night to come fully. The weeping started around midnight. Naomi kept her eyes closed and her breathing even, pretending unconsciousness, while the weeping man manifested in his corner. She could feel him watching her, could sense his presence. The temperature dropped. The air got thick and hard to breathe. And then came the sound she'd been waiting for. The soft scrape of pen on paper. She opened her eyes the tiniest fraction, just enough to see through her lashes. The weeping man stood at the foot of her mattress, bent over at an angle that should have been impossible. His long shadow hands held a pen and notebook paper. The black tears dripped from his absent face onto the page, but they didn't blur the ink. He wrote with those impossibly long fingers, precise and careful. 40 seconds. 50. When he finished, he folded the paper once and leaned forward to place it on her pillow. And as he leaned down, his face, that absence of a face, that void where features should be, came close to hers. So close she could feel the cold radiating from him, could smell that salt and copper scent mixed with something like deep ocean. She felt it again, that impossibly cold touch. Not his hand this time, his breath. Except he didn't have breath, didn't have lungs or mouth or any biological machinery. But she felt it anyway. A coldness like winter lakes exhaled across the back of her neck, raising every hair on her body. The touch was intimate and terrible, and somehow tender, as though the weeping man was trying to comfort her even as he terrified her. He placed the letter on her pillow 6 inches from her face. Then he straightened. That impossible unfolding motion, his body extending in segments like a carpenter's rule, and looked directly at her. She knew he knew she was awake, knew he had always known, had been allowing her to witness this, because it didn't matter, because she couldn't stop him. He stepped backward into his corner and dissolved into the shadows there. Naomi counted to 500 before she moved, her neck still cold where his not breath had touched her. Then she sat up slowly and looked at the letter on her pillow. She didn't touch it. She just looked at it, at the familiar fold. She stood and walked to the kitchen counter where the camcorder sat, still recording, red light still on. Her hands were shaking so badly, she almost dropped it twice, but she managed to hold it steady enough to press stop. The grinding sound ceased. She rewound the tape, watching the counter spin backward. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. This was proof. She pressed play. The small flip-out screen glowed blue in the dark studio. Naomi watched herself lying on the mattress, perfectly still, breathing steadily. The timestamp in the corner read 11:47 p.m. The corner by the radiator was empty. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. And then at 12:43 a.m., Naomi sat up. She watched herself on the screen sit up slowly, stiffly, like a puppet being pulled upright by invisible strings. Her eyes were open, but not seeing, focused on nothing. She watched herself stand and walk across the studio, not to the corner where the weeping man manifested, but to the opposite corner, where she kept her desk with her checkbook and envelopes and pens. She watched herself pull out the desk chair and sit down, pick up a pen, tear a piece of paper from a spiral notebook, start writing. The handwriting visible on the screen was jagged, erratic, exactly like the handwriting in all the letters. Her left hand trembled against the desk surface. Her face remained slack, empty. She wrote for 30 seconds. Then she stopped, folded the paper once, stood, walked to the mattress. And as she walked, she raised her right hand to her own neck, extended one finger, traced the back of her own neck with that single fingertip, her touch light and careful, while her face remained expressionless. Naomi watched herself place the paper on the pillow 6 inches from where her head had been. Watched herself walk back to the mattress. Watched herself lie down and close her eyes. The timestamp read 12:46 a.m., 3 minutes. The entire episode had taken 3 minutes. Naomi watched the rest of the tape. Nothing else moved. The corner stayed empty. She lay, sleeping on the mattress until the tape ran out 45 minutes later. She rewound it, watched it again, and again, each time hoping to see something different, but the footage showed the same thing every time. Her, sleepwalking, writing letters to herself, touching her own neck with her own finger, while her consciousness was somewhere else. The cold breath she'd felt on her neck had been her own touch. The impossibly cold fingertip that had traced her ear days ago had been her own finger. The weeping man didn't need to touch her. She was touching herself, her dissociated hand, creating the sensation of external contact, while her conscious mind experienced it as violation. Naomi sat on the floor with the camcorder in her lap and tried to understand what this meant. The conclusion was inescapable. There was no external entity entering her apartment. There was just her, sleepwalking, dissociating, performing actions she had no conscious memory of. She was writing the letters herself. She was creating the weeping man herself. She was the haunting. The thought was more terrifying than believing in an external threat. Because if her mind had fractured enough to create an entire alternate personality that could take control of her body while she slept, then what else was it capable of? What other gaps existed in her consciousness? Naomi stood and walked to the corner by the radiator. She stood in the space where the weeping man appeared each night and felt nothing. Just cool air and plaster and ordinary shadows. But he would appear again tonight. She knew that with certainty. Because knowing the truth about what he was didn't make him less real. It just changed the nature of the reality. The weeping man was real in the way that psychological phenomena were real. Internal, but with external effects, invisible to others, but devastatingly present to her. She went to the library that afternoon and checked out books on dissociation, trauma, defense mechanisms. She read them sitting on the floor of her studio. The books explained what was happening to her in clinical language that made it sound manageable, treatable. Dissociative identity disorder. The mind splits to survive unbearable trauma. The mind creates separate identities, alters to hold what the whole personality cannot integrate. The alters can take control of the body, can perform actions the main personality has no memory of. The weeping man wasn't an external entity. The weeping man was an alter, a part of her that had split off to carry what she couldn't carry. And what couldn't she carry? What had been so unbearable that her mind had fragmented rather than face it? The book said DID usually formed in childhood in response to severe trauma before the personality fully integrated. But it could form later too if the trauma was profound enough, if the grief was overwhelming enough, if the mind simply couldn't hold the full weight of what had happened. David's death. A year ago, October. The accident, the hospital, the funeral she'd attended but couldn't remember. The months of moving through the world like a ghost, functioning but not feeling. She'd thought she was handling it, thought she was being strong, moving forward, not letting the grief consume her. But her mind had known better. Her mind had understood that the grief was too enormous to carry consciously. So it had created the weeping man to carry it for her, an alter whose only job was to weep, to feel, to remember, to hold the unbearable weight of David's absence while Naomi, who functioned, could continue to exist in the world. She looked at the corner where the weeping man would appear after 3 days, sitting on the floor surrounded by the library books. He was protecting her. By terrorizing her with letters and manifestations and whispered threats, by creating an external threat that felt concrete and fightable. Her fractured mind was trying to give her grief a form she could address, because formless grief, the kind that had no edges, no boundaries, was impossible to fight. But a monster in a corner? That was something you could face. That night, Naomi sat on the mattress and waited for the weeping man to appear. When he manifested in the corner, 7 feet tall and impossibly thin, the black tears streaming upward from his absent face, she looked at him with new understanding. She opened her mouth to speak, to tell him she knew what he was now. But before she could say anything, the weeping got louder. So loud she had to press her hands over her ears, but it didn't help because the sound was coming from inside her head. The studio darkened, shadows pulling in from every corner, and the weeping man stepped forward, closer than he'd ever been, close enough that she could see the individual threads of darkness that composed him, could smell the salt and copper and ancient ocean depths. His voice filled her skull. Not a whisper now, but a roar. And this time, she could hear it clearly. This time, she recognized it completely. It was her own voice, her own thoughts, her own words that she'd been thinking for a year, given form and volume, and turned back on her. You don't understand anything. You think knowing what I am changes something? You think understanding the mechanics makes me less real? I'm more real than you are. I'm the only part of you that's actually feeling anything. You're just the shell that goes through motions. I'm the one who's been keeping you alive. The studio went completely dark. Naomi felt the cold emanating from him, felt the weight of his presence, felt the terrible grief he carried. Grief that was hers, that had always been hers, that she'd been refusing to acknowledge for a year. And underneath the grief, something else. Something that felt like love, like desperate protective love. The weeping man wasn't just carrying her grief, he was carrying it away from her, holding it separate, maintaining the wall between Naomi, who functioned, and Naomi, who had been destroyed. He was protecting her. And he would continue protecting her by terrorizing her, by keeping her afraid, because fear was an emotion she could feel without falling apart. Fear was manageable. Fear was something you could survive. But the grief he was holding, that would kill her. I'm not your enemy, the weeping man whispered, his voice, her voice, softer now, almost tender. I'm the only thing keeping you alive. Without me, you'd have to feel everything. You'd have to remember that David is gone and he's never coming back, and you're going to live the rest of your life without him. Could you survive that? Could you wake up every morning and remember that truth and still find a reason to keep breathing? Naomi sat in the darkness and couldn't answer. Because she didn't know. She genuinely didn't know if she could survive the full weight of David's absence without this protective split. I'm not asking you to integrate, the voice continued. I'm not asking you to take this back. I'm just asking you to accept that I exist, that I'm necessary, that this is the only way you can continue. We can live like this. I'll hold the grief. You hold everything else. We'll share this body and this life, and neither of us has to feel more than we can bear. The darkness lifted gradually. Naomi's vision came back. The weeping man stood in his corner, patient and permanent, and she understood that he was offering her a bargain, a compromise, a way to survive without having to face the full truth of what she'd lost. She could live this way. She'd been living this way for weeks now. It was horrible and exhausting and slowly destroying her, but it was survivable. The alternative? Taking back the grief, feeling it fully, might not be survivable at all. The weeping man was right. Naomi understood this after 3 days, sitting on the floor surrounded by the library books. She'd been reading about dissociative identity disorder, about trauma responses, about fractured consciousness. The clinical language made it sound manageable, just a matter of integration therapy, of slowly reuniting the fractured parts until the whole person could hold all their experiences. But the books were written for cases where the dissociation protected someone from memories that could be processed once the person was in a safe environment. The books weren't written for cases like hers, where the dissociation was protecting her from the present moment, from a grief so enormous that acknowledging it would mean acknowledging that her entire future had been erased. The weeping man wasn't holding a memory. He was holding her reality. And if she integrated with him, she took back the grief he'd been carrying, she wasn't sure there would be enough of her left to survive it. She looked at the corner by the radiator, empty in the afternoon light, but she could sense him there, waiting. He was always waiting, patient as stone. She thought about the promise he'd made, that he would continue to hold the grief, that they could share this body and this life without either of them having to feel more than they could bear. It was a bargain, a way to keep existing without facing the full weight of what had happened. She could live this way, could continue splitting herself between Naomi, who functioned, and the weeping man who carried everything she couldn't carry. It wasn't healing, but maybe healing wasn't possible. Maybe survival was enough. That night, the weeping man appeared as usual. Naomi lay on the mattress and watched him manifest, watched the darkness gather itself into his impossible height. But tonight she didn't feel afraid. She felt something else, something like gratitude, like recognition of a terrible bargain that had saved her life. She spoke without sitting up. How long can this go on? The weeping man tilted his head, and his voice appeared in her mind with that familiar cadence. As long as it needs to. As long as you're not ready. What if I'm never ready, and then I'll be here forever? Is that what you want? What I want doesn't matter. I'm not a separate person with separate wants. I'm you. I'm the part of you that understands what you can't survive. And I'll hold it for as long as you need me to hold it. Naomi closed her eyes. The weeping continued, filling the studio, and she realized she'd gotten used to it. The sound that had terrified her initially now felt almost comforting, like white noise, like being held. This was what safety sounded like in her fractured reality. Constant weeping, constant grief, held just far enough away that she could function. She opened her eyes and looked at him. He stood in his corner, patient and permanent, and she understood that he would be there forever unless something changed. But that day wasn't today, and it might not be tomorrow, and it might never come at all. The weeping man seemed to sense her thoughts. He tilted his head again, and for just a moment his form softened. The black tears stopped streaming upward. The weeping quieted to something almost gentle. There's no shame in this. Survival takes many forms. This is yours. Naomi pulled the blanket up to her chin and watched him. And for the first time since he'd appeared, she didn't want him to leave. His presence meant she didn't have to feel what he was feeling. His weeping meant she didn't have to weep. His existence meant she could continue existing. She fell asleep like that, watching him. Days passed, then weeks. Naomi developed a routine with the weeping man. She'd go about her day trying to function, forcing herself to eat, occasionally leaving for groceries or to meet Rachel for coffee. And at night, the weeping man would appear, and she'd lie on the mattress and listen to his weeping and feel the strange comfort of knowing her grief was being held separate from her. The letters stopped appearing. The dissociative episodes had stabilized. The weeping man appeared at night, but only in the corner, and Naomi no longer blacked out to write threatening messages. The split had found an equilibrium, a way to coexist. Rachel noticed the improvement. She commented on how Naomi seemed more present, more engaged. And Naomi nodded and agreed and didn't mention that herself now meant a person who cohabitated with a shadow figure that held her grief hostage so she could function. It was manageable. It was survivable. But on a Thursday night in early November, something changed. Naomi was lying on the mattress, watching the weeping man in his usual corner, when he suddenly shuddered. Not the constant trembling that always ran through him, but a violent convulsion that shook his entire frame. The black tears stopped streaming upward. The weeping changed pitch, became more desperate, more raw, and then he started to collapse. Not dissolve or fade. Collapse like something essential had been pulled out from under him. The 7-foot figure began to fold inward, the vertical lines compressing, the darkness peeling away in layers. Naomi sat up, her heart suddenly racing. This was different. This was wrong. The weeping man had been constant for weeks. But now something was breaking down. The darkness continued to peel away, and underneath she could see something else. Not shadow, not absence. Something human. It was her. A version of her, kneeling on the floor in the corner where the weeping man had stood. Small and hunched, her face buried in her hand, her body shaking with sobs so violent they seemed to be tearing her apart. The sound was different from the weeping man's weeping. More raw, more human, more utterly destroyed. This wasn't the mannered grief of an altar holding emotions at a distance. This was the primal sound of someone whose world had ended. Naomi stared at herself, kneeling in the corner, at her own body, at her own shoulders shaking, at her own hands covering her face. The kneeling figure raised her head. Her face was Naomi's face, but younger somehow, more open. The face she'd had before David died, before she'd learned to wall everything off. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Not black, upward-flowing tears, but normal human tears that followed gravity. The other Naomi looked at her from the corner, looked at her with eyes that held a year's worth of grief, of loss, of unbearable knowledge that David was gone and would never come back. She spoke. Her voice was broken, exhausted, at the absolute limit of endurance. I can't hold this anymore. I've been carrying this alone for a year, and I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But you have to take it back now. You have to feel this. Air wouldn't move through Naomi's chest. Her lungs had stopped working, because she could feel it now, pressing against the wall the weeping man had built, threatening to break through. The grief. the loss, the terrible crushing weight of David's absence. "If I keep holding this," the other Naomi whispered, "there won't be anything left of either of us. The split has gone too far. I'm not just holding your grief anymore. I am dissolving under the weight of it. If you don't take it back, if you don't integrate with me, we're both going to disappear. There won't be a you or a me. There'll just be nothing." And Naomi understood what she was saying. The weeping man, the altar, the split-off part of her consciousness, had taken on more than any fragment could hold. The grief was too big. It had been eating away at the altar's structure, and now that structure was collapsing. The compromise they'd struck was failing. She had two choices: integrate now, take back the grief and face it, or let the whole system collapse. Let both parts dissolve into nothing. Let Naomi Lawson cease to exist entirely. "The only way forward is through," the other Naomi said, her voice barely audible now. "You have to remember. You have to feel it. You have to weep." Naomi looked at herself kneeling in the corner, at the tears streaming down her own face, at the absolute exhaustion in her own eyes. And she thought about David. Really thought about him, for the first time since he died. She thought about his laugh and his warmth and the way he'd looked at her in the mornings when they were both still half asleep. She thought about the future they'd planned, the house they'd been saving for, the children they'd talked about wanting, the decades of ordinary life that had been erased in a single instant by a dump truck running a red light. She thought about the funeral she'd attended but couldn't remember, about the way she'd refused to look at his body because looking would make it real, about the way she'd packed up their apartment with automatic efficiency, sorting his things into boxes like they were just objects. She thought about the ring in the shoebox under her mattress, about how she still reached for it, still rubbed that pale band on her finger where it had sat for 9 years, about how removing it hadn't changed anything except given her a way to pretend the marriage had never happened, the love had never existed, the loss had never occurred. The wall crumbled. The grief poured through. David, herself, the life they'd been building that would never be built. The grief came through for that October morning when everything had ended, for the years she'd spent pretending to be fine. She wept for all the nights the weeping man had stood in the corner, holding this weight so she wouldn't have to feel it. And she wept because he'd been her all along, because she'd been splitting herself in two to survive and couldn't do it anymore. She wept until her body ached, until her throat was raw, until she had no tears left and could only make dry, gasping sounds. And through it all, the other Naomi knelt in the corner and wept with her, and gradually, slowly, the two figures began to merge. The kneeling form grew translucent. The darkness dissolved into ordinary shadow, and Naomi felt something return to her. Not just the grief, but everything else the weeping man had been holding. The love she'd had for David, the memories she'd been avoiding, the future that had been taken. All of it poured back into her, and it was more than she thought she could hold. More than any person should have to hold. But she held it anyway because the alternative was continuing to split herself forever. The other Naomi smiled. Just a small, sad smile, a recognition that this was necessary and that this was healing, even though it felt like dying. Thank you. Thank you for being strong enough to take me back. And then she was gone, dissolved completely, leaving Naomi alone in the studio with the full weight of her grief and no one left to carry it but herself. 3 weeks passed. Naomi stayed in the apartment and felt everything she'd been avoiding for a year. Some days the grief was so enormous she couldn't get out of bed. Other days it receded enough that she could function. She started seeing a therapist. a woman in her 50s with an office in Fremont, who specialized in trauma and complicated grief. Naomi told her everything about David's death, about the weeping man, about the dissociative episodes and the slow integration. The therapist listened without judgment and explained that what Naomi had experienced was more common than most people realized. The mind did extraordinary things to survive extraordinary pain. They worked on integration, on building tools for holding grief without fragmenting, on learning to exist with loss rather than walling it off. It was slow work, painful work. But Naomi kept going. She kept feeling. She kept weeping when she needed to weep and functioning when she could function. And slowly, incrementally, she began to build a life that had room for both the grief and everything else. A life where David's absence was acknowledged but didn't consume every moment. A life where she could remember him without fracturing. The corner by the radiator stayed empty. The weeping man never reappeared. Naomi understood why. He'd been created for a specific purpose, and that purpose had been fulfilled. He'd carried her grief until she was strong enough to carry it herself. But sometimes, late at night, she thought she could hear him, just faintly at the edge of perception. The sound of weeping from a place far away, or maybe from deep inside her own mind. A reminder that the capacity for fracture was still there, that if the grief became too much again, her mind knew how to protect itself. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. But there was something almost comforting in knowing the weeping man was still there in potential, still waiting in the architecture of her consciousness. On a Saturday in late November, Rachel came to visit. They sat on the floor with coffee mugs between them, and Rachel looked around at the space that had been so nightmarish weeks before. The lights weren't all burning anymore. The letters had been collected and thrown away. The boxes were unpacked. The apartment looked lived in now. Rachel studied Naomi's face. Naomi met her eyes steadily. She knew she looked different, thinner, more tired, older somehow, but also more present, more solid, more real. Rachel reached out and squeezed Naomi's hand. Said nothing. Didn't need to. Just sat there acknowledging that Naomi had been somewhere terrible and had somehow found her way back. After Rachel left, Naomi went to the shoebox under her mattress. She opened it for the first time since moving to this apartment. David's ring sat inside, gold catching the light. She picked it up, felt its weight, remembered the day they'd chosen it together. She slipped it onto her thumb, too small for her ring finger anymore, but it fit her thumb perfectly. She looked at it there, the band against her skin, and decided she would keep wearing it this way. Not as a wedding ring, not as a symbol that David was still here, but as evidence that he had been here, that their life together had been real, that love didn't vanish just because the person you loved was gone. She stood and walked to the window. It was raining outside, the way it always rained in Seattle in November, steady and soft. She pressed her palm flat against the glass, feeling the cold against her skin, and looked through her reflection to the corner by the radiator. Empty. Just an ordinary corner where two walls met. The shadows there were just shadows again. She thought about the weeping man, about how he'd terrified her and saved her and been her all along, about how the mind protected itself in ways that seemed monstrous until you understood the alternative, about how healing required embracing the part of yourself that had carried what you couldn't carry. She whispered David's name, just once, barely audible, an acknowledgement, a remembering. A promise that she would keep living with his absence rather than pretending it didn't exist. In the corner by the radiator, the shadows shifted, just for a moment. Just the barest suggestion of a figure, 7 feet tall and impossibly thin, with black tears streaming upward from an absent face. And then the shadows were just shadows again, ordinary and still. Naomi lowered her hand from the window and turned away. She had work to do. Therapy homework, bills to pay, groceries to buy, the ordinary maintenance of a life that continued despite everything. The grief was still there, would always be there. But she was learning to carry it, learning to exist as someone who had loved and lost and survived. The apartment was quiet. No weeping from the corners, no letters appearing on pillows, just the sound of rain against glass, and the radiator ticking as it warmed the room and her own breathing, steady and strong. She was alone, and that was okay. Lydia Ferris had the brush poised 3 inches from the canvas, loaded with a mix of cadmium yellow and raw umber that would, if she could get it right, suggest the exact dusty gold of desert light an hour before sunset. When something heavy moved past the studio door with a gait she recognized before she could name why it was wrong. The footsteps. She understood them as footsteps. In the same instant she understood they came from nothing she could see, had a weight and deliberation that made her hand freeze mid-stroke, the brush trembling slightly, and she understood, not for the first time that week, that buying this house had been the worst mistake of her life, or possibly the last one she would be permitted to make. The sound continued down the hall toward the kitchen, each impact separated by a measured interval that reminded her of something she could not quite name, though the rhythm was familiar in a way that made her chest tighten before her mind caught up. Not Warren's pacing, heavier than that. The gait wrong for a man. She set the brush down on the palette with care that felt like prayer, and turned toward the open door of what the realtor had called the sunroom, but which Lydia thought of as the only space in the house where she could breathe without counting the breaths. The house was silent now, which should have felt like safety. It didn't. Safety had been Titan's weight against her legs when Warren was in one of his moods, 200 pounds of dog settling beside her chair like an anchor, solid and warm and immovable. Safety had been the way he growled low in his chest when Warren raised his voice, a sound that meant Warren would have to go through the dog to reach her. And Warren had learned early in the marriage that going through Titan cost more than he usually wanted to pay. The house in Abilene had been full of Warren's anger, but Titan's presence had created pockets of air where she could breathe, spaces Warren's temper couldn't fully penetrate because the dog wouldn't permit it. This house had no such pockets. The silence here had weight but no warmth, had presence but no protection. And Lydia stood in the doorway of the sunroom, listening to that silence and understanding that she had moved 300 miles to escape Warren's memory and had succeeded only in finding a different kind of trap. The hallway beyond the doorframe showed her nothing. Afternoon light slanted through the window at the far end, illuminating a strip of pine floorboards she had scrubbed twice in the first week, trying to remove a stain that turned out to be the wood's natural grain. The light fell across empty space, and she watched it for the span of 30 seconds. She counted, because counting had become a habit during the marriage, a way to measure how long she could hold still before he noticed she was afraid, and saw nothing move through it, though the footsteps had definitely passed that window, definitely continued toward the kitchen, where she had left her coffee mug on the counter next to the box of Warren's letters she kept meaning to burn. Lydia stood and crossed to the doorway. The floor beneath her feet gave the familiar small protest of a house 60 years old, built when someone thought the desert 20 miles from Van Horn would support a family before they learned otherwise and left the property to accumulate silence and dust until a bank in El Paso acquired it and eventually sold it to a woman who wanted nothing from the world except distance and a door she could lock from the inside. She had walked these floors 100 times in the 6 weeks since moving in, learning which boards sang and which kept quiet. And she knew without looking down that she was stepping over the loose plank outside the bathroom, the one that clicked like a camera shutter if you put your weight on the left side. The kitchen was empty. Her mug sat where she had left it, the coffee gone cold. A skin forming on the surface that caught the light from the window above the sink. The box sat beside it, lid off, the envelopes inside arranged in chronological order, because even after everything Warren had done, some part of her still organized his cruelty by date. The top letter showed his handwriting, the angular capitals that had once seemed strong and now looked merely aggressive. And she had the brief, irrational conviction that the letters had moved, that they had been shuffled or read or touched by something while she was in the sunroom mixing paint. She had opened the box for the first time the night before, after 6 weeks of keeping it sealed, had pulled out the letter on top and read it aloud in the dark kitchen, speaking Warren's words into the silence because some part of her needed to prove she could hear his voice without flinching. She had been wrong about that. She had flinched. But she had finished reading it anyway, every sentence about how he would find her again, how distance meant nothing, how she would never be free. Then she had folded the letter back into its envelope and returned it to the box and told herself she had won something by reading it without breaking. The footsteps had started that same night, 3 hours after she spoke his words aloud. She crossed to the counter and placed her palm flat on the box. Cardboard slightly warped from the humidity of 6 Texas summers in a storage unit before she claimed it from the property office, cool to the touch. The letters inside had not moved. She knew this with the same certainty she knew the sun was lowering toward the horizon and that the temperature would drop 20 degrees once it set, leaving the house to the desert's distinctive cold that seemed to rise from the floor rather than fall from the air. The footsteps had stopped. Lydia turned slowly, surveying the kitchen as if it were a room she had never entered, which in some sense it was. She had been living here 6 weeks, but she had not yet learned to see the space as hers, had not stopped expecting Warren to appear in doorways the way he used to, filling the frame with his shoulders and his silence, until she explained herself or apologized or simply left the room because staying meant waiting for his patience to fail. The kitchen showed her a refrigerator humming against the far wall, a stove she had used twice, a table with 1 chair because she had not bothered to buy a second. The back door locked. The window above the sink latched, the pantry door closed, and she stared at that door for longer than the others because Warren used to lock her in the basement, and the pantry door had the same dimensions, the same pressed wood construction that would muffle sound if something were trapped behind it. Nothing emerged. The house settled into its afternoon silence, and Lydia released a breath she had not realized she was holding, which was another habit from the marriage. The breath held until the danger passed or until she fainted, whichever came first. She had fainted twice, both times in the kitchen of their house in Abilene, and Warren had stepped over her to get to the refrigerator, told her she was being theatrical, told her no one would believe her even if she tried to tell them what he did when no one was watching. She returned to the sunroom and discovered she had ruined the canvas. The brush she had set down had bled paint across the surface, a yellow-brown stain spreading from the point where the bristles touched cloth, obliterating the careful layering of desert light she had spent 2 hours building. Lydia stared at it, the painting that was now unsalvageable, and felt something close to relief because it gave her a reason to stop pretending she was someone who painted, someone who deserved a sunroom and a view of the desert, someone who had earned 6 months of freedom before the universe corrected its mistake. The light outside had gone golden in the way she had been trying to capture, and through the window she could see the landscape that had convinced her to buy the property. Miles of creosote and lechuguilla stretching toward the Diablo Plateau, the soil the color of rust, the sky enormous and indifferent. No neighbors, no roads except the caliche track that led 3 miles to the county highway. No one to hear her if she screamed, which was either the selling point or the fatal flaw, depending on whether you believed isolation was safety or trap. Warren had taught her it was both. Lydia cleaned her brushes in the jar of turpentine she kept on the windowsill, watching the paint bloom into the liquid like blood in water, and tried to recall whether she had left a window open somewhere in the house, whether wind could account for footsteps, whether 6 weeks of solitude had finally bent her mind the way Warren had spent 20 years trying to bend it and never quite succeeded. The turpentine smelled sharp enough to make her eyes water, and she set the jar down, wiped her hands on the rag she kept tucked into her belt, and walked through the house checking windows. All of them were closed. She confirmed this by testing each latch, running her fingers along each seal, and in the process discovered that the house had more windows than she had consciously registered. 12 in total, counting the narrow casements in the bathroom and the half-moon transom above the front door that she could only reach by standing on a chair. Every one of them was latched, some of them painted shut, and by the time she finished checking, she was breathing hard. Not from exertion, but from the mounting understanding that something had walked through her house, and she had not imagined it, and there was no innocent explanation she could construct that would allow her to sleep tonight without barricading the bedroom door. She had locked Titan in the bathroom once during a fight, the night Warren came home late with whiskey on his breath and violence in his posture. She'd been trying to protect the dog, had shoved him through the bathroom doorway, and turned the lock and told him to stay quiet. Please stay quiet. Because Warren kicked when he was drunk, and Titan was too loyal to back down, and she couldn't watch Warren hurt him again. The dog had broken through the door in under 2 minutes, the frame splintering where he'd thrown his full weight against it, and he'd planted himself between her and Warren with his head lowered and his teeth showing, and Warren had looked at the dog and then at her and had left the house instead of fighting both of them. She'd never tried to lock Titan away again. Protection that loved you couldn't be contained for its own good, couldn't be convinced to save itself and let you face the danger alone. The sun was setting now, the light going orange and then red, and Lydia stood in the center of the living room, a space she barely used, furnished with a couch and a lamp she had bought at the Goodwill in Van Horn, and listened. The house gave her the creak of wood contracting as the temperature dropped, the tick of the kitchen faucet she had never managed to tighten properly, the hum of the refrigerator cycling on. Nothing else. No footsteps, no weight moving through empty rooms, just the ordinary sounds of a structure settling into evening and herself standing in the middle of it, listening for ghosts she did not believe in, because Warren had taught her that the worst things in the world were always human. She made herself eat dinner, though she could not afterward recall what she had eaten, only that she had sat at the kitchen table with the box of letters beside her and thought about the house she had left behind in Abilene, the one she had signed over to Warren's sister in exchange for being allowed to leave without a fight. That house had been full of sounds, traffic from the street, neighbors arguing through shared walls, the building's plumbing groaning every time someone 3 floors up took a shower. She had hated those sounds. She had dreamed of silence. And now she had it, or something close to it. And the silence was worse than the noise because it had room inside it for other things, for footsteps that came from nothing she could name, for the weight of attention she could feel even when she was alone, After dinner, she carried the box of letters into the bedroom and set it on the dresser, where she could see it from the bed. The letters were the only things she had kept from the marriage besides the scars on her ribs, where Warren had broken them 3 times, the 3rd time badly enough that the doctor at the ER had asked questions she did not answer. She had kept the letters because destroying them felt like admitting they had never existed. And if they had never existed, then neither had the marriage. And if the marriage had never existed, then she had not survived 20 years of something. She had simply wasted them. And the distinction mattered in ways she could not name but felt every time she considered throwing the box away. Warren was dead. She knew this with absolute certainty because she had received the call from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice 6 months ago. A woman with a bored voice explaining that inmate 2847391 had been killed in an altercation in the exercise yard, that his body had been released to his sister for burial, that Lydia's contact information was listed in his file and they were notifying her as a courtesy in case she wished to contest the disposition of remains. She had not contested. She had thanked the woman and hung up and sat in her apartment in Odessa for 3 hours, waiting to feel something other than the dull surprise that anyone had cared enough to kill him. Now, lying in bed with the lights off and the desert dark pressing against the windows, Lydia thought about Warren in the ground outside Abilene and tried to remember what he had looked like the last time she saw him in the courtroom after the sentencing, when he turned in his seat and found her in the gallery and smiled the smile that meant he was filing this moment away for later, for the day he got out and found her again. He had not gotten out. Someone in the prison had solved that problem for her, and she should have been grateful. And she was grateful. But gratitude did not explain why she was lying awake at 10:30 listening for footsteps in the hall. The scratching started at 11. It came from the bedroom door, a rhythmic scraping that sounded like fingernails on wood, though the door was solid pine and the sound was too heavy for fingernails, too deliberate. Lydia sat up in bed and stared at the door, which she had locked before lying down, an old habit from the marriage that she could not break, even though there was no one in the house to lock it against. The door remained closed. The scratching continued, moving from the center of the door to the lower panel, then back up to the height of the knob, and she understood with cold clarity that whatever was making the sound was moving, adjusting its position, searching for a way in. She did not turn on the light. Some instinct she did not examine told her that darkness was better, that seeing would be worse than hearing, and she sat very still in the bed and counted the seconds between each scrape of what? Not fingernails, claws, possibly, though that was absurd. There were no animals large enough to reach the doorknob, and besides, the sound was coming from inside the house, from the hallway she had walked down an hour ago, from the space between her bedroom and the kitchen where she had checked every window and found them all sealed. The scratching stopped. Lydia waited, her hand curled into the sheet, and heard nothing. The house had gone silent in the way that meant something was listening, was waiting for her to move or speak, or give some sign that she knew it was there. And she did not move, did not speak, barely breathed, and the seconds accumulated into a minute, and then 2, and then 5, and the scratching did not resume. She did not sleep that night. She lay in the bed with her eyes open, watching the door, and when the sun finally rose and light began to seep around the edges of the curtains, she got up, unlocked the door, and opened it to an empty hallway that showed no sign of disturbance, no scratches on the wood, nothing to confirm that she had heard what she had heard. But she had heard it, and she knew with the certainty that came from 20 years of marriage to a man who made her doubt her own senses until she learned to trust them against his denials, that something in this house wanted her attention, wanted her afraid, wanted her to know she was not alone. Lydia walked to the kitchen, made coffee, and stood at the counter staring at the box of Warren's letters, while the sun climbed and the desert heated and the house settled into morning silence. The coffee tasted like rust. She drank it anyway and told herself that tonight she would sleep in the truck if she had to, that she would leave this house and find another. The 6 weeks of peace was more than she had expected, and she should be grateful for even that much. She did not believe herself. She had nowhere else to go, and something in the house probably knew that too. The footsteps returned the next afternoon while Lydia was washing dishes, the same heavy, measured tread she had heard the day before. And this time she did not freeze or investigate, but simply stood at the sink with her hands in the soapy water and waited for the sound to pass. It moved through the hallway, paused outside the kitchen doorway for a span of seconds that felt much longer, and the air smelled suddenly and impossibly of wet dog, warm and specific, before the scent vanished as quickly as it had come. Something in the smell reached for a memory she did not let herself hold. The footsteps continued toward the living room, where she heard nothing further, because the living room carpet was thick enough to muffle footfalls, or would have been if the footfalls were being made by anything that had weight in the ordinary sense. She finished the dishes, and by then the water had gone cold, and her hands were wrinkled, but she had not moved from the sink except to reach for the dish towel, and when she finally turned around, the kitchen was empty, the doorway vacant, the afternoon light slanting through the window at the same angle it had been slanting for the past 20 minutes, while she scrubbed 3 plates and 2 mugs with the focused attention of someone performing brain surgery. The footsteps came again that evening while she was reading, and again the following morning while she was still in bed, and she stopped trying to construct explanations and began instead to chart the pattern. Twice a day, roughly 12 hours apart, always the same route through the house, hallway to kitchen to living room, never deviating, never accompanied by any other sound. She wrote this down in the notebook she kept beside the bed, the same notebook where she used to record Warren's mood so she could predict when it was safe to speak and when silence was the better strategy. And the act of writing steadied her in the way documentation always had, creating the illusion that if she could name and measure the horror, it could not touch her. Then the chair moved, and she stopped believing in measurement. She had been standing in the kitchen doorway, coffee mug in hand, watching the morning light climb the living room wall, when the oak chair beside the couch, a heavy mission-style piece she had bought because it reminded her of her grandmother's house and seemed too solid to break, slid 4 feet across the floor, scraping against the wood with a sound like a blade being sharpened. The chair moved in a straight line, as if pushed by invisible hands, and came to rest against the far wall with a thud that rattled the window in its frame. The coffee mug slipped from Lydia's hand and shattered on the kitchen floor, and did not move to clean it, could not move, could only stare at the chair that now sat at an angle it had never occupied, facing away from the room toward the wall, and understand that whatever was in this house was not content to walk through it anymore, was not satisfied with scratching at her door, wanted her to see what it could do. The neighbor woman appeared the next day, or perhaps 2 days later. Lydia had stopped being certain about the passage of time, had stopped trusting that morning followed night, followed morning in the orderly progression the calendar suggested. The woman drove up the Caliche track in a dust-colored sedan that Lydia heard long before she saw it. The engine noise carrying across the desert in a way that made her realize how accustomed she had become to silence. She went to the door because not answering would have been more suspicious than answering, and because some part of her that was not entirely controlled by fear wanted to speak to another human being, to confirm that she still existed in the world outside this house and its increasingly inexplicable disturbances. She opened the door before the woman could knock and found herself facing someone who looked weathered in the way everyone looked weathered out here, skin lined by sun and wind, eyes that had learned to squint as a permanent expression. The woman smiled, said her name was something Lydia immediately forgot, and said she lived in the house 7 miles north near the highway and had seen someone moving around and thought she should introduce herself, be neighborly, make sure everything was all right. She spoke in the manner of someone who did not expect to be invited inside, but hoped to be, and Lydia found herself nodding, saying thank you, saying she appreciated the thought, saying she was settling in just fine. All the polite deflections she had learned during the marriage when people asked questions she could not answer honestly. The woman talked for perhaps 5 minutes, standing on the porch because Lydia had not stepped aside to let her enter, explaining that there was a store in Van Horn if she needed supplies, a clinic if she needed medical attention, a sheriff's deputy who came through once a week on patrol. She offered her phone number, said to call if anything came up, said it was easy to feel isolated out here, and sometimes it helped to know there were people within driving distance. And Lydia thanked her again, said she would keep the number, meant it sincerely because the woman seemed kind in an unobtrusive way that did not demand anything in return. The woman walked back to her car, turned to wave once before opening the door, and in the moment she was turning, her hand already on the door handle, her body angled away from the house. The windshield exploded. The glass did not crack or spider or develop a small impact point that spread. It exploded all at once with a sound like a gunshot, and the woman staggered backward with her arms raised to protect her face. And Lydia was moving before she understood she was moving, down the porch steps and across the dirt yard to where the woman stood swaying, her hands cut from the fragments that had sprayed back toward her, blood running down her wrists in thin streams. The woman was making a sound between a gasp and a sob, her eyes wide and unfocused, and Lydia caught her by the elbow and guided her away from the car and toward the porch, saying it was all right, saying they would call someone, saying things she did not believe but needed to say because the alternative was standing silent while a stranger bled on her property. The windshield lay in 1,000 pieces across the front seat and hood of the car, glittering in the sun, and there was no rock on the ground, no stone that could have caused the breakage, nothing to explain it, except the thing Lydia could not say aloud, that something in the house had done this, had reached out and shattered the glass because the woman had come too close, had spoken to Lydia, had tried to make connection. She brought the woman inside into the kitchen where she kept the first aid kit and cleaned the cuts on her hands while the woman sat at the table shaking, saying she did not understand, saying the glass had just exploded, saying she had never heard of that happening. Tempered glass did not just break for no reason. Lydia made soothing noises and applied bandages and did not say that she believed the glass had broken for a very specific reason, that the house was territorial, that it did not want her to have visitors or neighbors or anyone who might ask questions that would require answers. The woman left an hour later in her ruined car, insisting she could drive, refusing Lydia's offer to call someone, clearly eager to be away from this place and whatever had happened here. Lydia watched her navigate the Caliche track with no windshield and no protection from the wind, dust streaming into the car's interior, and knew with cold certainty that the woman would not return, that she would tell people in Van Horn about the strange incident at the house near the plateau, that she would advise others to stay away, and that Lydia would not see another neighbor as long as she lived here. The house settled into afternoon quiet, and Lydia sat on the porch for a long time, watching the dust settle where the car had been, thinking about Warren and the way he had isolated her, had driven away her friends and her family, had made her world so small that it contained only him and the space he permitted her to occupy. She had thought herself free of that. She had thought 6 months was long enough to be sure he was really dead, that death was a condition from which even Warren could not return. She had been wrong about that, or about something, and the wrongness was costing her what little peace she had managed to accumulate. The mailman came some days later. She had lost count, had stopped marking time by the calendar, and begun marking it instead by the scratching, which came every night, though she could no longer say whether it came at 11 or at 3, or simply appeared whenever she closed her eyes. The postal truck climbing the track toward the house pulled her from a fog she had been navigating for hours or days, and she met him on the porch when he climbed out carrying a package that required signature. He was a young man, younger than she had expected, with the kind of face that still looked surprised by the world. He handed her the electronic pad to sign, made small talk about the heat in the drive, said he had the route from Van Horn to the border and back, said he did not usually see many people out this far. Lydia signed the pad and handed it back and was preparing to thank him and let him leave when he paused, his hand on the truck door, and looked at her with an expression that was part concern and part something she could not identify. "You doing all right out here?" The question surprised her into honesty. She opened her mouth to say yes, to give the automatic reassurance, and found she could not make the word form, could not lie to this stranger who was asking a simple question that no one else had thought to ask. She shook her head instead, a small motion, and his face changed, softened, and he was about to say something else when the ceramic pot launched itself from the porch railing. Later, Lydia would not be certain whether she had seen it move or whether she had only seen the result of its movement, but in the moment what registered was the pot, a heavy terracotta planter she had bought in Van Horn and set on the railing to hold sage that had died within a week, arcing through the air in a trajectory that had nothing to do with wind or accident and everything to do with force and intent. The pot struck the mailman on the side of his head with a sound that was wet and solid at once, and he went down, not collapsing but staggering, his hand coming up to his temple, blood immediately welling between his fingers. Lydia was moving again, had apparently become the kind of person who moved toward injury rather than away from it, and she caught the mailman's arm as he swayed, steadied him, helped him back to his truck. He was saying something she could not parse through the rushing in her ears, and she was saying something back, apologies probably, though she had no idea what she was apologizing for except the house, the thing in the house, the fact that she had somehow brought him into the radius of whatever was happening here. The mailman climbed into the truck with her help, his hand still pressed to his bleeding head, and she watched him execute a clumsy three-point turn and drive back down the track, weaving slightly, too fast for safety. The pot lay in the dirt where it had fallen after impact, unbroken, and Lydia stared at it for a long time before walking over and picking it up and carrying it inside and setting it on the kitchen counter next to the box of Warren's letters. The house was silent, and Lydia understood, with the clarity that came from having survived 20 years of a marriage that had taught her to read violence as language, that she was not permitted to leave, was not permitted visitors, was not permitted anything except the house and what lived in it, and the knowledge that every attempt to reach beyond these walls would be met with escalating force until she stopped trying or until something broke that could not be repaired. Time became unreliable after that, or perhaps it had always been unreliable, and she was only now noticing. She would find herself standing in the kitchen with no memory of having walked there, would discover her hands submerged in dishwater that had gone cold hours ago, would look up from the notebook where she had been trying to chart the pattern and see that the sun had set and risen again while she sat motionless at the table. The scratching came every night, but she could no longer say whether the nights were consecutive or whether weeks passed between occurrences, could no longer distinguish between the memory of last night's scratching and the anticipation of tonight's. She stopped changing her clothes. Changing them implied a future in which appearances mattered. implied that she would leave this house and be seen by people who would notice wrinkled fabric or unwashed hair. And she had stopped believing in that future. The clothes she wore, jeans and a shirt she had put on some morning she could no longer identify, became a second skin, became part of her body in a way that made the idea of removing them feel like flaying. Her hand shook when she tried to hold a coffee mug. She noticed this distantly, the way she might notice weather happening to someone else, and she stopped trying to hold things, started drinking from the mug while it sat on the counter, bending down to meet it rather than lifting it to meet her mouth. The coffee tasted like rust or like nothing or like the specific flavor of defeat. And she drank it anyway because drinking it was an action she could still perform, was evidence that she existed in time rather than suspended outside it. The bedroom became the only room she occupied with any regularity, not because it felt safer than the others, but because it had a lock on the door, and the lock gave her something to do when the scratching started, gave her the ritual of sliding the bolt and wedging the chair under the knob and stacking books against the base of the door, all gestures she knew were meaningless, but performed anyway because performing them was better than lying still while the scratching started, and admitting she had no defense except endurance. Warren had taught her endurance thoroughly, had made it the skill she practiced most during their marriage, and she found herself drawing on that education now in ways that made her hate herself and hate him and hate the fact that the lessons he had beaten into her were the only tools she had left. She knew how to make herself small. She knew how to hold still. She counted. She had learned to count during the marriage, to measure the seconds between the moment Warren's voice changed and the moment his hand moved. And she counted now, measured the distance between one incident of violence and the next, and convinced herself that the distance meant something, meant she was surviving, meant she had not yet reached the moment when survival became impossible. One night the scratching lasted until dawn. Another night, or perhaps the same night, or perhaps a night weeks later. The scratching was accompanied by a low rumbling that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls and the floor and the air itself, and the sound vibrated through her chest in a way that made her teeth ache and her vision blur, and her hands shake so badly she had to press them between her knees to keep them still. One night the door began to buckle, the wood flexing inward with each impact, and she got out of bed and pushed the dresser against it, using her whole body, her shoulder against the side, her feet braced, and managed to wedge it into place just as the door buckled inward and held and buckled again. The dresser held but moved 3 inches closer to the bed with each assault, and she backed away from it until her spine hit the far wall and then slid down to sit on the floor with her knees pulled up, watching the door and the dresser and the space between them, where splinters of wood were beginning to fall like snow. She could no longer remember which night that had been, or whether it had happened once or many times, or whether she was remembering something that had already occurred or anticipating something that would occur, or simply constructing a memory from the raw material of fear that filled the house like smoke. One night she woke from a sleep she had not meant to fall into and found the room darker than it should have been, found the air colder than it had been when she lay down, and understood before she was fully conscious that something had changed, that the rules had shifted again. The scratching was coming from inside the room. Lydia sat up slowly, her hand reaching for the lamp on the nightstand, and the sound stopped immediately, became silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. She found the lamp switch and turned it, and nothing happened. The bulb dead, or the power cut, and she was reaching for her phone on the nightstand when the scratching resumed. Closer now, close enough that she could hear the rasp of whatever was making it against the floorboards beside the bed. She pulled her hand back and held still, listening, trying to locate the sound in the darkness, and it moved around the bed in a circle, staying always just beyond where she could see, just past the edge of the mattress where the darkness was thickest. The rumbling started again, lower than before, close enough that she could feel it through the bed frame, and she realized with a clarity that felt like ice water in her veins that it was in the room with her, had found a way through the door or the walls or the floor, had stopped scratching at the barrier, and had simply come through. She opened her mouth to scream, and no sound came out, her throat closed by terror or by something else, by the understanding that screaming would not help and would only satisfy whatever was doing this, would give it the reaction it wanted, the proof that it had won. The scratching circled the bed again, faster this time, and she could hear breathing now, heavy and wet. The sound of something large moving with effort, and the breathing was wrong, was deeper and rougher than human breathing. Came in gusts that smelled like dust, and something else she could not identify. The bed shook. A sudden violent motion that felt like hands grabbing the frame, and Lydia was thrown sideways, caught herself with one hand on the mattress, and then something closed around her ankle with pressure that was immediate and crushing, and she was being pulled, dragged toward the foot of the bed by a grip that felt nothing like hands, felt more like a clamp or a vice, cold and hard and absolutely certain. She grabbed for the headboard and missed, grabbed for the pillow, and got a handful of fabric that tore away in her hand, and then she was off the bed entirely, hitting the floor with an impact that drove the air from her lungs, and being dragged across the floorboards toward the door that was somehow open now, though she had locked it, though she had wedged the dresser against it, though she had done everything she knew how to do to keep this from happening. The dragging stopped in the center of the room, and Lydia lay on her back, gasping, her ankle still caught in that terrible grip, her free leg kicking uselessly at nothing. And she reached for the fire poker she kept beside the dresser, the one weapon she had thought to arm herself with. Her fingers found the iron and closed around it, and she swung blindly at the darkness, at the space where the grip on her ankle suggested something must be, and the poker connected with a sound like metal hitting stone, a solid impact that traveled up her arm and into her shoulder. The grip released, and Lydia scrambled backward on her hands and knees, the poker still clutched in one fist, and reached the wall and pressed her back against it, and waited for whatever she had hit to retaliate, to come for her again, to finish what it had started. The room was silent. The darkness was absolute. And then from across the room came the sound of something large shaking itself, shaking like a dog would shake. And the sound was so specific and so wrong that Lydia's hand found the lamp again, found a different switch, and this time the light came on. The room was empty except for herself and the dresser pushed away from the door and the door standing open to the dark hallway beyond. And at the foot of the bed, settling like mist in the air, was a cloud of white powder she recognized from the container that had fallen from the dresser during one of the assaults, had spilled across the floor and apparently across whatever had grabbed her ankle and dragged her from the bed. And in the powder, visible in the lamplight, was an impression. Not human. Not worn. The outline of something massive and low to the ground. Something with 4 legs and a broad chest, and a head the size of a basketball, and Lydia stared at it and felt her understanding of the situation collapse and rebuild itself around a single impossible fact. The thing that had been terrorizing her was not her husband. It was a dog. Lydia remained against the wall, the poker still gripped in both hands, staring at the impression in the powder where something with 4 legs and a massive chest had stood moments before, and her mind performed the calculation slowly, fighting against itself, rejecting the answer even as the evidence accumulated. Not human, not worn, not anything that should have fit in this room or this house or this version of reality where dead husbands haunted their widows, but dead animals did not. The outline was clear enough to measure, to identify, and she had spent enough years looking at dog breeds to recognize the proportions, the breadth of chest that suggested a guardian breed, something bred to be large and protective and capable of standing between its owner and whatever came through the door. The head was enormous, the neck thick, the legs planted in a stance that read as defensive or aggressive, depending on which side of the animal you occupied. And Lydia knew with a certainty that struck before conscious thought could catch up that she had seen this exact silhouette before, had lived with it for 7 years, had buried her face in its fur when Warren's temper made the house uninhabitable. And there was nowhere else to go. Titan. The name came out as a whisper, and saying it made the impossible fact real in a way that seeing the outline had not, made it something she could no longer deny or rationalize or attribute to exhaustion or fear or the kind of madness that came from spending too many nights listening to scratching that should not exist. Titan had been dead for 25 years, poisoned by Warren in the 3rd year of their marriage, and she had buried him herself in the backyard of the house in Abilene, and had planted rosemary over the grave because someone had told her rosemary meant remembrance, and she wanted to remember, wanted to hold on to the one thing in that house that had loved her without conditions. Warren had poisoned him because Titan growled whenever Warren raised his voice, because the dog was too large to intimidate and too loyal to abandon her, because Warren could not tolerate anything that stood between him and total control. She had come home from the grocery store and found Titan convulsing on the kitchen floor, foam at his mouth, his eyes rolling, and Warren had been standing at the counter drinking coffee and had told her the dog must have gotten into something in the yard, must have eaten poison someone had left for coyotes. And she had known it was a lie, but had not been able to prove it, had not been able to do anything except hold Titan while he died and promise him she was sorry. Promise him she should have protected him the way he had always protected her. The powder impression was already fading, the white dust settling back into the floorboards or dispersing in the air, and Lydia pushed herself upright using the wall for support and crossed to where the outline had been, knelt down and reached out to touch the place where Titan's paw had pressed into the powder. Her fingers found nothing but floor, no residual warmth, no indentation that persisted beyond the visual, and she pulled her hand back and stared at the space and tried to understand what it meant that her dog had returned from 25 years of death. But to do what? The question hit with force that made her breath catch. Titan had been gentle, had never shown aggression toward her even when Warren had kicked him for lying in the wrong place or eating from his bowl too loudly. Titan had stood between her and Warren during the worst fights, had positioned his body as a barrier Warren would have to go through to reach her. And Warren had gone through eventually, had kicked the dog hard enough to crack ribs. But the effort had usually bought her time to lock herself in the bathroom or leave the house. The idea that Titan would drag her from bed, would scratch at her door all night, would throw furniture and shatter windshields and drive away anyone who tried to approach, it made no sense unless the protection itself had become monstrous, unless whatever death did to dogs made their loyalty absolute and indiscriminate, turned their defensive instincts into something that looked exactly like attack. She heard movement in the living room, the sound of weight shifting on the floorboards, and then the unmistakable noise of something large shaking itself, the same sound Titan used to make after coming in from the rain, a full body motion that started at the head and traveled down to the tail in a wave. The sound belonged only to the dog she had known. It cut through her confusion and landed somewhere deeper in the place where memory lived before language could organize it. And she found herself moving toward the living room before she had decided to move, drawn by the sound the way she used to be drawn by Titan's presence when she needed comfort, and the house was full of Warren's anger. The living room was dark, but not empty. and she could see the outline of something massive near the couch, could see it shake again, and then lower itself to the floor, lying down in the exact position Titan used to occupy when he was settling in for the night. Front paws crossed, head up, and alert, watching. Lydia stopped in the doorway and stared at the space where the outline was barely visible. And she wanted to turn on the light, but was afraid of what she would see or fail to see, afraid that light would dispel the outline entirely or reveal something worse than a ghost dog lying on her living room floor. She reached for the light switch anyway, her hand trembling, and flipped it before she could stop herself. The room flooded with light and showed her nothing. No dog visible or invisible, no outline, no evidence except the chair that remained against the wall where something had thrown it weeks ago, and her own reflection in the dark window, pale and wild-eyed, and holding a fire poker like a weapon against an enemy she could not see. She turned off the light, and the darkness returned, and with it the faint outline of something large near the couch. Barely visible now, but present. And she understood that whatever Titan had become, he existed in a state that light could not touch, could only be seen in darkness and powder, and the traces of the visible world he left behind. She returned to the doorway and lowered herself to her hands and knees, the poker on the floor beside her. The outline remained still, watching or not watching. She could not sort the two feelings, the terror of what Titan had become, and something underneath it that she recognized as gratitude. They sat in her at the same time, and she did not try to resolve them. The wet dog smell from the kitchen doorway days ago, not days, she couldn't be sure how long, made sudden terrible sense. The temperature in the room began to drop, a change so gradual she did not register it at first. And then all at once she could see her breath, could feel the cold settling into her bones in a way that had nothing to do with desert nights or open windows or any natural cause. The cold came from everywhere and nowhere, came from the air itself turning hostile, and Lydia stood because remaining still in this kind of cold felt dangerous. The outline near the couch stood too, faster than she had moved, and she heard the scrape of claws on floorboards, and then saw the powder-traced silhouette take shape again, clearer now than it had been, the dust in the air or on the furniture finding the invisible form and clinging to it. Titan's outline faced away from her, toward the corner of the room where the cold seemed thickest, and his stance had changed from resting to alert, front legs braced, head lowered, and she heard a sound come from him that she had only heard once before, the night a stranger had tried to break into their house in Abilene, and Titan had positioned himself between the door and her bedroom, and had made a sound that was less bark than warning, less warning than promise. He was growling, and the growl was so deep it vibrated through the floor and into her feet, and up through her body until her teeth ached with it. And Lydia stared at his outlined form and then followed the direction of his attention to the corner of the room where the darkness was absolute, where the cold was radiating from like heat from a furnace in reverse. He was growling at something in the corner, something she could not see. And he had planted himself between her and that corner, had put his body in the path of whatever was there. The cold intensified, and the darkness in the corner seemed to thicken, to become something more than absence of light, and Lydia took a step backward and then another, and Titan moved with her, staying between her and the corner, staying fixed in his protective stance, and she understood that he had not been attacking her at all, that every violent act she had witnessed had been protection misunderstood, had been Titan fighting something she could not see, something that had been trying to reach her while she cowered in her bedroom, believing the dog was the threat. But understanding did not make it less terrifying. The furniture thrown across the room, that had been Titan tackling something invisible, yes, but the violence was real, The destruction was real, and she had no way to know if he cared whether she survived the battle, or if protection at this scale meant collateral damage, meant accepting that the thing being protected might be crushed in the process of defending it. The scratching at her door every night. That had been Titan fighting in the hallway, keeping something away from her room. But the sound had been indistinguishable from threat, had filled her with the same terror Warren's footsteps used to create. And even now, even knowing what it was, the memory of that sound made her hands shake. She was trapped between two forces she could not see, could not understand, could not control. And one of them wore the shape of something she had loved, and one of them was something she had spent 6 months believing was gone, and neither of them had asked her permission to turn her house into a battleground. Neither of them cared that the war they were fighting was destroying her as surely as the outcome would. The darkness in the corner shifted, became denser, and Titan's growl deepened in response, his massive head lowering another inch, his front legs bracing harder against the floor. Lydia could see the powder trace outline more clearly now, could see the ridge of fur standing up along his spine, could see the way his weight had shifted to his front quarters in preparation for launching forward, and the stance was familiar, but it did not comfort her, did not make her feel safe, because she had seen what happened when Titan launched himself at Warren, had seen the dog sent flying across the room when Warren's boot connected with his ribs, had seen blood on Titan's muzzle, and known the dog would die protecting her if Warren decided tonight was the night to go through him instead of around him. And if Titan died fighting Warren's ghost the way he had died fighting Warren's body, she would be alone with whatever was in that corner, and this time there would be no prison sentence to save her, no police to come too late, but come nonetheless, no legal system to put Warren somewhere she could pretend was far enough away. The cold began to recede, pulling back toward the corner the way water pulls back before a wave, and Titan's growl faded with it, his stance relaxing fractionally, though he did not move from his position. The powder traces on his form were almost gone now, just faint suggestions of outline that would disappear entirely within minutes, and Lydia watched him fade back into invisibility, the dizzying awareness settling over her that the thing protecting her was as dangerous as the thing it was protecting her from, that being caught between them was its own kind of death even if she survived. The temperature stabilized somewhere just above freezing, and the darkness in the corner remained but did not advance, and after a time that felt like waiting for a storm to either break or pass, Lydia lowered herself to sit in the doorway, her back against the frame, the poker across her knees. Titan's outline was barely visible now, just a suggestion of shape in the darkness. But she could hear his breathing, heavy and regular, the sound of an animal alert but not panicked, prepared but not attacking. Prepared for what? She did not know, could not know, could only sit in the doorway and watch the corner where the cold gathered and understand that something had been hunting her, and Titan had been stopping it, and the cost of that protection was being trapped in a house that was being torn apart by forces she could neither see nor control. She thought about the mailman, about the ceramic pot arcing through the air toward his head, and the image reformed itself with new context. But the context did not make it better. Not an attack on the mailman, but Titan driving him away. Why? Because the mailman had carried something, represented something, or because anything that approached Lydia was presumed to be Warren in disguise, was treated as threat regardless of intent, and Titan's protection had become so absolute it could not distinguish between danger and kindness. The neighbor woman's windshield shattering made terrible sense now, not as isolation, but as prevention. Titan keeping something from entering via the neighbor's car, via her proximity. But the neighbor had been kind. The neighbor had been human, and Titan had hurt her anyway, had driven her away bleeding, and Lydia had no way to know if that had been necessary or if protection without the ability to judge had become something monstrous. The furniture thrown across rooms, the scratching that kept her locked in her bedroom every night. That had been Titan fighting Warren in the spaces she couldn't see, keeping him away from her door. But being protected that way meant being trapped, meant having no choice, meant living in a house that was being destroyed around her while two ghosts fought a war she had not agreed to participate in. She stood and walked to the kitchen, moving slowly, keeping Titan's position in her peripheral vision, and retrieved the box of Warren's letters from the counter where it had sat for days or weeks or months. She could no longer remember. She carried it back to the living room and set it on the floor beside her, and Titan's outline turned slightly, tracking her movement, his attention divided now between her and the corner. She opened the box and pulled out a letter at random, one of the middle ones, dated 2 years into Warren's sentence, and read it standing in the doorway where Titan could see her. The letter was 4 pages of Warren's deteriorating handwriting, explaining how the appeals process worked, and why he would be released eventually, and how she should prepare for his return by finding a place they could live where no one knew them, where they could start over, where she could remember what it meant to be his wife instead of his victim. The letter made her hands shake the way they always did, the way Warren had trained them to shake, and she set it down and picked up another one, this one from later in his sentence, just months before his death. This letter was shorter, more direct, and it said simply that he knew where she lived, knew she had left Abilene, knew she thought distance would protect her, but distance protected nothing, and that he would find her again, whether he was in prison or out of it, whether he was alive or dead, because she belonged to him in a way that transcended geography and circumstance and the physical limits of the body. The cold in the corner intensified again, a sudden drop that made the air itself feel brittle, and Titan's growl returned, louder now, and Lydia dropped the letter and gripped the poker with both hands because she understood suddenly and completely what occupied that corner, understood why Titan had come back, understood what he had been fighting while she hid and waited for Warren to finish what he had started. Warren had found her. Not his body, which was buried outside Abilene, but whatever part of him had survived death, whatever essence or will or hatred had been strong enough to persist beyond the physical. And he had been trying to reach her since the day she moved into this house, had been probing for entry, had been testing the barriers between the living and the dead for any weakness that would let him through. And Titan had been stopping him, had abandoned whatever peace the dead were supposed to have and had crossed back into the world to fight a war she could not see, had been taking blows she could not witness, bleeding energy or strength or whatever substance ghosts were made of, holding the line every single night while she lay in bed believing he was the monster. Lydia sank to her knees in the doorway, the poker clattering to the floor beside her. The room was very quiet. She looked at Titan's outline and said his name again, said it clearly this time, not a whisper but a statement, an acknowledgement, and the outline shifted slightly, his head turning toward her for a moment, before returning to face the corner, and she understood that he had heard her, understood that he knew she finally knew. But knowing did not change the fact that she was trapped between two massive forces, that the house was being destroyed, that Titan's protection was so violent and absolute, she could not tell whether he cared if she survived it. Knowing did not make the scratching less terrifying in retrospect. Knowing did not undo the neighbor's bleeding hands or the mailman's head wound, or the fact that Titan's loyalty had outlasted death, but his ability to distinguish threat from kindness had not. The darkness in the corner did not move, did not advance. But Lydia could feel attention emanating from it now, could feel the weight of something observing her with the same focused malice Warren had brought to every interaction, the same patient calculation that had preceded every escalation. He was there, and she understood with sickening clarity that the letters were the tether, that every word Warren had written had carried some piece of his will, his absolute conviction that she would never escape him regardless of what happened to his body, burning them. The realization landed with force, with urgency, but it was followed immediately by terror, because what would happen if she destroyed the tether? Would Warren dissipate, or would he surge forward in a final assault? Would destroying his anchor weaken him or enrage him? And if the battle escalated, if Titan and Warren fought without restraint, would the house survive? Would she? Titan's growl shifted, became sharper, and Lydia looked up to see the darkness in the corner spreading, becoming wider, and the cold was intensifying again. And she realized with sudden clarity that her paralysis was feeding it, that her fear was exactly what Warren wanted. That hesitation was the survival strategy that had kept her alive during the marriage, but would kill her now. She stood, picked up the box of letters, and walked toward the fireplace before the old patterns could reassert themselves and lock her in place. The fireplace was in the same room as the corner, was in the same room as Titan and Warren, and walking toward it meant walking closer to both of them. But the alternative was sitting in the doorway while Titan fought alone, and she had watched him fight alone for too long. Titan's outline moved with her, staying between her and the corner, and she could feel his presence now in a way that went beyond sight, could feel the weight of him beside her. She reached the fireplace and set the box on the hearth and knelt down, and the cold from the corner reached toward her. But Titan was there, was planted between her and it, and the cold stopped advancing 6 feet from where she knelt. She struck a match, her hand shaking, and held it to the first letter, but the match died before the paper caught. She struck another, and the same thing happened. The third match burned down to her fingers, and she dropped it with a gasp, and Titan staggered, went down on his front legs, and the darkness in the corner surged forward. Lydia grabbed the entire box and hurled it into the fireplace before she could think, before the fear could stop her, and struck another match and held it to the cardboard. And this time the flame caught, spread, began to consume the box and the letters inside. And Warren's voice filled her head with a physical weight that made her skull feel too small, made pressure build behind her eyes until her vision blurred. "You're destroying evidence. No one will believe you now. No one will know what I did. You'll be the crazy woman who burned her own proof, who lived alone in the desert and lost her mind, who made up stories about a husband who's been dead for months. You need those letters. You need them to prove it was real. Pick them out of the fire. Pick them out now before they're gone." Her hand reached toward the fireplace without her permission, fingers stretching toward the burning box, and the voice was using the exact cadence he had used the night he broke her ribs, the third time, when he explained very calmly why she had made him do it, why it was her fault for not listening the first 2 times. Her body remembered that tone. Her body wanted to obey before he counted to 3. Titan made a sound that was half roar, half scream, and the floorboards beneath Lydia cracked, a sharp report like a gunshot, and she jerked her hand back and wrapped both arms around herself to keep from reaching again. Her fingers burned where they had come within inches of the flame. "You always were weak. Always needed me to tell you what to do, and look at you now, still weak, still helpless, still mine. Burn the letters if you want. It won't change anything. I'll find you again. I always find you. The letters are just paper. You're the one I'm tied to. You're the one I'll never let go." The voice was inside her ribcage now, pressing against the bones that had broken and healed and broken again, and she could feel the memory of fracture, could feel her body preparing to curl inward the way it used to curl when he came toward her with his hands already forming fists. "No," Lydia said aloud, and the word came out hoarse, but it came out, and she forced herself to straighten, forced her spine to uncurl. "You don't own me?" The darkness in the corner contracted and then exploded outward, and Titan launched himself at it with a roar that shook the walls. The impact of their collision was soundless, but the air detonated, a shock wave that threw Lydia backward onto the floor and sent a gust of wind through the fireplace that nearly extinguished the flames. The fire, guttered, shrank to almost nothing, and Lydia scrambled forward on her hands and knees, reached the hearth as the last small flame clung to the corner of a letter, and she grabbed the matchbook from where it had fallen and struck the entire book at once, her hands shaking so badly half the matches broke, but enough caught, and she threw the burning mass into the fireplace where it landed on the box, and the flames surged back to life. The temperature plummeted, and Lydia's breath came out in clouds, and the floorboards beneath her began to splinter, long cracks radiating outward from where Titan and Warren were locked together in the center of the room. She could see them now, almost. Could see the outline of Titan's massive form and the darker shape wrapped around him. Could see the shape that was Warren, trying to tear through the dog to reach her, and Titan was being driven backward, his claws scraping furrows in the wood as he fought to hold his ground. The fire was consuming the letters, but not fast enough, the cardboard smoldering, and Warren's voice in her head became a scream that was not words anymore, just rage, just the promise of what he would do when he got through, and Lydia grabbed the poker from where it had fallen and used it to spread the letters in the fireplace, breaking the box apart so the flames could reach everything at once, and the heat seared her face. But she did not pull back, could not pull back, because Titan was losing. She could see him being pushed toward the wall, could see Warren's shape growing larger as Titan's outline flickered and dimmed, and she shoved the poker into the densest part of the fire and dragged burning letters forward, spreading the flames, watching the pages blacken and curl, and Warren screamed again, not in her head this time, but from everywhere, from the corner and the walls and the floor that was cracking beneath her. The final letter caught and flared and turned to ash, and Warren's scream cut off mid-sound, and the darkness that had been wrapped around Titan collapsed inward and was sucked down through the splintered floorboards like water down a drain. The shape of Warren's reaching hand, the last thing to disappear, clawed at the floor and then was gone. The pressure in Lydia's head released all at once, and she gasped, fell forward onto her hands, the poker clattering beside her. The flames in the fireplace burned down to embers, and the room was silent except for her ragged breathing and the creak of wood settling. She stayed on her hands and knees, waiting for Warren to return, waiting for the cold to come back, waiting for the signs that had meant danger during 20 years of marriage. Nothing came. The smoke cleared and the temperature normalized, and the room remained empty except for herself and Titan and the dying fire. Titan's outline was fading, the powder almost gone, and she could barely see him anymore. He lowered himself to the floor near the couch, slowly, carefully, the way an animal moves when every muscle aches, and she understood he was leaving, was returning to wherever he had been before he came back to fight this war. She crossed to where he lay and knelt beside the space his body occupied. "You can rest now," Lydia said, and placed her hand where his head would be. The air warmed under her palm, warmed like afternoon sun on fur, and then the warmth faded, the presence faded, and she knelt alone with her palm flat against the floorboards where Titan's head had been, the wood still warm, dust motes suspended in the morning light coming through the window. The neon sign buzzed and flickered outside, throwing red light through plate glass windows in pulses like a failing heartbeat. The smell of burnt coffee hung in the air, mixed with old fryer grease and the faint chemical bite of bleach. Mop bucket wheels squeaked across black and white checkered linoleum, making wet figure eights in the silence. Frank Dutton worked alone, the way he'd done every night for 40 years. The diner was small, 8 booths along the windows, a counter with 12 stools, a kitchen barely big enough to turn around in. The vinyl on the booth seats had been patched with duct tape. The chrome on the stools had worn through to brass and spots where hands had gripped for 60 years. Frank knew every crack in the ceiling tiles, every water stain, every place where the linoleum had buckled and refused to lie flat. He was 60 years old. His hands were spotted and thick-knuckled, the left one scarred across the back where grease had splashed him in 1963. His knees ached when the temperature dropped. He wore the same clothes every night. Blue work pants, a white t-shirt gone gray in the wash, boots with the left sole separating at the toe. His hair had gone white 20 years ago. He'd stopped looking in mirrors around the same time. He worked from the back of the dining room toward the front, pushing the dirty water ahead of him. Outside, a semi rattled past on the frontage road, its running lights like a string of yellow beads disappearing east toward Amarillo. Route 66 didn't bring the traffic it used to. The interstate had pulled most of it away. The Starlight got truckers who knew the old road, locals who'd been coming since Eisenhower, the occasional tourist looking for Americana to photograph. Frank didn't mind the quiet. Quiet was better. He'd almost finished the floor when headlights swept across the windows. A car pulled into the gravel lot. A sedan, dark color, Texas plates. Frank stopped mopping. The clock above the register said 1:51. He'd flipped the sign to closed at midnight. The car door opened. A man got out, middle-aged, wearing a short-sleeved button-down and khakis. He walked to the door and tried the handle, locked. He cupped his hands against the glass and peered inside. Frank could see him clearly in the neon glow. Tired eyes, 2 days of stubble, the loose posture of someone who'd been driving too long. The man knocked. Frank wheeled the mop bucket to the side and walked to the door. He unlocked it, opened it 6 inches. Told the man they were closed. The man said he knew, he'd seen the sign, but he'd been driving since Albuquerque and just needed coffee. A sandwich if Frank had bread. He could pay extra. Frank looked past him at the car. Nobody else inside. The back seat was piled with boxes and a garment bag. Moving, maybe, or running from something. Frank had seen enough of both to know the difference. This one looked like moving. Frank named a price. $20, cash. The man pulled out his wallet without hesitation. Frank opened the door. The man came in and sat at the counter, third stool from the left. He put his keys down. His hands were clean, but the nails were ragged, bitten down. Frank went to the kitchen and started a fresh pot of coffee. While it brewed, he pulled out what was left from dinner service. Half a meatloaf, some white bread, mayonnaise, a tomato that was still good. He made a sandwich, thick and basic, the way his mother used to make them when money was tight, and you needed something that would fill you up. His mother. Frank's hands stilled on the knife. He looked down at the sandwich. The bread was cut diagonally, the way she'd always done it. He'd been making sandwiches this way for 40 years and had never noticed until now. He put the sandwich on a plate, poured the coffee, brought both out to the counter. The man ate like he needed it. He didn't talk much. Frank appreciated that. He stood behind the register and watched the parking lot through the window. The man's car sat alone under the glow of the streetlight on the frontage road. A truck passed going west, engine noise fading into the distance. The man asked if Frank owned the place. Frank told him 40 years. The man said, "That was a long time." Frank didn't answer. The man finished the sandwich, drank half the coffee, then refilled his own cup from the pot on the counter. He looked around the diner, at the cracked vinyl, the duct-taped booth seats, the patches of paint where the walls had been repaired. He asked if business was good. Frank said it was good enough. It wasn't. But it was enough to keep going, enough to keep the doors open, enough to stay. The man finished his coffee and stood. He put a $5 bill on the counter for a tip Frank hadn't earned, told Frank he appreciated it. Frank walked him to the door, unlocked it, let him out. The man got in his car and drove off, taillights disappearing east. Frank locked the door again and stood for a moment looking at the empty parking lot. The neon sign buzzed overhead. A moth battered itself against the glass. Frank could have left Tucumcari a dozen times over 40 years. Could have sold the diner in the 80s when buyers came looking for Route 66 nostalgia. Could have walked away when his knees started failing, when the loneliness became something he could taste. But he'd stayed. Not because he had to. Because leaving would mean abandoning the only thing he'd ever owned. The only proof of what he'd done. He went back to mopping. He finished the floor and wheeled the bucket back to the kitchen. Poured the dirty water down the drain. Rinsed the mop and hung it to dry. His boots left wet prints on the tile. He washed his hands at the sink, dried them on a towel that smelled like dish soap, and stood for a moment looking at the grill. The steel was clean. He'd scraped it after the dinner rush, such as it was. 6 customers tonight, 7 counting the man with the Texas plates. He'd been broke for so long he couldn't remember what it felt like to have money in reserve. The diner made just enough to keep the lights on and the gas flowing. Some months, it didn't make that much. Frank ate whatever was about to spoil. He lived in a room behind the kitchen that had probably been a storage closet once, barely big enough for a cot and a cardboard dresser. He hadn't left Tucumcari in 15 years. Before that, he couldn't remember. The temperature in the kitchen dropped. It happened fast, the way it always did. One moment, the air was warm with residual heat from the grill. The next, it was cold enough that Frank could see his breath. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied to a dim brownish glow. From the dining room came a sound Frank knew too well. The quiet scrape of a chair being pulled out from a table. Frank's hands stilled on the towel. He didn't move. He counted his breaths. 1, 2, 3. The cold deepened, crawling up his arms, tightening the skin on his neck. Then he heard it. The sound of water running, not from the sink behind him, from the dining room. A faucet that didn't exist, running water that made no sound when it hit a surface. Just the endless rush of a tap left open. Frank walked to the kitchen doorway. She stood at the booth nearest the window, her back to him. Her shape was wrong, blurred at the edges, too bright in the center, like an overexposed photograph. She wore the same thing she always wore, a floral print house dress, pale blue with an apron over it. The apron had been white once. Now it was dark with something that looked wet. Her bare feet didn't quite touch the linoleum. Lois was wiping down the table. Her hands moved in slow, deliberate circles across the already cleaned surface. The same motion over and over, wiping nothing, cleaning a table that had been cleaned 3 hours ago. Frank watched her translucent fingers move across the laminate, heard the phantom sound of a wet rag that wasn't there. The sound of running water continued. Somewhere. Nowhere. Frank stepped into the dining room. His boots made no sound on the floor, but Lois's shape flickered, her movements stuttering for a moment before resuming the same slow circles. Her face was hidden behind a mass of static that shifted and crawled. She finished wiping the table, stood there for a moment, hands at her sides. Then she moved to the next booth and started again. The same slow circles, the same obsessive precision. Frank had seen her do this 100 times when he was a child. Wipe down surfaces that were already clean, trying to erase any evidence that might trigger his father's rage. She was still doing it. 40 years dead, and she was still trying to clean a house that no longer existed. Frank's jaw ached from the cold. He watched Lois move to the third booth, her hands making those same endless circles. He stopped moving, stood in the center of the dining room, and did not wipe anything down. This was worse than violence. This was her trapped in the routine of survival, repeating the small, desperate rituals that had never kept her safe. Then she turned toward him. Not suddenly. Not the way a person turns. Her whole shape rotated, feet fixed in place, as if she were mounted on an axis. The static around her face pulsed. The sound of running water stopped. Lois's hands rose slowly, palms out, as if she were trying to show him they were empty. Her fingers spread and began to tremble. Frank could see through them to the booth behind her. Then she crossed the room. It wasn't walking. The space between them folded, and she was in front of him, close enough that Frank could smell her. Something like wet clay and cold metal, a smell that had nothing to do with the living. Her hands reached toward his face, not his chest, reaching for his cheek the way she used to when he was small and crying. Frank stepped back. His spine hit the kitchen door frame. Lois's hands stopped inches from his face. Her fingers trembled in the air between them. The cold was so deep now that Frank's lungs ached with each breath. She held that position, reaching, unable or unwilling to close the distance, for seconds that felt like minutes. Then her right hand dropped and moved toward the nearest booth. Frank heard it before he saw it. The sound of something sharp dragging through wood grain, slow and deliberate. When she finished, she was gone. The temperature rose, the fluorescent lights brightened. The phantom sound of running water faded. Frank walked to the booth. The word was carved deep into the table edge, the letters small but cut with terrible precision. Thief. Frank stared at it. He'd seen this word carved into wood 1,000 times over 40 years, into counters, tables, door frames, walls. He'd sanded it away, painted over it, replaced entire boards. It always came back. Thief. For 40 years, Frank had read it as an accusation. His mother's ghost, calling him what he was, condemning him. But standing in the cold, fading air, Frank pictured Lois wiping down clean tables in the dark, saw her hands trying to reach his face, remembered the way she'd screamed that word in the kitchen in Sacramento while his father beat her. She hadn't been screaming it at Frank. She'd been screaming it at herself, taking the blame, calling herself a thief to protect him. And now she carved it over and over, trapped in the moment that she'd died trying to save him, unable to stop repeating the lie she'd told. Frank's hands started shaking. He gripped the booth's edge. The word stared up at him, small and terrible. He got the sander from the storage closet and erased it. The machine screamed in the silence. Sawdust filled the air and coated his arms. When he finished, the table had a smooth, pale depression where the letters had been. Frank stood holding the sander and understood what he'd been doing for 40 years. Every time she'd carved that word, her final act of love, the lie that saved his life, he'd taken a screaming machine to it and ground it into dust. He'd spent 4 decades hating her for it, erasing her sacrifice over and over because he thought she was condemning him when she'd been protecting him. He'd silenced the only word she had left. Frank put the sander away. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. When the dining room was clean, Frank locked the front door and killed the lights. He walked to his office, a closet off the kitchen, barely big enough for a desk and a filing cabinet. He kept a shotgun in the bottom drawer, a Remington 870 he'd bought at a pawn shop in 1965. He took it out, checked the load, and sat down in the desk chair with the gun across his lap. The office had a lock on the inside of the door. Frank turned it. The click was loud. He waited. Around 3:30, the sound started. Not crashes or violence, just the quiet domestic noises of someone trying not to be heard. Footsteps, slow and careful. The scrape of a chair. The phantom rush of running water. The sound of something being wiped over and over. Frank sat in the dark and listened to his mother's ghost clean a diner she'd never seen while she was alive. It was worse than screaming, worse than rage. It was Lois trapped in the patterns his father had beaten into her, unable to rest, unable to stop trying to keep the peace in a house that had never been peaceful. The sounds continued until the sky outside the kitchen window turned gray with dawn. Frank put the shotgun back in the drawer. He started a pot of coffee. His hands had stopped shaking. In 3 hours, the first customer would arrive. The old man who came every morning at 7 for eggs and white toast. Frank would take his order. He would cook the eggs. He would pour the coffee. He would smile and say the things people expected him to say. Then night would come, and he would close the diner and mop the floor and wait for Lois to appear. It had been 40 years. He couldn't remember anymore what it felt like to sleep through the night. On Wednesday night, Frank burned sage in the dining room. He'd bought it at a tourist shop on Tucumcari Boulevard, the kind of place that sold turquoise jewelry and Kachina dolls to people driving through. The woman behind the counter had wrapped the bundle in brown paper and told him to burn it at sunset. Frank had nodded and paid cash and driven back to the diner without asking why sunset mattered. He didn't believe the sage would work. He'd tried salt lines in 1967, holy water in 1973, a crucifix nailed above every door in 1981. Lois came anyway, but he had to try something. The sun dropped below the horizon, and Frank lit the sage with a match from the box he kept by the grill. The bundle caught and smoldered, smoke rising in a thin gray ribbon that smelled like campfire and something medicinal he couldn't name. He walked through the dining room, waving the sage. The smoke drifted against the ceiling and hung there in layers. Frank set the bundle in an ashtray on the counter and went back to closing. Wiped down the counter, stacked the chairs on the tables so he could mop. The sage kept burning, the smoke thickening, and Frank's eyes started to water. He was halfway through mopping when the temperature dropped, faster than usual. The cold came down like a weight, pressing against his shoulders, and Frank's breath fogged white. The fluorescent lights didn't flicker this time. They went out completely. The only light came from the neon sign outside. Red glow pulsing through the windows in steady rhythm. The sage bundle didn't explode. It went out, just stopped burning, as if someone had pinched the ember between wet fingers. Frank turned around. Lois stood in the center of the dining room, not near a booth. Dead center, as if she'd measured. Her shape was sharper tonight and more defined. Frank could see details he'd never noticed before. The small yellow flowers on her dress. The way the hem was uneven, shorter on one side where the stitching had come undone. Her bare feet with the toenails still painted a faded pink. Her hands hung at her sides, not wiping, not reaching, just hanging there, fingers slightly curled. And she was looking directly at him. Frank couldn't move. The cold was different tonight. Not just temperature, but pressure, like being held underwater. Lois's shape didn't flicker. She stood perfectly still, and in that stillness Frank could see what he'd been refusing to see for 40 years. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She'd never been trying to hurt him. She was just here, trapped here, unable to leave, unable to speak, unable to do anything but repeat the small, terrified rituals she'd learned to survive a man who killed her. The cold deepened. Frank's breath came in shallow gasps. Lois raised one hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed at the booth behind Frank. At the table edge where she'd carved thief 3 nights ago. At the smooth depression where Frank had sanded it away. The static around her face roiled. A sound came from her. Not the phantom running water, not footsteps. A sound Frank recognized from childhood. The quiet, choked sound of someone trying to cry without making noise. Frank stepped forward. His boot touched the edge of the mop bucket and sent it skidding sideways. The wheels squealed. Lois's shape flickered and Frank stopped. She lowered her hand, turned away from him, moved to the nearest booth and stood there, her back to Frank, her hands rising to begin wiping the table again. The same slow circles, the same endless, futile cleaning. Frank ran. He made it to his office and slammed the door. His hands shook so hard, it took 3 tries to turn the lock. He didn't get the shotgun. He sat down hard in the desk chair and pressed his palms against his eyes. He'd seen her face, almost seen it. The static had thinned enough that for a moment, Frank had recognized the shape underneath. The woman he'd left standing in a kitchen window in Sacramento. The woman who'd died screaming thief at herself to save him. Frank sat in his office until dawn. The sounds from the dining room continued. Footsteps, the scrape of furniture being carefully moved, the endless phantom rush of water that never stopped running. His mother's ghost, cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, trying to erase evidence of a crime that had happened 40 years ago in a house 1,000 miles away. When gray light finally showed through the kitchen window, Frank unlocked the office door and stepped out. The dining room was exactly the way he'd left it, the mop bucket on its side, the chairs stacked on tables, the floor clean. The new carving was on the baseboard beneath the register, letters small and cramped. Thief. Frank got the sander. At 7 o'clock, the old man came in for breakfast. He came every morning, had been coming every morning since before Frank bought the place. He was older than Frank by at least a decade, bent at the shoulders, his hands spotted with age and scarred from work Frank had never asked about. He sat in the same booth every time, second from the door, window side. He ordered the same thing, 2 eggs over easy, white toast, coffee black. Frank brought him a menu anyway. The old man waved it off. Frank took his order, poured his coffee, went back to the kitchen to crack the eggs on the grill. His hands were shaking again. The tremor had started around 6 and hadn't stopped. Frank had to crack the first egg 3 times before it broke clean. The yolk stayed intact. He set it on the grill and cracked the second one. Toast in the toaster. Coffee pot on the warmer. His burned thumb from the sage bundle throbbed. Frank plated the eggs and brought them out with the toast. The old man nodded his thanks. He ate slowly, systematically, cutting the eggs into precise squares before forking them into his mouth. Frank stood behind the counter and poured himself another cup of coffee. His third since dawn. The caffeine wasn't helping. His eyes felt gritty and his skull ached. More customers came. A woman Frank recognized from the motel 2 blocks down. A trucker who ordered pancakes and asked for extra syrup. 2 men in work clothes who sat at the counter and talked about a job in Amarillo, whether the pay was worth the drive. Frank took orders, cooked food, poured coffee. He smiled when people spoke to him. He made change from the register. His hands shook the entire time. Nobody noticed. Or if they noticed, they didn't say anything. By 9 o'clock, the morning rush was over. Frank had taken in $93. He cleared the tables and ran the dishes through the ancient washer in the back. The hot water made his burned thumb sting. Frank ignored it. He wiped down the counter, refilled the napkin dispensers, swept the floor. At 9:30, a couple came in, tourists with cameras around their necks, and a Route 66 guidebook open on their table. They ordered burgers and fries and spent 20 minutes photographing the diner's interior. The chrome stools, the checkerboard floor, the neon sign visible through the windows. The woman asked Frank how long the Starlight had been here. Frank told her since 1952. She asked if he was the original owner. Frank said no, he'd bought it in 1966. She asked if it had always looked like this. Frank said yes. It was a lie. The diner had looked different when Frank bought it. Cleaner, brighter. The booths had been reupholstered in 1961, the counter refinished, the floors waxed to a shine. Over 40 years, Frank had watched it all wear down. The vinyl cracked, the varnish dulled. The linoleum buckled in places where water had seeped underneath. Frank had patched what he had to patch and let the rest decay. He'd never allowed it to thrive. Never hired help when the rush got heavy and never advertised. Never left Tucumcari for more than a day. He'd told himself it was bad luck, poor location. The interstate pulling traffic away. But standing behind the register in a diner held together with duct tape and routine, Frank understood what he'd really done. He hadn't bought a business. He'd built a cage, a monument to his guilt. He'd spent 40 years as the caretaker of his mother's stolen escape, living in the physical proof of what he'd taken from her, refusing to let himself succeed because the diner had never been his. It had always been hers. He was just serving his sentence in it. The couple paid and left. Frank cleared their table, found a $5 tip under the ketchup bottle. He put it in his pocket with the rest of the day's cash. By 11 o'clock, Frank's vision was starting to blur. He sat on the stool behind the register and pressed his palms against his eyes. The pressure helped for a moment, and then the ache came back stronger. He hadn't slept since the sage burning. Hadn't really slept deep, unbroken sleep in 40 years. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, standing at the sink washing coffee pots, Frank's mind went back to 1966. He'd been 20 years old. He'd had $470 in a canvas bag, stolen money that burned in his hands every time he touched it. He'd been driving for 3 days, sleeping in the car, eating at truck stops, moving east because east was away from California and away from what he'd done. He'd stopped in Tucumcari because the car had started making a noise he didn't understand. He'd found a garage. The mechanic had told him it was the transmission. Told him it would cost $300 to fix. Frank had paid. That left him with $170. He'd walked down Tucumcari Boulevard while the mechanic worked, looking for a place to sleep that wouldn't cost much. He'd passed motels and gas stations and tourist shops. He'd passed the Starlight Diner with its neon sign buzzing in the afternoon heat, and a handwritten sign in the window that said, "For sale, owner retiring." Frank had gone inside. The owner had been a man in his 70s, gray-haired and tired, who'd run the place since 1952. He'd told Frank he was moving to Phoenix to live with his daughter. He'd asked $800 for the diner, the building, the equipment, the land, everything. It was a fair price, probably less than fair. Frank had $170. He'd told the owner he was interested but needed time to raise the money. The owner had looked at him, 20 years old, hollow-eyed, wearing clothes he'd slept in for 3 nights, and asked where Frank was from. Frank had lied and said Texas. The owner had asked what brought him to Tucumcari. Frank had said he was looking for work. The owner had offered him a job, dishwasher, short-order cook, whatever needed doing. Minimum wage plus meals. Frank could save up, the owner had said. Come back when he had the money. Frank had worked at the Starlight for 6 months. He'd lived in a room above the hardware store down the street and walked to the diner every morning at 5. He'd washed dishes and mopped floors and learned to work the grill. The owner had taught him how to crack eggs one-handed, how to keep the coffee fresh. How to read the morning customers and know who wanted conversation and who wanted silence. Frank had saved every dollar he made. It hadn't been enough. Even at 6 months, even living on almost nothing, he'd only managed to save $300. Added to the 170 he'd started with, that made 470. Still 430 short of what the owner was asking. Frank had stolen $470. He couldn't steal more. But he could lie. In December of 1966, Frank had told the owner he'd saved enough. He'd shown him the $470 in cash and said he'd been saving for years, working odd jobs back in Texas, living cheap. The owner had believed him, or pretended to believe him. Frank had never been sure which. They'd gone to a lawyer. The lawyer had drawn up papers. Frank had signed his name, his real name, Franklin Dutton, because he hadn't known yet that you could run from what you'd done, but you couldn't become someone else. The owner had signed. The lawyer had notarized everything and filed it with the county. The Starlight Diner belonged to Frank. $470 for an $800 business. The old owner had taken the loss without complaint. He'd shaken Frank's hand, wished him luck, and driven off toward Phoenix in a car packed with boxes. Frank had stood in the empty diner that first night as the new owner and felt nothing but relief. He'd made it. He'd escaped. California was 1,000 miles away. His father was 1,000 miles away. What Frank had done was 1,000 miles away, buried under distance and time in a new life in a town where nobody knew him. He'd been wrong. Lois had found him 3 months later. Frank closed the refrigerator and stood in the kitchen of the diner he'd bought with his mother's money. The money she'd saved for 20 years, hidden in a coffee can in the back of the cupboard. Money his father didn't know about. Frank had found it the night he left. He'd taken all of it. He'd told himself she wouldn't need it, that he needed it more, that it was the only way he could get out before his father killed him. He'd told himself a lot of things that night. None of them had been true. Frank had stolen his mother's escape money and used it to buy his own escape. And 3 months later, Lois had died, beaten to death in the kitchen of the house Frank had abandoned her to, and her ghost had come looking for the son who'd robbed her. She'd found him at the Starlight, the diner bought with her money, the only thing Frank owned, the only place he had, purchased with $470 that had never belonged to him. Frank opened the freezer and stared at the packages of ground beef he'd just put away. He'd bought them with money from the register. Money from customers who'd paid for eggs and coffee and pie. Honest money, clean money. Didn't matter. Every meal Frank served, every cup of coffee he poured, every dollar that went to the register, it all came from the same source. The Starlight Diner, bought with stolen money in 1966. Lois's money. The money she'd needed to leave Frank's father. The money that might have saved her life if Frank hadn't taken it first. He closed the freezer. The sun was still up outside. 4 hours until closing. 4 hours of serving food, taking orders, pouring coffee. 4 hours of pretending to be someone who ran an honest business. Then the sun would go down and Frank would close the diner and mop the floors and wait for Lois to appear. She would carve thief into the wood, not as an accusation aimed at him, as the lie she died screaming, the lie she couldn't stop repeating, the lie that had saved Frank's life and cost her own. Frank went back to the dining room and started refilling the salt shakers. His hands were steady. They always were during the day when customers could see them. The shaking only started at night when he was alone, when Lois came and Frank had to face what he'd done to put her in the ground and himself in this diner. At 6 o'clock, a couple came in and ordered dinner. Frank cooked their steaks and brought them out with baked potatoes and green beans from a can. They ate slowly, talking in low voices, and left a $10 tip. Frank put it in the register. At 7:30, the last customer left. Frank flipped the sign to closed and locked the door, started cleaning. Wiped down the counter, cleared the tables, ran the dishes through the washer. The sun dropped below the horizon. The sky outside the windows went from orange to purple to dark blue. Frank mopped the floor. The neon sign buzzed overhead. The red glow pulsed through the windows in steady rhythm. Frank pushed the mop across the linoleum in figure eights and waited for the temperature to drop. Frank was scraping the grill when the cold hit. It was 10:30 at night. The diner closed and dark except for the kitchen lights. Frank had finished mopping an hour ago. He was working through the closing checklist. Grill scraped, fryer drained, coffee pots washed and rinsed. The same tasks in the same order he'd followed for 40 years. The temperature dropped so fast, Frank's breath turned white mid-exhale. He set down the scraper. His hands were already shaking. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied to a dim glow that made the kitchen look gray and flat. From the dining room came a sound Frank had never heard before. A low, sustained note, almost musical, like someone drawing a bow across a single violin string. Frank walked to the kitchen doorway. Lois stood in the center of the dining room, not near a booth or the counter, dead center, equidistant from all the walls as if she'd measured. Her shape was brighter than Frank had ever seen it, sharp-edged and vivid, and the static around her face had thinned enough that Frank could almost see through it to something underneath. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers spread, and her bare feet rested on the linoleum without quite touching it. She was looking directly at him. Frank couldn't move. The cold was different tonight. Not the bone-deep ache of previous nights, but something that pressed against his chest and made his lungs work harder for each breath. The violin string sound continued, rising and falling in pitch, and Frank realized it was coming from Lois, not her mouth. Her whole shape vibrated with it, a resonance that made the windows hum in their frames. Then Lois raised her right hand and pointed at the booth nearest the window. Frank looked. The smooth depression in the table edge where he'd sanded away her carving Monday night. Frank looked back at Lois. She was still pointing, her arm extended. Her translucent finger aimed at the exact spot where Thief had been. The sound stopped. Lois's shape began to fade, not disappearing completely. She was still there, still visible, but losing definition, edges blurring, becoming less present. The crying he'd heard Wednesday night resumed, quiet, choked sobs that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. The memory came without warning. Frank was 19 years old. It was 2 a.m. in a kitchen in Sacramento, California, and he was taking money from a coffee can hidden in the back of the cupboard behind the flour. $470 in small bills, 10s and 5s and 1s. Money his mother had saved over 20 years from grocery money she'd skimmed, from the small job she'd taken cleaning houses when Frank's father was at work. Frank had known about the money for 6 months. He'd found it by accident, looking for sugar, and Lois had walked in and seen him holding the can. She'd made him promise not to tell his father. Frank had promised. He'd understood even then what the money meant. It was her escape fund. The money she'd saved to leave. She'd been saving it since Frank was born. Frank took all of it, every dollar. He told himself she could save more. Told himself he needed it worse than she did. Told himself if he didn't leave tonight, his father would kill him. And wasn't it better for one of them to get out than neither? He stuffed the money into a canvas bag, threw in 2 changes of clothes, a jacket, the car keys. His father was asleep upstairs. Frank could hear him snoring, a wet, rasping sound that meant he'd been drinking. Lois was asleep in the spare bedroom she'd moved into 3 years ago after his father had broken her collarbone. Frank walked through the kitchen toward the back door. He moved quietly. He'd learned to move quietly in this house, learned to distribute his weight so the floorboards wouldn't creak, learned which stairs to avoid and which door hinges needed oil. He had his hand on the doorknob when Lois spoke behind him. She said his full name, Franklin, in a voice he'd never heard her use before. Frank froze. He didn't turn around. He could see her reflection in the window glass, standing in the kitchen doorway in her nightgown, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked small. She'd always been small, but his father's violence had made her smaller, hunched her shoulders, bent her spine. Frank told her he needed to go. Lois didn't ask where, didn't ask why. She looked at the canvas bag in Frank's hand, looked at the cupboard where the coffee can was hidden. Frank watched her face in the window glass, watched her understand. Lois said it was her money. Her voice was quiet, not angry, just stating a fact. Frank said he'd pay her back. Lois said no, he wouldn't. She was right. Frank knew he wouldn't. He was 20 years old with a high school diploma and no skills and $470 that wouldn't last long once he started driving. He'd never make enough to pay her back, never save enough to send her what he owed. Frank said he had to go, that if he stayed, his father would kill him. Lois was silent. Frank watched her reflection in the window. She was looking at him, at the bag in his hand, at the door he was about to walk through. Her hands were clasped in front of her, fingers laced together. "If you take that money, I can't leave." The words landed in Frank's chest like stones. He stood with his hand on the doorknob and didn't turn around. He asked if she wanted to come with him. Lois asked where they would go. Did Frank have a plan, a place, anything except her money in that bag? Frank didn't answer. Lois told him what would happen. He'd drive until the car broke down, sleep in the car, eat at truck stops, spend the money as fast as he could spend it. When it ran out, he'd be broke and alone in some town where nobody knew him. He'd survive that because he was young. He could start over. She couldn't start over. She was 43 years old, with no education, no job skills, no family except Frank and his father. If Frank took that money, she had nothing. She'd stay with him. And when his father found out the money was gone, Lois stopped. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Frank turned the doorknob, told her he was sorry. He opened the door. The night air was cool and smelled like eucalyptus. Frank stepped out onto the back porch. Behind him, Lois made a sound, a single, sharp intake of breath that might have been the start of a word or might have been just air. Frank walked to the car, got in, put the canvas bag on the passenger seat, started the engine. He looked at the house one more time. Lois was standing in the kitchen window, backlit by the overhead light, her hand pressed against the glass. She wasn't crying. She was just watching him. Frank put the car in reverse and backed out of the driveway. He drove for 3 days straight. He never looked back. The memory released Frank, and he was standing in the kitchen of the Starlight Diner with his hands gripping the counter edge so hard his knuckles had gone white. The crying had stopped. The dining room was empty. Lois was gone. Frank's legs gave out. He slid down the cabinet and sat on the kitchen floor with his back against the wood. His breath came in the shallow gasps. Sweat had soaked through his shirt. The memory had been so vivid, so complete, that for a moment Frank had smelled the eucalyptus, had felt the weight of the canvas bag in his hand. He'd seen Lois's face in the window. He'd driven away from that face. He'd taken her money and driven away and left her alone with a man who would beat her to death when he found out the money was gone. Frank had known. Standing in that kitchen in Sacramento, hand on the doorknob, he'd known exactly what would happen. Lois had told him, "If you take that money, I can't leave. When he finds out the money's gone, She'd known too. They'd both known. Frank had taken it anyway. He sat on the floor of his kitchen and pressed his palms against his eyes. The pressure made lights burst behind his eyelids. He'd spent 40 years telling himself he'd had no choice, that it was survival, that he'd been young and desperate, and his father would have killed him if he'd stayed. All of it true. None of it enough. Frank stood up. His legs were unsteady, but they held. He walked into the dining room. The air was still cold, the kind of cold that lingered after Lois left. Frank looked at the booth table, at the smooth depression in the edge where she'd carved thief Monday night. She hadn't been accusing him. She'd been trapped in the moment she died, screaming the lie that had saved him, unable to stop repeating it. And for 40 years, Frank had sanded it away, hating her for an accusation she'd never made. Frank got the shotgun from his office, came back to the dining room and aimed it at the ceiling. His finger found the trigger. The metal was warm from his hand. Frank stood in the empty diner and screamed at the space where Lois had been. Told her to go to hell the way he'd told her every night for 40 years. His voice cracked on the words. Frank fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. The ceiling tiles shattered, raining white dust and fiberglass. Frank's ears rang. He pumped the shotgun and fired again. Another tile exploded. Dust filled the air. Frank kept pumping and pulling the trigger, but the gun was empty, clicking on spent shells, and he was still screaming that she could have the place. It was hers. He'd bought it with her money. He'd stolen everything from her. He knew what he'd done. The words tore his throat. Frank threw the shotgun. It hit the far wall and clattered to the floor. He swept his arm across the counter, sending the salt shakers flying, the napkin dispensers, the sugar packets. He kicked over a chair, another, grabbed a booth table and tried to flip it, but it was bolted to the floor. Frank stood in the wreckage in the silence that followed and realized he was crying. He sank into the nearest booth, put his head in his hands. The tears came hot and fast, and he couldn't stop them. He'd cried only once since leaving California, 3 months after arriving in Tucumcari, when Lois's ghost had appeared for the first time and Frank had understood that distance didn't matter, that you couldn't outrun what you'd done. He'd cried then. He hadn't cried since. Now he sat in the booth and wept while the dust from the shattered ceiling tiles settled around him like snow. When he finally stopped, when his breath evened out and his vision cleared, Frank looked up at the ceiling. 2 tiles were destroyed, ragged holes showing the rafters and insulation above. The shotgun lay on its side against the wall. The floor was covered in debris, salt, sugar, broken ceramic from the shakers. Frank stood and started cleaning. It took him until 4 in the morning. He swept up the dust and the fiberglass, threw away the broken shakers, righted the chairs. He got a ladder from the storage closet and patched the ceiling holes with cardboard and duct tape. Temporary fix. He'd need to replace the tiles eventually, add it to the list of repairs he couldn't afford. When the dining room was as clean as he could make it, Frank put the ladder away, retrieved the shotgun, sat in his office with the gun across his lap and no shells in the chamber. He waited for dawn. It came slowly, gray light creeping across the kitchen floor. Frank stood, put the shotgun back in its drawer, and started the coffee. In 2 hours, the first customer would arrive. Frank would serve eggs and toast. He would pour coffee. He would take money and make change and smile when customers spoke to him. He would do this every day for the rest of his life, trapped in the diner he'd bought with his mother's blood. The man came in at 1:47 in the morning. Frank was wiping down the counter, close to finished, with the night's closing routine. He'd mopped the floors, cleaned the grill, washed the coffee pots. The register held $98. In 15 minutes, Frank would lock the front door and go to his office and wait for Lois to appear. The man opened the door before Frank could flip the sign to closed. He was young, 20, maybe 21, wearing a denim jacket and jeans that hung loose on a thin frame. His face was sunburned and his hands were dirty. He looked like he'd been on the road for days. He walked to the counter and sat down on the middle stool. Didn't look at Frank, just sat with his hands on the counter and stared at the chrome napkin dispenser. Frank stopped moving. He stared at the young man, at the hollow eyes, at the unwashed clothes, at the posture of someone who was running from something and hadn't slept in days. Frank knew that posture. He'd worn it himself 40 years ago. The young man looked up, met Frank's eyes, said he needed to use the bathroom. Frank pointed to the hallway at the back. The man stood and walked toward it, his boots loud on the linoleum. Frank watched him go, watched the way he moved. Too stiff, too deliberate. The walk of someone carrying weight that wasn't physical. Frank looked at the stool where the man had sat. There was a smear of something dark on the chrome edge. Frank touched it. His finger came away red, slick with blood. The young man came back from the hallway, walking faster now, and his right hand was in his jacket pocket, and Frank could see the shape of it. The outline of a gun barrel pointing forward through the fabric. The man told Frank to open the register. Frank didn't move. He looked at the young man's face, at the sweat on his forehead, the tremor in his jaw, the barely controlled panic in his eyes. This was not a criminal. This was someone desperate. Someone who'd made a choice he couldn't take back and was trying to survive it. Frank knew that look. He'd seen it in his own eyes 40 years ago, standing in a kitchen with stolen money in a canvas bag. The young man pulled the gun out of his pocket, a revolver, chrome-plated, held in a shaking hand, and aimed it at Frank's chest. Told him to open the register or he'd shoot. Frank said there was less than $100 in it. Said $100 wouldn't get him far. Said whatever he'd done, whatever he was running from, this wasn't going to fix it. The man said he didn't need advice. He needed the money. Frank said he understood. Said he'd been where this man was. Said he'd made the same kind of choice once and had been running from it for 40 years. Said taking money from a stranger at gunpoint wouldn't save him. Would just make it worse. The young man's hand tightened on the gun. He said Frank didn't know anything about him. Said to open the register. Frank said he knew enough. Said he could see it in the way the man was shaking, in the blood on his hands, in the fact that he looked like he hadn't slept since whatever he'd done. Said he knew because he'd been that person, was still that person. The young man said he didn't care. Said open the register or he'd start shooting. Frank looked at the gun, looked at the young man's finger on the trigger, looked at the fear in his eyes. And the same fear Frank had felt in Sacramento, the fear that makes you do things you know are wrong because the alternative is worse. Frank said no. The chrome revolver caught the red pulse of the neon sign outside, light sliding across the barrel in rhythm with the young man's trembling hand. The smell of his sweat filled the space between them. Sharp, acidic. The smell of someone who'd been running for days. The young man's eyes went wide. He said, "What?" Frank said he wasn't going to open the register. Said if the man wanted to shoot him, he could shoot him. But Frank wasn't going to help him make the same mistake Frank had made. Said this man was standing where Frank had stood 40 years ago, and if Frank could stop one person from doing what he'd done, from carrying that weight for the rest of his life, then maybe... Frank didn't finish the sentence. The gun went off. The sound was enormous. Frank felt the impact, a punch to his chest that knocked the air from his lungs and sent him backward into the shelf behind the counter. Coffee mugs fell and shattered. Frank's legs gave out, and he slid down the cabinet to the floor. His hand went to his chest. It came away wet. The young man was already running toward the door, the gun still in his hand, his boots pounding across the linoleum. The door opened, slammed shut. Through the plate glass window, Frank saw him sprint to a car parked at the edge of the lot, saw the taillights flare, saw the car pull onto the frontage road and disappear east, just like Frank had done 40 years ago, driving east and running. Frank sat on the floor behind the counter and looked at his hand. Blood covered his palm, ran between his fingers, dripped onto the linoleum. He pressed his other hand against the wound. The pressure sent pain through his chest, so sharp his vision went white. He couldn't breathe right. Each inhale came shallow and wrong. Frank leaned his head back against the cabinet. The ceiling tiles swam in and out of focus. He needed to call for help. The phone was on the wall 10 feet away. He couldn't reach it. The temperature in the diner dropped. It happened faster than Frank had ever felt it. One moment the air was warm with the residual heat from the day. The next it was freezing. Cold so deep, Frank's breath came out in clouds. The blood on his hands began to steam. The fluorescent lights flickered and died. The only light came from the neon sign outside. Red glow pulsing through the windows. In that light, Frank saw Lois appear, not across the room, not near a booth. She was right there, 5 feet away. Her shape so bright in the darkness, it hurt to look at. The static around her face was gone. Frank could see through to something underneath. Features he almost recognized, a face he'd spent 40 years trying not to remember. Lois looked at him. Looked at the blood on his hands, the wound in his chest, the way he was slumped against the cabinet. And something in her changed. The light that made up her shape flickered. Her hands, translucent and trembling, rose toward her face. She made a sound, not the crying, not the phantom water. This was a sound of pure anguish, a wail that came from somewhere deep and terrible. Then Lois moved. She didn't collapse distance. She ran. Her bare feet made no sound on the linoleum, but Frank could see her moving, could see her knees hit the floor beside him, could see her hands reaching for his chest. When her fingers touched the wound, the cold became absolute. Frank's whole body went rigid. The pain in his chest magnified, intensified, became something beyond bearing. But Lois didn't pull back. She pressed her hands harder against the wound, her translucent fingers spreading across Frank's chest, and the cold went deeper. Frank could feel it inside him, spreading through his ribs, wrapping around his lungs, freezing his heart. Lois was trying to stop the bleeding. She was trying to save him. But her touch was killing him faster. Frank stared up at her. The static was almost gone now. He could see her face. The face he'd seen in the kitchen window 40 years ago. The face he'd driven away from. Older than he remembered. Lined with worry and grief. Her eyes were wide and desperate and fixed on the wound under her hands. She looked terrified. Not of him. For him. Frank's vision was starting to gray at the edges. His chest felt like it was being crushed under ice. But he couldn't look away from Lois's face. Couldn't look away from the desperation in her expression. The way her mouth was moving without sound. The way her whole shape was flickering and failing as she pressed harder against his chest, trying to save him. Trying to keep him alive with hands that could only bring cold and death. She wasn't a demon. She'd never been a demon. She was his mother, and she was trying to save him the only way she could, even though her love was the thing killing him. Mom. The word came out barely a whisper. Frank's hand rose, shaking, covered in blood, and reached toward Lois's face. His fingers passed through her cheek like smoke, but he kept reaching, kept trying to touch her. Lois looked down, met his eyes. For the first time in 40 years, they looked at each other directly, and Frank saw everything he'd been hiding from. Saw the love there, saw the fear, saw the grief that had kept her here for 4 decades, anchored to this diner, enduring his hatred. Watching him from the shadows, trying in her small, trapped way to protect him. Saw that she'd never wanted to punish him. She'd only wanted to know he was safe. The static cleared completely. Lois's face became solid, real, more present than Frank had ever seen it. Her hands pressed against his chest glowed brighter. The cold spread through Frank's whole body. His lungs seized. His heart stuttered and stopped. And in that moment of contact, skin that wasn't skin, flesh that wasn't flesh, his blood against her ghost light. The memory came flooding in. The memory flooded through Frank like ice water through a broken dam. He was Lois, standing in the kitchen in Sacramento 3 hours after Frank had driven away. The canvas bag was gone. The coffee can was empty on the counter where she'd found it after waking, after hearing the car start, after running to the window too late to stop him. She was holding the can when Frank's father came downstairs. He asked what she was doing up. Lois said she couldn't sleep. She put the can back in the cupboard. Her hands were shaking. Frank's father poured himself coffee from the pot on the stove. He asked where Frank was. Lois said she didn't know, probably out with friends. Frank's father sat at the table, opened the newspaper. Lois stood at the counter with her back to him and tried to keep breathing, tried to think. Frank had been gone 3 hours. He'd have made it to Bakersfield by now, and maybe farther. He'd be safe if she could keep his father from knowing, if she could buy Frank enough time to get far enough away that his father couldn't follow. Frank's father asked if there was any sugar. Lois said they were out. He got up and walked to the cupboard, reached past the flour for the coffee can where Lois kept spare change and grocery money. The can was empty. Frank's father held it up, asked Lois where the money was. Lois said she'd spent it. He said there had been almost $500 in that can. Lois said yes, she'd spent it. On what, he asked. Lois said clothes for Frank, shoes, things he needed. Frank's father set the can on the counter, asked again where the money was. Lois told him she'd spent it. He hit her. The blow caught her across the face and sent her sideways into the wall. Lois's vision went white. She tasted blood. Frank's father grabbed her by the hair and pulled her upright. Asked her one more time where the money was. Lois looked at him. Looked at the man who'd broken her ribs twice, her collarbone once, her wrist more times than she could count. Looked at the man she'd been saving 20 years to leave. She saw Frank driving through the night with $470 that was supposed to be hers, that was supposed to save her. She pictured Frank safe. Lois told Frank's father that she'd hidden the money from him, that she'd been planning to leave, that she was a thief. Frank's father's hand tightened in her hair. He called her a liar, said she was protecting Frank, said Frank had stolen it. Lois said no, said it was her, said Frank didn't know about the money, said she'd hidden it and spent it, and Frank had nothing to do with it. Frank's father hit her again, and again. Lois kept saying the same thing, kept taking the blame, kept screaming the word thief at herself, at the walls, kept saying it was her fault, her money, her theft, anything to keep Frank's father from going after Frank, from getting in the car and driving after him and bringing him back. She died on the kitchen floor, still screaming it. The last thing Lois saw was the window Frank had looked through when he'd left. She died looking at that window, wondering if he'd made it out, wondering if he was far enough away, wondering if he was safe. The memory released and Frank was back in his own body. Back on the cold diner floor with Lois's freezing hands pressed against his chest. His breath had stopped. His heart had stopped. The cold was absolute, burning through him like fire made of ice. Lois's hands were still pressed against the wound, even though there was no more blood to stop. Even though Frank was already dying, she couldn't save him. Her love couldn't save him. It never had. All she'd ever been able to do was die for him. Frank looked up at her face. The face he could see clearly now, lined and worn, and 40 years dead, but still his mother, still Lois, still trying, still desperate to protect him, even as her touch froze the life out of him. "I'm sorry." The words came out broken, more breath than sound. Frank's throat was full of blood, but he forced them out anyway. "I'm sorry I took your money. I'm sorry I left you. I'm sorry." His voice failed. Frank started crying, the tears hot on his face for just a moment before the cold froze them. Lois's hands moved from his chest to his face. Her translucent fingers touched his cheeks, and where they touched the cold went bone deep. She was crying, too. Frank could see it now, could see the tears on her face, could see her mouth moving, trying to form words she hadn't been able to speak for 40 years. Then Lois's shape solidified, became more than light, more than memory. She leaned down close to Frank's face and spoke. "I didn't need the money, my sweet boy. I only ever needed you to be safe." Her voice was exactly how Frank remembered it. Soft, warm, but her hands were freezing him to death. Frank's chest hitched. His vision was fading, gray creeping in from the edges. He couldn't feel his legs anymore, couldn't feel the floor beneath him. But he could feel Lois's hands on his face. He wanted her warmth, wanted what he remembered from childhood. Her palm against his fevered forehead when he was sick. The weight of her hand on his shoulder when he cried. The living heat of her fingers smoothing back his hair. He needed that warmth now more than he'd ever needed anything. But there was only cold. Cold so deep it cracked the skin of his cheeks where she touched him. Cold that turned his tears to ice and stopped his breath mid-draw. Her hands pressed against his face with all the tenderness she'd ever shown him. And every second of contact froze another part of him to death. "You're safe now," Lois said. "You're safe." Frank tried to take another breath. It wouldn't come. The gray at the edges of his vision spread inward. The pain in his chest faded. Everything faded except the cold and Lois's face and Lois's voice saying he was safe. He was safe. He'd always been safe. She was giving him all the love she had left. And because of what he'd done, her love was killing him. Something in Lois's shape changed. The cold pressing through Frank's skull began to recede. Not disappearing. The damage was already done, his heart already stopped, but withdrawing. Lois's hands lifted from his face. Her translucent fingers trembled in the air between them. Then she let him go. Her shape flickered once, twice, then faded. Not vanishing completely, but becoming less present, less anchored, as if the thing that had held her here for 40 years had finally released its grip. The sound of phantom running water stopped. The obsessive wiping stopped. The cold that had filled the diner for 4 decades began to settle. Frank's eyes closed. The diner stayed dark. The fluorescent lights didn't come back on. The red glow from the neon sign pulsed through the windows in steady rhythm, throwing light across the empty dining room, across the booth where Frank had sanded away the word thief, across the floor behind the counter where Frank Dutton lay dead, alone. The neon sign buzzed, once, twice, flickered. The letters went dark one by one. Starlight, until the sign was nothing but dead tubes and cold gas. Outside, on the Route 66 frontage road, a truck passed going west. Its running lights disappeared into the distance. The Starlight diner sat empty and dark. Inside, the temperature stayed cold. In the morning, When the old man arrived at 7 for his eggs and white toast, he would find the door locked. He would peer through the plate glass window and see nothing but darkness. He would try the door again, then leave. The diner would stay closed. After 3 days, someone would call the police. They would find Frank behind the counter, frozen in the position where he'd bled out, his skin pale as ice, his eyes open and staring at nothing. The coroner would mark the time of death as approximately 2 a.m. Cause, gunshot wound to the chest, blood loss. The cold they found would confuse them. Frank's skin was ice pale, his lips faintly blue, though the diner's thermostat read 72 degrees. They would note it in the report without understanding it. They wouldn't see the word carved into the baseboard beneath the register. Thief. Wouldn't know what it meant. Wouldn't know about the woman who died 40 years ago in Sacramento, or that she'd finally stopped repeating the lie that saved her son. The Starlight Diner would never open again. It would sit empty on the frontage road until the bank foreclosed. Eventually, it would be torn down. The land would go back to desert. The foundation remained visible for 2 years before the sand covered it completely. Drivers on the frontage road stopped noticing the empty lot. The spot where the neon sign had buzzed for 60 years held nothing but creosote and hardpan. The cold stayed for a while. Even in summer, for the first few months, the air above that patch of ground ran a few degrees colder than the desert around it. No one noticed. No one had reason to walk there. By the time the foundation disappeared under the sand, the cold had faded too, leaving only the empty ground where Franklin Dutton had died on the floor of a diner he'd bought with his mother's escape money, held one last time by the ghost who'd loved him enough to die twice.